हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और इंटरव्यू सेगमेंट पे। हमारे साथ अभी मौजूद है वसिस्ता ई स्पोर्ट्स के आईजीएल हेक्टर। आइए उनकी तरफ चलते हैं और उनसे जानते हैं कि उनकी बीएमपीएस की जर्नी अभी तक कैसी चल रही है। हेक्टर, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, आपकी जो टीम है वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है। पर मैं थोड़ी पहले की कहानी के बारे में बात करना चाहूंगा। एक वक्त था जब 3 मैचेस में 2 पॉइंट्स भी नहीं आए थे और बीएमपीएस का ही वो सत्र चल रहा था। यहाँ 3 मैचेस में 2 चिकन डिनर्स आ गए। ऐसा क्या अलग किया है इस बार आपने और आपकी टीम ने?
कुछ नहीं, जो पिछली बार गलती हुई थी वो गलतियों को सीख के आए थे इस बार। और इस बार हमें पता था कि हम कर जाएंगे फाइनल्स के लिए, हमारा स्पॉट है। मतलब अंदर ही अंदर हमें भरोसा था जिस हिसाब से हमने मेहनत किए थे।
बट स्टिल हेक्टर, अभी के लिए चाहे हम अग्रेशन की बात करें, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स की बात करें, सारी चीजें ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी बिल्कुल सही तरीके से अलाइंड है और उसके पीछे बहुत ज्यादा जो वर्क है वो ऑब्वियसली टीम में भी किया गया है। पर बीजीआईएस में ग्रैंड फाइनल्स क्वालिफाई करने के बावजूद टीम में बदलाव जरूर किए गए थे। मैं उसके पीछे का कारण जरूर जानना चाहूंगा।
लाइक जितने भी अब तक टीम चेंजेस हुए वो मेरे साइड से नहीं हुए। प्लेयर्स लोग ऐसे थे कि जैसे क्वालिफाई करते थे या थोड़ा अच्छा खेल लेते थे तो उनके एक्सपेक्टेशंस बढ़े जाते थे। और मैं हमेशा यही बोला हूँ कि एक्सपेक्टेशन जब तुम शॉर्ट टर्म में बढ़ा दोगे तो बहुत इश्यूज आ जाते हैं एक टीम में। तो उन लोग ने वही किए है कि बीजीआईएस जस्ट खत्म हुआ, उनके एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गए। तो मेरे को ऐसा था कि मेरे को हंगर वाले प्लेयर्स थे, जब तक जीते ना हम तब तक एक्सपेक्टेशन हम रखे ना। तो वो मेंटालिटी मैच ही नहीं हो रही थी। तो फिर हमारी टीम के अंदर चेंजेस हुए एंड देन ये टीम फॉर्म हुई। और ये टीम में सबका ऐसा था कि पहले प्रूफ करने का हंगर था, कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी नहीं। इनको था कि हम प्रूफ करेंगे उसके बाद छीन लेंगे जो भी हमारी चीज़ होगी।
जी,
तो वो चीज़ काफ़ी अच्छी लगती है।
बिल्कुल हंगर तो दिख रही है और अग्रेशन भी हमें दिख रहा है जैसा हमने बात करी। पर हेक्टर देखिए, बदला या बदलाव, सवाल बहुत ही साफ है। पिकार्डो में आज के दिन पे क्या होने वाला है, थोड़ा बताइए।
यार ये तो हम पिकार्डो में ही दिखाना चाहेंगे कि क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा। तो
ओके।
स्ट्रैटेजी लीक नहीं करना चाहोगे।
बिल्कुल। पर मैं ये भी आपसे समझना चाहूंगा कि जहां पर इतनी सारी टीम्स है ग्रुप ए में, ग्रुप ए को द ग्रुप ऑफ डेंजर बोला जा रहा है, टीम्स बड़े मैचेस नहीं निकाल पा रही हैं, वहां पर आपको ये लॉबी कैसी लगी और आपके लिए कैसे हो गया इतना आसान कि 2 ही मैचेस में आपकी टीम 45 प्लस पॉइंट्स लेकर के गई है?
ये लॉबी की प्रैक्टिस मेरे को काफ़ी सालों से है। मतलब हम लोग बहुत सालों से खेलते आए हुए हैं लॉबी की प्रैक्टिस। हाँ, इस लॉबी में परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे थे बट इसी लॉबी में हम सीख भी रहे थे कि कैसे परफॉर्म करना है, क्या बेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्या चीज़ें कर सकते हैं। तो जब वापस से 3 वीक के बाद ये 4th वीक मिला तो 70-80% टीम्स तो सेम ही थी। तो हमें पता था टीम्स क्या करने वाली है, हमने पूरा कैलकुलेट कर रखे थे, अपने मूव सोच रखे थे। तो हमारा कोई भी मूव ऐसा नहीं होने वाला था कि कोई टीम हमें आके इजीली कट ऑफ कर देगी। हमें था कि हम आराम से अपना एग्जीक्यूशन कर सकते हैं। हम उसी पे ध्यान दिए। सारे रोटेशंस एंड चेक पॉइंट सब कुछ हमारा क्लियर था एकदम। तो दोनों चिकन निकल गए।
बिल्कुल हेक्टर, बट गोइंग अहेड, अब आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जा रहे हैं, 3 मुकाबले बचे जरूर हुए, तो इन 3 मैचेस को किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं? क्या ये प्रैक्टिस की तरीके से किए जाएंगे, थोड़ा ऑल आउट अटैक वाली स्ट्रैटेजी होगी? व्हाट इज द प्लान फॉर द टुडे?
हाँ, हम लोग प्रैक्टिस की तरह ही इसको लेंगे। 3 मैचेस में कुछ नया करने नहीं आएंगे क्योंकि मेरी टीम अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा न्यू है। तो
जी,
हमें जितने ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस मैचेस मिलेंगे उतना ही हमारे लिए अच्छा है। तो हम लोग इसको उसी तरह लेंगे कि कुछ हम नया सीख के जाए इधर से। मतलब ये 3 मैच में कुछ ऐसा सीखे जो हम जब फाइनल्स के पहले हमारे डिस्कशन या मीटिंग हो तो हमें पता हो कि हमने ये 3 मैच में गलती किए थे तो हमें नहीं करनी है फाइनल्स में। तो वही
बिल्कुल।
इंटेंट होगा हमारा।
हेक्टर देखिए, आप बहुत समय से इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर है और बहुत टाइम से आपने वो बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन करके दिखाए। एक सवाल मेरे दिमाग में आता है, पहले ना एक दौर हुआ करता था जब हमें बात करते थे कि नई टीम बनी है, सिनर्जी बनने में टाइम होगा, कोऑर्डिनेशन बनने में टाइम लगेगा, और अभी हम मल्टीपल टीम्स में देख भी रहे हैं कि उतना समय नहीं लग रहा है, जल्दी ही वो सिनर्जी बैठ जा रही है। आपको लगता है इसके पीछे कोई एक स्पेसिफिक कारण है? क्योंकि आपकी टीम में भी लगभग सेम ही कहानी हम देख रहे हैं।
नहीं, मेरी टीम में और दूसरी टीम्स में वो सिनर्जी तो जल्दी बैठ जाती है आपस में क्योंकि प्लेयर्स काफी पुराने पुराने काफी टाइम से खेल रहे हैं।
जी,
बट जीत नहीं पाएंगे जब तक तुम स्टिक नहीं करोगे साथ में 1-2 साल। तब तक तुम जीत नहीं पाओगे। जस्ट क्योंकि जीतने के लिए जब तुम मैचेस खेलते हो फाइनल्स के तो एक ऐसा मोमेंट आता है जहाँ पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ सिनर्जी कम्युनिकेशन मैटर करती है।
जी,
और वो मोमेंट पे मैं हमेशा फेल हुआ फाइनल्स में। और इस मोमेंट पे मैंने पूरा 2 मंथ जब से लाइनअप बनी है तो मैं इसी पे काम किया कि मुझे कम्युनिकेशन बहुत अच्छा करना है टीम का। बाकी चीजें में मैं लैग करूंगा वो मैं कर सकता हूँ कैसे भी कवर अप। बट
जी,
कम्युनिकेशन लैग नहीं होता है क्योंकि लैन में बहुत सारा ऑडियंस का शोर होता है, प्रेशर अलग होता है फाइनल्स जीतने का। तो वो सब चीजों में एक दूसरे का साथ ही हमें जिताता है वो फाइनल्स।
जी।
तो इस बार हमने उस पर वर्क किया है तो होपफुली बीएमपीएस बहुत अच्छा करेगा।
चलिए हेक्टर, आपके बहुत सारे फैंस हैं जो आपसे बहुत सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस भी रखते हैं। एक लास्ट मैसेज अगर आप उनको कुछ देना चाहें तो।
लाइक इनके सपोर्ट की वजह से मैं यहाँ तक पहुँच पाया हूँ और यही एक उम्मीद थी। मतलब एक टाइम था जब मैं छोड़ने वाला था गेम एंड ऑल सब कुछ। बट इन लोग ने जिस हिसाब से मेरे को मोटिवेट करे एंड जिस हिसाब से बोले कि कर 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 लेगा, हमें भरोसा है, तो वापस से वो लाइक इतना सपोर्ट के लिए थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, और ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो, हम और अच्छा करते रहेंगे।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हेक्टर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड सेकेंडली ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आज के 3 मैचेस के
Thank
लिए
you
एंड
so
फॉर द
much.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स।
थैंक यू।
तो ये है हेक्टर और उन्होंने बताई अपनी BMPS 2026 की जर्नी। अब चलते हैं सीधे अगले इंटरव्यू सेगमेंट की तरफ।
Alrighty, अभी एक एक्साइटिंग इंटरव्यू तो हमने सुना हेक्टर की कॉन्वर्सेशन विद एंकी द बॉट, लेकिन इतने से काम नहीं चलेगा। देयर आर अदर टीम्स एज वेल जिनकी जर्नी स्टार्ट तो थोड़ी स्ट्रगलिंग फ्रंट पे हुई थी, बट एज सून एज वीक 4 शोड अप, उसी के साथ इन टीम्स का परफॉर्मेंस भी हमको उभरता हुआ नजर आया। तो चलिए उन्हीं में से एक और रोस्टर की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस बार हमारे साथ सैंटा ई स्पोर्ट्स के अल्फा जुड़ने जा रहे हैं। सो अल्फा, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम टू दिस वेरी स्पेशल इंटरव्यू। ये वीक 4 आपका काफी
Thank
अच्छा
you.
जा रहा है,
Hi.
सो हाउ यू फीलिंग अबाउट दिस लास्ट डे?
जैसे खेले तो वैसे ही खेलेंगे, मोमेंटम कैरी करने का ट्राई करेंगे एंड लेट्स सी क्या होता है।
जी, बट चलिए अल्फा, आपकी जर्नी के बारे में एक बारी आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज ये प्रो सीरीज 2026 जो है, आपके पहले 3 हफ्ते जो थे वो काफी शेकी परफॉर्मेंस हमको देखने को मिला था। अचानक से वीक 4 में यू गाइस सेट अ रिकॉर्ड यस्टरडे, 3 मैचेस के अंदर 50+ पॉइंट्स। सो टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट। पहले 3 हफ्ते में क्या गलत गया, चौथे वीक में क्या फिक्स किया आपने?
पहले 3 हफ्ते में हम इंडिविजुअली एंड टीम दोनों में हमने चोक करा था बहुत, तो हमने उनको देखा, 8 दिन का ब्रेक था जो कि हमारे लिए अच्छा साबित हुआ। फिर हमने लगा कि कुछ नए चीज़ें भी ट्राई कर रहे थे, तो हमें लगा कि नहीं, ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए, जो हमारा गेम है उस पर स्टिक करें और देखते हैं क्या होता है। तो फिर सही हो गया सब।
आई थिंक ये एक कॉमन चीज़ है जो हम काफ़ी प्रोज से भी सुनते हैं कि आप नेचुरल प्ले करेंगे, यू ऑलवेज टेंड टू डू बेटर। लेकिन अपनी नेचुरल एलिमेंट के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए। आपकी जो टीम है सैंटा ई स्पोर्ट्स, हाउ डिड यू गाइस कम टुगेदर? जितना अगर आई थिंक जिन लोगों ने इंडिया सीरीज फॉलो किया होगा वो आपको टीम अल्फा के नाम से जानते थे, नाउ यू गाइस आर प्लेइंग अंडर द बैनर ऑफ सैंटा ई स्पोर्ट्स। तो इस जर्नी के बारे में बताइए, फ्रॉम BGIS टू BMPS।
BGS में हम पे कोई ऑर्ग नहीं थी, तो हम BGS टीम अल्फा के नाम से खेले थे। आफ्टर दैट जब हम BGS खेले उसके बाद भी हम पे ऑर्ग नहीं थी, बट फिर एंड में जाके हमें सैंटा मिले, वो हमें बहुत हेल्प करें रिगार्डिंग थिंग्स एंड ऑल द थिंग्स। वो काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हमारे डिफ़िकल्ट टाइम्स में, तो फिर हम कंटिन्यू करें और हम आज आए।
आई थिंक अभी तो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस, आई थिंक टीम अल्फा से एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो थी अब और बढ़ गई हैं आफ्टर दिस 4th वीक। बट जैसा आपने अपनी ऑर्ग सिचुएशन के बारे में बताया, अपने टीममेट्स के बारे में भी थोड़ा बताइए। यू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ टैलेंटेड प्लेयर्स, देयर इज अडोनिस, देयर इज पनिशर, आप खुद इतना बढ़िया खेलते हैं। सो एक बार रूबरू करा दीजिए अपने रोस्टर के साथ भी।
लाइक द थिंग इज कि अडोनिस, मैं और पनिशर, हम ऑलमोस्ट लास्ट BMPS के बाद से ही हम खेल रहे हैं, ठीक है। एंड कॉफिन जो है वो BGS के 2 महीने पहले ही ऐड ऑन हुआ है, तो लाइक मैंने इनके अंदर वो बात है, तो मैंने इनको लिया था, इनको देखा था, इनको मैं पहले से देखता आ रहा हूँ। लाइक कॉफिन को तो आप जानते ही होगे
जी,
लाइक BGIS 2024 आई गेस 4 या 5,
एक आइकॉनिक क्लच था
तो
उनका।
या उसका था। फिर अडोनिस जो था वो पहले शैडो ब्लिट्स का मेंबर था, काफ़ी अच्छा पोटेंशियल था उसमें, उसका भी गेम देखा था मैंने, उधर से उसको लिया था। पनिशर मेरा बहुत पहले से लाइक एक्चुअली मेरा भाई है, तो वो LOC जब हम लास्ट BGS खेले थे LOC एक्स डाई के नाम से, तो उस टाइम पे उसने काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था। तो मुझे लगा था इन तीनों को मिलकर एक असॉल्टर ट्रियो बना के एक अच्छा लाइनअप फॉर्म करना चाहिए। मैंने करा, टाइम दिया एंड हियर वी आर टुडे।
Here you are. लास्ट वीक आपने सेफ हेवन तो अपने लिए गेन कर लिया है उस ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड में फॉर ग्रुप डी, लेकिन इसके आगे की जर्नी थोड़ी टफ रहने वाली है। यू हैव द सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस नेक्स्ट, देन द सेमीफाइनल्स, लास्ट चांस क्वालिफायर्स और फिर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। ये एक लंबा सफर रहने वाला है। तो क्या चल रहा है आज का दिन? इट शुड बी इजी, बट व्हाट अबाउट द नेक्स्ट फ्यू स्टेजेस?
नेक्स्ट फ्यू स्टेजेस, हाँ वो डिफिकल्ट तो रहेंगे, बट ऑफ कोर्स लाइक हमारे टीम में उतना पोटेंशियल है कि वो कर सकते हैं, तो मैं बस अपनी टीम पे ट्रस्ट करूंगा एंड अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलूंगा, बाकी जो होता है we'll see.
Whatever happens, we'll see. I think ये एक अच्छा mindset है, and especially if you're looking to aiming to take yourself as far as you can in this tournament. Alpha, thank you so much and good luck for your matches today, man. It has been a pleasure watching you through the past few weeks.
Thank you so much.
So that was Alpha from Santa Esports, ladies and gentlemen. टीम ने काफी अच्छा खेला है इस आखिरी हफ्ते के अंदर, और बस देखना ये है कि क्या ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक का सफर अच्छे से तय कर पाते हैं कि नहीं। बट दैट वाज जस्ट वन कॉन्वर्सेशन, वी हैव वन मोर, और उसके लिए मेजी हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। सो लेट्स हेड ओवर टू मेजी।
BMPS 2026 राउंड 4 आखिरी 3 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं और आज के दिन पर हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं निंजा जॉर्ड। चलिए उनकी तरफ चलते हैं और जानते हैं कि लास्ट 3 मैचेस की क्या रणनीति रहने वाली है। निंजा, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत बढ़िया। आप बताओ, आप कैसे हो?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। निंजा, देखिए अब 3 ही मैचेस बचे हुए हैं और अभी आप उतने कंफर्टेबल पोजीशनिंग पर बैठे नहीं है। पिछले 3 मैचेस में क्या गलत हुआ?
पिछले 2 मैचेस में तो मतलब एक पहला मैच था जिसमें थोड़ा हमारा चोक कर दिया, तो मेरी तरफ से वो मैंने चोक कर दिया था, नहीं तो हमारे पॉइंट्स आ जाते राउंडो में। एंड सेकंड मैच भी इतना कुछ अच्छा खास नहीं गया और लास्ट मैच तो मतलब वही हुआ था कि हम फंस गए थे एक जगह पे, अगर आपने देखा ही होगा। तो इन शॉर्ट खराब ही गए वो तीनों मैचेस।
निंजा, बट अगर आपके इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस की हम बात करें ना, तो अगर हम केवल प्रो सीरीज को ही देखें तो लास्ट बार जब आपने ओपन चैलेंज खेला था टीएसएम से, तभी आपने वो प्रो सीरीज खेला था। उसके बाद अभी तक आप प्रो सीरीज में गए नहीं। तो ये भी क्या एक प्रेशर हो सकता है जो आप अपने दिमाग में रख के चल रहे हो, यार कितना समय हो गया, मैं प्रो सीरीज के लिए क्वालिफाई भी नहीं हो पाया?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ प्रेशर वगैरह तो है नहीं। मैं एकदम चिल हूँ क्योंकि जो मेरे टीममेट्स हैं एंड जो लाइक कोच एनालिस्ट है हमारे, वो मेरे को बहुत लाइक मोटिवेट करते हैं। वो लाइक ऐसा करते हैं कि लाइक तू खेलेगा तो तेरा पहला मतलब लाइक BMPS प्रो सीरीज इधर से ही खेलने वाला है। तो वो कॉन्फिडेंट फील कराता है। मेरे को भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि लाइक पहली बार मैं एक BMPS इतना आगे तक आया हूँ।
और अब तो
बढ़िया चल रहा सब कुछ। एंड
जी, और अब तो
जी,
डायरेक्ट
बोलिए।
आपके पास मौका भी है ना कि आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंच भी सकते हैं। तो 3 मैचेस जरूरी है कि आप बढ़िया खेल कर जाएं। पर प्रोटोन और पेन के बारे में कुछ बताइए कि उनका एडिशन अभी तक आपको कैसा लगा रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क में?
पेन तो मतलब अब प्रोटोन तो अभी आया है, बट पेन का ऐसा है कि वो बहुत ही बढ़िया खेल रहा है। मतलब जो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं था कि वो इतनी जल्दी चीज़ों को अडेप्ट करेगा, सीखेगा। और वो वैसा है कि हर चीज़ को वो ध्यान देता है कि हाँ ये चीज़ बेटर कर सकते हैं। वहाँ पे वो मेरे को हेल्प भी करता है, ऐसा नहीं कि वो बस मारने वाला ही प्लेयर हो। एंड रही प्रोटोन के बाद, वो भी वो सब चीज़ों पे देख रहा है, सीख रहा है और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम लोग टाइम स्पेंड कर रहा है, जिससे कि मेन होता है कि आउट गेम सिनर्जी बनाना। तो वो बना रहा है। तो धीरे धीरे वो भी अपना काम बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है।
पर ट्रेस के परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर आपको नहीं लगता कि थोड़ा चिंता होनी चाहिए रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क को? क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ट्रेस का पहले परफॉर्मेंस था और जैसे अभी हम उनको खेलता हुआ देख पा रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि वो नहीं खेल रहे हैं बढ़िया, पर वो ट्रेस गॉड वाला परफॉर्मेंस नहीं है। तो उसके पीछे का कोई रीजन है या फिर अभी थोड़ा वक्त लग रहा है?
रीजन तो ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। वो डेली ग्राइंड, डेली वो सब कुछ कर रहा है। बस वही होगा कि शायद वो अपनी तरफ से जो ट्राई कर रहा है शायद वो ना हो पा रहा हो। कि कभी कभार ऐसा होता है एक प्लेयर के साथ कि हम अपना 100% देते हैं, बट लक कुछ और बोलता है कि हाँ वो चीज़ वर्क नहीं कर रहा है। बट वो भी अपना ट्राई कर रहा है कि वो सब चीज़ें वो सही करे एंड जितना वो हम लोगों को टाइम दे पाए और हम लोग के लिए अच्छा कर पाए, वो करने की ट्राई कर रहा है।
चलिए, आज देखिए 2 आपके पास मिरामार है। अब सबसे बड़ा सवाल यही है कि क्या सच में आप लोग पिकाडो जाने वाले हैं या ड्रॉप लोकेशन में कुछ चेंजेस हैं?
फिलहाल तो पिकाडो ही जाने वाले हैं कि मतलब उधर जाएंगे एंड अगर टीम चाहती तो फाइट ले लेंगे आगे।
और आपका वैसे भी मिरामार अभी तक तो सच में बढ़िया ही गया है। अगर कोई ड्रॉप क्लैश होता भी है तो आप अच्छा ही खेल रहे हैं। तो अगर ड्रॉप क्लैश आता है तो आप तैयार हैं उस चीज के लिए?
हाँ, रेडी तो है।
बट ये भी आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि अगर उल्टा हो गया तो फिर सेमीफाइनल्स भी आप जा सकते हैं।
वो तो देखेंगे पहले एरांगल के बाद ना, क्योंकि मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि अगर रिस्क ले रहे हैं तो रिवॉर्ड भी अच्छा ही मिलता है।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि आपको निंजा जॉर्ड रिवॉर्ड बढ़िया हो और काफी समय बाद BMPS फाइनल्स के आप बहुत करीब आए हैं। TSM के बाद अब रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क से आपको मौका मिला है कि आप अपने आप को BMPS फाइनल्स तक पहुंचा पाएं। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग 3 मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
ये थे निंजा जॉर्ड हमारे साथ जुड़े। उन्होंने कहा कि जो ड्रॉप क्लैश है उसको अवॉइड नहीं किया जाएगा, वहां फाइट ली जाएगी। देखते हैं कि क्या वो फाइट ये जीतते हैं या फिर हारते हैं। पर अब शुरू करेंगे आज के दिन का खेल।
It's the last day of the qualifier stages of BMPS 2026. And at the end of the matches, two groups will have their futures revealed. Futures forged by fire, whether it takes them to the grand finals, the semis, or will it just be enough to survive to the survival stages of this tournament. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it's going to be none other than IC Baby 1-2. And IC, we've had an exciting few days, the last few days of this week. For today, it's the last day, Group A and Group D. 3 matches left per group, and while there are 16 teams fighting for semis and grand finals qualification, there's a team that is just fighting for survival in BMPS.
You know what? I am on the same boat with everybody who's going to be watching as well. We're just praying and hoping for our teams to actually qualify here, because as of yet here for Group A, I think pretty much safe is going to be Vasista Esports. Godlike is on the safer side on the things here. Technically, a lot of people have been saying that they are qualifying their way through, but mathematically, based on the scoreboards coming from Group A, if they get 0 points in this next upcoming 3 matches, and everybody else in the bottom doubles their points respectively, they might just get overtaken as well. So
There's
very
always,
unlikely, but still there is a chance.
Exactly. There's always a chance that things can go wrong and you can get kicked out. That is why it's important to stay consistent, even if it's just the last few games. And I do agree with you. To a certain extent, maybe Godlike have made it through, but we still have to discuss what could the potential cutoff for Group A be.
Exactly. And of course, before we get into his Group D as well, I know based on our interviews, we have 2 very, very spicy interviews as well. One coming in from Vasista Esports and the other coming from REVENANT XSPARK as well. And I'm trying to draw the connected dots between the 2 interviews, but it feels like what Ninja George said is that if we do well in Erangel, then maybe there is a shot for them to qualify for semifinals. Is there like an implication that the drop clash might actually happen between REVENANT XSPARK and Vasista?
Hey, if it happens, I mean, it's going to be exciting. And for that to happen, as you mentioned, we have to make sure that REVENANT XSPARK does well. Well, we don't have to make sure. Ninja Jordan and the boys have to make sure that REVENANT XSPARK does well on that one Erangel that they have today. And Group A, I mean, the journey so far has been very intense. As you mentioned, 2 teams have kind of secured a spot for the grand finals already. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard, because we have Vasista with 47 points, Godlike with 40. 2 names that are safe, because everyone is expecting the cutoff to fall between 35 to 40 points. But then we have Soul 27, Divine 26, Team Tamilas 26, OG with 25, 40R with 25, and 8-Bit as the team right now sitting on the 8th position with 24 points.
Now, right now, the only way that Godlike doesn't get qualified here is very, very simple, right? Vasista Esports and Godlike both get 0 points in these next 3 games, and then everybody else sneaks up into the top 8. So that's the only way Godlike doesn't qualify. But aside from that, they are in a very, very good safety net, which I'm looking forward to as well. Soul also made a little bit of bounce back as well in their game 3, getting themselves into 27 points. But on the bottom half, well, things are getting a little bit spicy as well, because for Victorious Summers, for WINDGOD, for Wyld Fangs, they need a miracle to actually qualify right now.
Week 3, Victorious Sumus at the end was sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Number 1 above everyone else. And now, week 4, after the first 3 games, they are sitting dead last. Not a side that we expected, but again, I think there was a big enough incentive to perform in week 4 as well. A direct spot inside of the grand finals. Of course, to increase or maybe just make things worse for the teams inside of the top 8, you have teams like Nebula, REVENANT XSPARK that will try to chase you down and find a spot in the top 8. But that's the story for Group A. We move on. Now the storyboard for Group D. The overall leaderboard on our screens. Had a conversation with Alpha. They're feeling very comfortable. Santa Esports, 52 points within the first 3 games. That has to be some sort of a record.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky one as well. I think Santa is going to try and break the record even higher as well. Because the fact that if Santa continues the consistency based on yesterday's performance, the day before's performance, they are going to be snatching away some valuable points for all the teams at the bottom to try and send themselves back into his top 8. In particular, I'm talking about a specific team down bottom here is going to be Godsend Legions. They started from Group C, they're doing okay, and then eventually coming down to his Group D, things hasn't been looking good for them, whereas their counter-sister part, Godsend Esports, who actually started from Group D, who is sitting comfortably in Group B. So this is going to be a little bit of a test of testament here, at least for Gods and Legions, whether or not did they actually deserve Group C to begin with.
I mean, it is a big question, and I think a lot of people would argue that no, maybe we would have placed this team in a different group. But here they are, and as the struggles continue, I think this is a very important fight for them today to prove a lot of those people wrong and just stick around in the tournament long enough to play the survival stages. But we have the individuals that have been having a phenomenal run in this BMPS 2026 so far, and of course the elimination leaders being led by none other than Dhruv from Rapid Chaos Esports, the only player so far to have crossed that 50 finish marker.
Yeah. At the same time as well, joining him here is going to be Smoker and Jonathan as well, who came in from Group C, who did really, really well. Same can be said for Cyrex as well. And I think Group C, they really had a very, very good time of just farming finishes here, considering that there wasn't a lot of stakes involved here in Group C. But for the MVP rankings as well, now, Sawar, Arib, Taurus, and Smoker is joined the mix here into his top 4, into his Dhruv. And this has been shuffling between all these players for quite some time. Occasionally, we do see Lobster in the mix as well. We sometimes even see Punk in the mix as well.
Yeah.
So it hasn't been set in stone, but the only one that has been a number 1 here has been Dhruv throughout the entire 4 weeks.
I think only for a few days he was toppled over by Sarwar in the early season and Taurus, but since the start of week 2, he has just dominated that leaderboard. We do have the IGL rankings that did see a little bit of a switch up yesterday with Punk dropping from the 1st to the 3rd position, and he was replaced by none other than Rex from the side of Team Versatile, who has been incredible. VXT in this 4th week also did step up in a very nice manner.
Yeah, again, you know, if you guys were watching as well, VXT is a very, very clear indicator of potentially surviving the survival stage and making it to the semifinals as well. A top contender indeed here, but again, we haven't included the teams coming in from Group B as well, so there is going to be some spicy moments here when the survival stage actually begins, which is in about 2 days' time. But for today, we are going to be looking at the first 8 teams to be eliminated from BMPS 2026, and also the first 8 teams qualifying directly to the grand finals.
Exactly. It's either all the glory or the heartbreak that you will have to watch the matches online. That will be revealed today. We do have the schedule on our screens, starting off with Rondo, Erangel. Erangel, the first 3 games being played by the teams from Group D. And then we have Erangel, Miramar, that will be played by the teams from Group A. We also have our predictions. For me, personally, I do not expect Nebula Esports, and I see you and I are on the same page with this, that we are not expecting Nebula Esports to stick around outside of that top 8 for long.
Well, technically, Nebula is currently on the 9th position.
Yeah.
I feel like they should be able to sneak into the top 8 here. Maybe your prediction is them not sticking around. For me, it's like,
No,
I think
I
they're
am
going to push
hoping.
in. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You are hoping as well. But that's for Group A as well. But for Group D, it is a little bit mixed by majority as well. I think the safest picks will be Santa. I see a few Santa ESP. That's pretty much a no-brainer. There's no way they're not surviving the survival stage.
Pretty much, I think they should be able to make it through. 52 points, there's no one even close. But my pick for Group D was Team Doxy.
Yeah.
Team Doxy, they're outside of the top 8, facing elimination right now. But from what we saw from them within the first 3 weeks of the BMPS qualifier stages, there is potential for them to be able to make that bounce back. But will that actually happen? It is time to have all of these answers revealed, ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off our day with the map of Rondo and the teams from Group D.
Well, the stakes is an all-time high here for each and every single team here in Group D, and Rondo is going to be one of the toughest maps for this group in particular, because anything and everything will happen all at the same time. So expect the unexpected, expect some absolute chaos that is going to be happening in this map here. And in particular, who will be able to thrive in it is going to be the victors of the spoils here. And as of yet, we can see based on the Rondo rankings on the left, Gen XFM does have a good track record as well. Same can be said for Oops, Thunder Gods, Non-X, and Gods and Legions. So this might be the climb that they need here, especially for teams in the bottom, which arguably is the top 5 of this map.
Yeah, pretty much. Gen XFM, Oops Official, Gods and Legion, big names that everyone will have their eyes pinned on. And along with them, Phoenix Esports, also another name that has delivered middle-of-the-pack performances in the past few weeks, but it's Phoenix Esports. There is a legacy that you have to try and live up to. Well, there's the cluster that we all were hoping to see towards Stadium Apartments. We have Nonix, Doxy, there's Likita Esports, XFM, Gods and Legion, and Santa Esports stuck in a brawl right off the bat.
Oh my goodness, there's just so many teams here. Can they wrap up? Is going to be the question as well. Santa is trying their best in the second floor. Gods and Legions is clearing out the ground floors, but we are seeing stray bullets from outside. They actually shot them as well, so they are going to stop the push up. While XFM is still in control of the top here, Santa is still deciding what they're going to do. Seems like they are going to move down bottom here to try and loot up and clear them out here. So Santa off to a great start in the bottom, while XFM is still taking their own sweet time to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, the situation would have most people worried and sweating, but Santa Esports, based on where they are in the overall leaderboard, not a single ounce of concern on display running into that fight. On the other side of things, in the actual main stadium building, we have Thunder Gods going up against Futurize Esports. Well, it seems like Thunder Gods have been forced out. No way, no access to the stadium. But here we have it. Fragger in an off position caught against someone's dream. And well, Fragger, he's going to be left to dream as he gets finished off very early inside of the game by Scream.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, these two players who are on the solo run for the recall tower, with Thunder Gods losing their main guy that is going to give them that second life. Now Thunder Gods in stadium is pretty much stuck.
Yeah.
They are in trouble.
They are going to be in trouble, but for someone's dream, this was a very interesting split play because we saw Scream towards Hangshan. That is where that fight happened against Thunder Gods. And there's one more player, Desi, from the side of Someone's Dreams, who's all the way up north of Stadium towards the recall tower. So they've gone for a 2-1-1 play, but on our screen, Santa Esports against XFM. And they found brilliant knocks to work with. This should be an easy revive onto Coffin as well. Adonis the savior for the team in that clutch moment.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 1v1 with him here as well. XFM, the third player, is going to be pushing up here to try and stop the revive. Trying to capitalize on the situation, but he is going to try and tap this as well. Don is down to his last 4 seconds. Does he go for the jiggle? There is a smoke here. He knows exactly where he is. He's going to try and bait him out. Oh, misses the timing. Bonnie baits him out in the open and takes him out. That's going to be Santa ESB claiming some elimination points, but they will lose out in this initial engagement. But they'll walk away with 5 finishes.
Yeah, 5 finishes on the board. Not a lot to worry about, but signs of concern could be there. For Futurize Esports, just single point secured. They still have the numbers up and running, but Thunder Gods, they are keeping the pressure on. Futurize Esports, Empire Original. There's a man from the side of Oops as well, lying in wait. And what could have been an amazing opportunity to strike, an amazing opportunity to secure a point for your team. He just fails. An unnecessary casualty for the players of Oops official. Futurize Esports, Norman Jr. has taken a lot of unnecessary damage and now left to deal with that isolated player from Thunder Gods who just seems to be causing a lot of confusion right now in this fight.
Yeah, fortunately for Thunder Gods here, they made the right play. You know, they had 3 players in this vicinity, and then the moment the recall guy got picked off, they sent off IC to back out from that vicinity and then hug the recall tower. So they are going to be having a little bit of a salvation points there coming from there, but unfortunately not enough points for them. But 7 aces, they do find their first pick here on a couple of loose stragglers, but aside from that, very peaceful run here coming in from 7 aces for now, despite a lot of splash of colors around them as well. But the last player from XFM, you know, being picked off here from Likita Esports in this vicinity, and Phoenix heard the commotions. They are going to be third-partying this spot. And this is absolutely the apartment of deaths right now.
Yeah, for sure. And look at the Esports. They won't be able to escape that name. The death blow being handed out to them. And Phoenix Esports, they will be happy with any points they are able to claim. That was the first one from this match. Talking about the starting stages of this game, as stage 1 will come to an end in the next 3 minutes. A brilliant start to this map of Rondo by Likita Esports and Santa Esports. 7 finishes for Likita, 5 for Santa. XFM also a decent start, and considering they are at the podium of the leaderboard right now, sitting second right behind Santa Esports, there should not be a lot of pressure on the players of XFM as well. And same goes for Nonix. But a few big names on the second half. Teams like Blink, teams like FEZ, teams like Fly, Gods and Legion. Still waiting to see, are we going to see double digits in this map of Rondo? Because that is the only thing that saves them in this BMPS 2026.
Yeah, they definitely need it as well. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners also pretty much secured the top 8 for sure. But as of yet as well, FEZ, they still haven't exactly wrapped up their fight here in Stadium. There's a couple of loose stragglers, and that is going to be one FEZ, no, actually 2 players from FEZ, 1 player from TDG, and also 1 player from Oops, who's trying to rat their way around here. Closey hasn't been able to win any gunfights yet, especially for TDG. They've pretty much lost all their gunfights, and now running out open here. He swings wide, goes for a pick, and Centrics go down. That is going to be the first point here for Thunder Gods.
Hey man, Oops official, they keep trying to make these 200 IQ plays, but I think they got the calculation wrong. Seems like 20, but T7 Orion. That Molotov to stop them on the stairwell. There's a counter molly and it burns him alive. And, well, it was his own Molotov. What is going on with 7 aces? Rolex falls through to his own molly. And his teammate got traded out. T7 Orion just being gifted an opportunity to recover. Although, points haven't been secured in that fight. They missed out on the finish points.
Yeah, that is just very, very unfortunate for them as well. They tried their best, but the Molotov, oh, that was just a blunder come in play. But for Japi Esports, they do find a couple of picks here.
It was kind of funny for 7 aces. They show up in a fight at a disadvantage, and, well, then you just deny the points. I feel bad for T7 Orion. 2 players knocked out in front. You can't even grab a single one.
Yeah, it's just so sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Flying Esports, they heard all these commotions. They are going to try and third-party this, but they are going to play this safely here to try and flush them out in the open before taking them out. Unless Hunter decides to actually push up. Seems like he is going to go in the check here, trying to get a little bit of information. Seems like his footsteps has been heard here coming from T7 Orion. Firo looks at the wrong angle, gets picked off from the off angle above. Fijat, the nice little pick there. But Hunter also getting traded off as well. So Flying Esports, they have to consider committing to this fight right now.
Oh, for sure. This is when they have the opportunity, when the players of Team Flying Esports still have that vision to work with, or at least the information about where the players are. A nade lobbed out by Jut, but it doesn't really manage to cause damage or even catch anyone off guard. And Team Flying Esports, they don't have a lot of options. They have to close in, but towards the other front, we have Nonix up against Japi Esports. And it's kind of an even-Steven situation up until now. Japi Esports, they finally have the advantage in this fight. And Nonix, they're down to the last man. Stunner, who's just running for his life, trying to clutch out this 1v2. A brilliant jump shot to secure that knock, but that preemptive nade from SKOP will be the final nail in the coffin. And Nonix become the first team to get eliminated on this map of Rondo.
Beautiful stuff there coming in from that fight, but now Flying Esports goes for the wrap-up. Unfortunately, can't seem to wrap things up here. Moody is able to find the trade once more. T7 Orion, once again, just holding strong in this scenario outside the zone. And things are getting a little bit spicy inside the zone, outside as well. Santa going up against Team Doxy. Santa seems to be pretty much winning a couple of 1v1 trades, but they're pretty much out in the open here. Not exactly sure why they were out here to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very awkward position to fight from, but they had the angles to work with, especially that split that denied Team Santa the opportunity to wrap around that ridge. Team Doxy, a few extra points gained at the start of this match, but they need to go a long way. Just 18 points on the board right now with the 6 eliminations that they have from this game so far. And Team Doxy, I'm hoping to see a chicken dinner win the first 2 matches from them, but we'll see how the story unfolds. XFM stuck in the EMP zone.
Well,
But at least I believe they are inside of the circle, so not a lot to worry about.
yeah, but for now, this is going to be a very, very important game for XFM. So they scored at more than 10 points. They should be safe for top 8 as of yet here, considering that Santa and Non-X has been taken out. So we are not going to be seeing that big vacuum of points being gobbled out by Santa from this game. So there is a big chance for teams at the bottom to strike back. And Godsend Legions is going to be one of those teams looking to try and make a statement here.
And talk about a statement. You look the statement being made by the teams in the top 8 of the leaderboard already. We are seeing majority of the teams in the top 8 being the aggressors, securing a lot of these elimination points at the start of the game. With the teams that have a lot more to lose, just I think paranoia has kicked in, because you see someone's dream, a recall used, just a single point gained. Phoenix Esports, 1 finish on the board, haven't even gone for any fights. Flying Esports, Godsend Legion, Blink, FEZ, Oops Official, they aren't even doing that well, wherein recalls have been used, but value is not being gained because instead of confidence, it's fear that's filled their minds, the fear of elimination in the opening qualifier rounds of BMPS.
Oh, I get where you're coming from as well, but like it or not, this is Rondo. It's going to be fight, 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 and non-stop fighting. It seems like FEZ, they do take a little bit of jabs here. Joppy Esports smack middle of the zone here on the west side. But this circle is going to be a little bit tricky as well because it's divided between the west and the east side here. The play styles are going to be very, very different. And for Oops Official, they are going to be gatekeeping the northwest corner. This next circle is going to be very important as well. 3 more seconds on the clock. They have to reposition. Is it going to go to west or is it going to go to east? It seems like it is going to go to the east side here. And this divider is going to be actually detrimental here for teams like Joppy, FEZ as well, who now has problems crossing the divide.
Yeah, even someone's dream, I think they are going to face a lot of pressure in the next few moments, holding on to that southwestern edge of the play zone. One of the best spots in the game right now is with Godsend Legion, which is what I'm surprised about because it did not seem that great a few moments ago, but now all of a sudden, that southeastern edge of the play zone, you will be uncontested for the next few moments. You will be able to hear the commotion up towards the north side, but look at the esports, a drive-by attempt by the players of Oops, and it is going to be a failed attempt for sure, as they lose one man, and Inferno is in a position from where it should not be too difficult for him to strike a decisive blow in this fight.
Oh boy, look at the esports. They are still going to try and give chase here. Oops Official is going to be backing out, and the nades are coming in. It seems like they're a little bit afraid to overcommit to this fight. Look at Oops. But they do have a counter nade. Now finally makes the call to actually push up, but it might be a little bit too late here. Teams are kind of spread out, but Reaper looking for an off-angle to go for those confirmations. Spots the legs through the cracks. Drops Daniel down very low, but an off-angle from Starboy who's able to go for the counter trade here.
Oh, on the flank. There's a man on the flank. Starboy needs to be cautious. That nade, it does help him put some pressure onto Reaper. Another one lobbed out, hoping to find a knock, and well, it claims them the finish. But that knock onto Reaper, that last frag that they want, it's going to require a little bit of extra effort. 2 names lobbed by the players of Likita Esports. And well, they got what they came here for. The points from Oops Official. And Likita Esports already in double digits. 11 finishes secured.
Oh wow, what a comeback coming from Likita Esports, I would say.
Yeah.
It was a very scrappy fight. Fortunately for them, there was not a lot of third parties coming in play, but it's still a very, very clean takedown against Oops Official. The pressure is on for Oops with 2 more games remaining. Can they push in the top 8? Well, chances seems to be whittling down here just from off this game here. But for the rest of the pack, T7 Orion still hasn't given up yet. They've got 6 finishes. This is a great start for them. But can they close the game is going to be the question here. They need placement points. They need at least 10 more points to try and have a decent shot for the top 8. Same can be said for Blink Esports as well. We saw moments of brilliance from them during the first few weeks, and then things just hasn't been looking good for them. 7 aces as well in a tight spot. Only got 1 point in this game. Last player left, Gonut. Now in the world of the pain, the best scenario you can ask for is at least claim some placement points in this scenario. Survive towards the top 8, but hearing all these gunshots coming from Gods and Legions, he's a little bit hesitant here because the next phase of Circle is going to force him to make a decision really quickly. And it is going to shift up north here. Thunder Gods having a great spot on the north side, and same can be said for Blink, who's been sitting in WINDGOD for the longest of time.
Yeah, now things take a turn for the worse again for the side of Gods and Legion as well, who all of a sudden now have to fight through Team Doxy and Blink, who, as you mentioned, are in the prime spot towards the southern half of the circle. But I see majority of the chaos. You and I both know it's going to happen towards that western shoreline where we have Joppy Esports, FEZ, Team Flying, Someone's Dream, and T7 Orion. 5 different names looking to cross over towards that eastern half. But on the northwestern edge of the play zone, with Thunder Gods against Likita Esports, Starboy knocked out. Inferno in the back lines also spotted. Although that spray from Fragger was an apologetic effort. No contact made. It was just to keep the pressure on the players of Likita Esports. And Daniel on the other side. It seems like Likita are kind of desperate, looking for that revive as well.
Boy, Nikita again trying to stop TDG. Almost finds the connection close. He almost gets taken out. But Likita Esports, they are looking for those resets once more. But TTG, they break past the barrier. They are going to be inside the zone while Likita is going to be stuck outside. Seems like Likita Esports, they need to wait for a miracle here. Potential third party to try and find an opener to push through. The reset is here. They are going to walk up, but TTG, it seems like they're not prepared to actually take this fight. They're a little bit afraid as well, expecting that there might be a potential flank.
Hesitation. in the hearts of Thunder Gods, Tortuga Gaming. And of course, it will be their recalls have been used. They just have 2 points. They are hoping to find a space, a safe spot inside of that top 8. But Choppy Esports, a rotation made out of desperation, and they get caught off guard by the players of Futurize Esports. Futurize as well, not looking the best. 2 players in the same vehicle. Norman Jr. dropped extremely low. Commando can't really do anything to help him out, apart from maybe making some cover, but it's a very difficult position to survive from for Futurize Esports.
Yeah, I have to set up really quickly as well, considering that they are in the center of the circle. We have only 2 players in the back. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but for Flying Esports, it should be A-okay. They do have a nice ridge to actually work with to kind of even things out and wait for the competition. And surprise, surprise, teams coming from the west has somehow crossed the divide uncontested as well. They have managed to sneak in into this final zone, except for a few players coming from Joppy, who in this case has been taken out. Same can say it for Futurize as well. But for Flying Esports, they've got all the time in the world to figure out where this next phase of circle is going to happen as well. Because if the circle shift east side, look at this. There's just no man's land after no man's land. And they're pinned between 2 teams. But if circle shifts west side, guess what? This 3 teams is going to work together to shut out everybody on the east side.
Pretty much, but if I'm Team Flying Esports right now, I am extremely paranoid about both Futurize and Someone's Dream in the rear. Team Doxy, we spoke about them a few moments ago, present towards the southeastern edge of the circle and still quite comfortable. I think Doxy's decision to not engage into the side of Blink or even try and pick a fight proactively against E7 and it kind of works out. If you don't need to fight, don't risk it, especially Team Doxy, who are also there with the players of Thunder God Esports, who kind of concerned about sticking around inside of the top 8 bracket. Just 19 points on the board for Team Doxy. Well, 18 points. They are looking for more from this game.
Oh boy, the circle actually shifts to the west side as well. Oh, this is going to be tough here for teams coming east side. T7 Ryan trying to push up. Phoenix is going to be the first obstacle. They're all out in the open, and Phoenix is just playing peekaboo with them. Taking their own sweet time to take them out. That's going to be 2 down. Last man in the bushes, and he gets spotted out as well. And that's going to be Phoenix claiming 3 points just like that. And a very, very easy takedown. T7's a moment of comeback pretty much put at a halt.
Yeah.
From this wipeout.
And it was this map of Rondo where you needed to make it happen. It's the map where you get those big numbers on the scoreboard. And it does make your life a whole lot easier, but it's definitely trouble brewing up between Juppy and Likita Esports. Both the teams still fighting for the control of the northwestern edge of the play zone. And this nade from SKOP, it chips away at that HP bar of Starboy, forcing him to fall back. Likita Esports losing a little bit of pressure in this fight, but Juppy Esports, same can be said for them as SKOP is out of grenades now. No Molotovs as well.
Seems like Likita Esports is going to make a book for it as well. A couple of nades to try and mask their exit, but it seems like they might have faked the audio here to try and bait Juppy, thinking that they may have just left, but secretly they are around still. Nades still continue to pile on. Juppy still on paranoia, a little bit afraid to peek out. SKOP dropped a little bit of damage coming through here. Trying to smoke up a little bit, try and buy a little bit more time, but Dreams finds the opener. That may be a little bit of a sign here for Juppy to actually push up, but again, they're still so afraid.
Yeah. I think still feeling a little uncomfortable. There's a lot of commotion from the other side of this ridge as well, but SKOP, he needs to be the playmaker here. The edge of the smoke should allow him to go for a peek, but no, again and again, just trying to spray through that wall of smoke, and it's not really working out. Juppy, Dreams from the back lines, that nade, a re-knock onto Inferno, and they again have the pressure, enough pressure to make that bounce on the players of Likita Esports, but this level of hesitation, it is not looking good for the players of Juppy Esports. Likita Esports finally have recovered. Inferno has his HP back up once again. Likita Esports will be able to fight it out.
Oh my goodness, Juppy, they may have just dropped the ball. Likita Esports is going to go for the slam. Juppy is still backing out just because of the fact that they're so afraid of getting shot at the back. Someone's Dream is just making a fantastic job, making lives miserable for Juppy. by shooting them at the back non-stop. And because of that, they're so hesitant and indecisive. Slowly but surely, they are getting picked apart. And now with the zone coming through, they have to make a play eventually. Meanwhile, 7 Aces got it. Last player was able to get the knock, but no confirmation because he got picked off as well. And that is going to be another player down the back, but we're down towards the final 8 teams so far. Placement points finally in play now.
So this is where I think we will see the big changes on the overall leaderboard. As you mentioned, placement points are now finally in play. And from the top 8, it's Phoenix, Nikita Esports and Juppy that are doing really well for themselves. But majority of the teams still surviving in this map are the ones that are fighting for survival to the survival stages. There's a lot of survival repetition, but that is what's the most important thing for the teams from Group D. There's Thunder Gods, someone's Dream, Gods and Legion. I thought they were done, but no, they're still here. Someone's Dream, though, an awkward push into the players of Futurize Esports and Dizzy. Oh, he's going to be left dreaming. Or maybe he was already dreaming when he made that bounce with his entire team still outside of that zone. No one committed to that fight, by the way.
You know
apart
what?
from one man.
Dizzy literally made a dizzy spin with the vehicle and just got picked off. That is just very, very unfortunate. But for Futurize Esports, very happy about that. But as of yet, I gotta take a little bit of replay here to see how that happens here. Are we gonna capture that? We shall see. But on the other flip side as well, I think Gods and Legions was able to get a very nice push in, and Team Doxy was just getting completely shut down, completely blinded in this scenario as well. Gods and Legions making these pounds, gave them the opener. We saw a little bit of Science Life here from Yap, but Hardcore was able to clean him out here, down towards the last wire. So that was a very awkward fight, but still, Gods and Legions is gonna be very happy for them.
Ooh, what a spray though coming through. Thunder Gods finally looking to build up some pressure on the opponents, and well, Closey is doing quite well for himself. Once again taking down one more player from the side of Blink. Has he taken out 3 as of now? It's just one man remaining, and it's Jayesh who's fighting for his life, but too much pressure. There's a lot of players on the other side of the ridge that you have to deal with. Oh, but distraction from the flank. And this is something that Blink are going to be grateful for. Gods and Legion from the backlines is drawing the attention of Thunder Gods, but it's not enough. Finally, there's the push that we were hoping to see. Jayesh put under pressure. He's hoping for the knocks. A little bit of a helping hand being lent by the players of Gods and Legion in the backlines, but Abhi could have been a big mistake, and it turns out it is. As Abhi gets knocked out, gets finished off. Thunder Gods all of a sudden down to the last 2 players. And why is everyone pushing the smoke like this? It is a lot of risk, and they're paying a very heavy price for this. Look at that, Thunder Gods! They're going to be sent back to the heavens. Those clouds of smoke that deny them the vision, deny them the opportunity for those points from this game. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, but what a clutch coming from Jayesh as well, holding down the down wire as well. Eventually gave the space to Phoenix to actually sneak up in the third party, because Thunder Gods was the biggest nuisance on top of the mountain, and thanks to Jayesh's outplay, Phoenix is able to walk up here. Nice little interaction though.
That was a squad wipe handed on a silver platter, to be honest. Like, just running around the smoke. Not even running around the smoke. It wasn't like the players from Thunder God also had vision. They were in the smoke. And at that point, it's just a spray and pray strategy that just kind of worked out for that man.
Yeah, man. It's just sometimes just luck, man. Sometimes you gotta pray really, really hard to actually connect those lucky shots. But you know what's not lucky right now? Nikita Esports, tactical gameplay, Starboy. We know him for mechanical player, and guess what? He just found another pick once as well. He's got 6 finishes. Futurize Esports now in the world of the pain here. The last 2 players has been doing a phenomenal job surviving, but eventually might just run out of steam. But as soon as I say this, I might have just cursed it. Starboy exposes his position, gets picked by Phoenix.
And again, I think Nikita Esports, 2 players left. They have 32 points on the board. Even if they manage to finish on the podium somehow, if they manage to get themselves in the top 3, I think they would have pretty much... Well, they would be kind of close to nailing down the qualification of the survival stages. Again, a podium finish will be needed for that to happen. And Nikita Esports kind of have a decent score inside the play zone. But outside of the play zone, towards the eastern front, we have Phoenix going up against Gods and Legion. And Phoenix Esports, they're just down to their last 2 players.
Yeah, Phoenix Esports can't really push in because of Gods and Legions. And Gods and Legions can't really push in because of Phoenix's high ground as well. Because based on the circle, regardless of whatever happened, both these 2 teams will need to push themselves out in the open here. So Phoenix Esports, they have a few options to work with, and that's going to be traveling from the north side, but they need a Hail Mary. However, with the zone taking out players outside here for Gods and Legions. That is going to be points denial for Phoenix Esports and the rest of this game.
Hey man, you know the thing about Hail Marys, right? Filled with God's grace. And that was God's grace that Gods and Legion, one of the players just got taken out by the blue, making lives of Phoenix Esports a whole lot easier. And they are choosing to move up along the northern edges, just trying to stay safe from Likita Esports, from the likes of Someone's Dream, who should have a line of fire for the players of Phoenix, but Likita Esports 2 versus 3 against the players of Someone's Dream. And that wall of smoke makes Ghostface the biggest threat in this fight.
Yeah, but as of yet, Someone's Dream, they do have the upper hand because they are having a small little cover they can kind of work with that is not exposed to anybody else. Yep. Whereas Likita Esports, if they try to push up, they're going to get shot by Phoenix, they're going to get shot by Godside Legions. This is a very sneaky approach coming from Someone's Dream, but until the circle forces them out, Someone's Dream is pretty much untouchable right now. Unless Gods and Legions decide going for a Grand Slam, you know, which I think is most likely going to happen. But let's see if the circle actually shifts there. But it's most likely going to shift everyone out in the middle. And guess what? Actually, the circle favors Phoenix and Gods and Legions. For some miraculous reason, the circle actually pushes them all out and open. And seems like Someone's Dream may have just been cursed right here, right now. They are forced to come out of this rabbit hole. And they are forced to be exposed in every single direction. It's either a mad dash or just get picked up.
Yeah, but I agree with you on that. All of a sudden, it seems like the gods have turned their face on Someone's Dream. And this ridge that was protecting them from Likita Esports and Gods and Legion would have turned into a death trap. But no, says Scream, as finally aggression is going to be put on display. They do find a little bit of breathing room to work with. Inferno is going to be flushed out. A beautiful play being made by Someone's Dream. And they have at least a little bit more room to breathe inside of that play zone. But Phoenix Esports were able to pick away 1 point from that fight. They were able to shut down Inferno from Likita Esports. We're down to the podium of this game. Someone's Dream, they were fighting for a spot inside of the top 8. Same goes for Gods and Legion. Phoenix Esports, they have, well, done okay-ish in this match already.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is going to be a tricky spot here. But for Scream, finding the opener Gods and Legion, this is huge as well because the moment he wiped them out, things are going to be a-okay for them. But seems like Scream losing his life. Now we're down towards a 2v2 here. But for Gods and Legions, Harsh hasn't been able to pick up his compadre yet. He does have a few nades to work with, but Someone's Dream, they do not want to challenge this, knowing that Phoenix is still stalking them as well. But, ooh, okay, that was a very close nade. Harsh may consider trying to go for the pickup right here, right now. The zone is inching closer and closer. Will they connect?
Oh, it fails. But that melody of death definitely does instill panic into the players of Gods and Legion. And let's not forget about this team, Phoenix Esports, sitting on the flank. They've heard those moves. They've heard those vehicles move out. And I think they were tracking the players of Gods and Legion, so Phoenix should be aware that Gods and Legion are down to their last man. It's a 1 versus 2 situation with Someone's Dream just focused and tunnel visioned on pinning down Harsh from Gods and Legion, who finally falls at the hands of the blue. And we're down to the last 2v2 between these two sides. Someone's Dream, they have the space to work with. Phoenix Esports as well need that line of fire available, and they have a slight elevation that they can make work in their favor.
Yeah, this is a comeback that Someone's Dreams need as well. Ghostface and Goten, as well as Scream, has been doing a phenomenal work during BGIS and even last year. But this time, being stuck in Group D, we finally see the signs of life coming from them. And this is going to be very crucial for them because regardless of whatever, these two teams on screen right now needs this comeback. They need this chicken dinner to start that comeback arc for them. And Phoenix doing already a phenomenal job. Someone's Dream may look to try and secure the chicken dinner. Fave dropped down pretty low. Repositions as well. Does have a small crack to work with, but they're stuck out in the open. Someone's Dream is going to push up at Ghostface in the forefront with those rocks. They need the perfect nade here coming from Phoenix to take him out.
It's going to be an easy finish for Someone's Dream. The players of Phoenix, both of them just pinned down behind the same dip, and there it is. No more moments to hide. Finally, you have to take this fight. It's down to 1v1. Arnav with a sliver of HP has brought Ghostface low, but there's no more ammunition in the magazine for that M4. Switches to the S12K, and it's not going to work out as that last run for the save of the chicken dinner just falls apart. And it's Someone's Dream that keep the dream still alive. 19 points from this game. I think it should be enough to push them inside of that top 8. but they are going to have to put in a little bit more work in the upcoming Erangels to stay there.
Exactly. At least they are given a second chance in life here coming from someone's dream, but this chicken dinner gives them a shot. Same can be said for Phoenix as well. What a very, very nice game as well coming from Phoenix, snatching away a lot of majority of the points in this endgame zones to sneak into the final two, and even a position point of 6 points. That is a lot of points in the hands of Phoenix Esports. But with that being said here, let's take a look at those final throws of this moment as well. Someone's dream was in one of the most awkward spots possible here, with the circle failing them. You could see they were trying desperately to try and find an off angle. Taking out Nikita Esports was the first plan. And of course, with Scream being one of the clutches in this scenario to find the opener for the team to push up, allowing them towards a 2v2 was very, very important turning point here for someone's dream.
Pretty much, and I think the only way it would have worked out for either Phoenix or Godsend Legion is when someone's dream got stuck behind that ridge. All of them, including Nikita Esports, just worked together with utility, which is stopping them from even going for that peak and making that move across the ridge. That's the only way someone's dream could have been taken out early. Once they made it inside of the circle, it became difficult. Especially, we saw the impact of the position that they had on Godsend Legion as Harsh got pinned down behind that airdrop. But as we talk about the story as a whole for Group D, I think from the top of the leaderboard, it's just Nikita Esports that caused a big vacuum within the podium. I think they had about 11 or 12 eliminations on the board, and they were there in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, and even for Gen X FM, so they were able to get a few decent points here. And like you said, Nikita Esports, we've got Starboy pulling up some serious points in that game here. 7 finishes in the bag. I think this will propel them to secure the top 3 at least here. At least for the next 2 games, it is going to be easy runs here coming from Nikita Esports. A massive game coming from them, but the top 5 joining him as well. We also have Closey coming from Thunder Gods, who had a little bit of a good run. But Scream, yeah, this was the most crucial one here that I have to talk about. Someone's dream, Scream, him picking off Nikita Esports, him finding the opener on towards Godsend Legions was the reason why Someone's Dream was able to walk up into the endgame zone and then clean out the competition. So this was a big game here coming from Scream. Zemo from Nikita Esports also did really well. Jappy for SKOP, well, it's got 5 finishes, but at the same time, these were early encounters coming in from Jappy Esports.
Yeah, it was kind of an early encounter. And again, I think Jappy Esports overall did do quite well in this particular match. The aggression that we saw from them, they were able to secure a decent number of finishes by the end of the journey in this particular game. So it should be enough to give them a fighting chance for the next 2 matches. But then again, I think with the kind of twist in the story right now, with the bottom 8 of the leaderboard having a decent run in this map of Rondo, it just makes the next 2 Erangels a lot more interesting. You fail for a single moment. Apart from the podium, I think the top 3 teams should be safe. But anyone besides them, teams sitting from the 4th all the way to the 8th position, you miss a step and you're going to miss the survival stage.
Well, considering that there is 2 more games remaining as well, arguably there's about 4 to 5 more spots available to try and push up the top 8. So it is going to be very, very tricky to actually take down the top 3, at least here for now. And while this game was progressing as well, you can see Phoenix, again, a very nice second chance at life as well. Thunder Gods had the upper hand in that scenario. The entire fiasco, messing up that push, getting taken out, allowing Phoenix to walk up and take the King of the Hill spot from them, and then taking out a competition. That should not have happened here for TTG.
Yeah, I agree with you. It shouldn't have been the case. But hey, now it's turned to reality. We do have the last few moments of this game. I mean, Harsh, very impressive, tried his level best, but just getting stuck inside, behind that airdrop, forced into the blue. Quite unfortunate. Phoenix Esports are enough towards the end. To be fair and to be honest, I really thought he could have clutched it out. At that range, a single shot to the head with a shotgun is enough. Even now, even with the sort of damage reduction balance that was introduced in the game, within the first 20 meters, it's still enough a shot to the head to find a finish with that shotgun. But we do have the match rankings on our screens finally. Someone's Dream, incredible start, 19 points secured. Nikita Esports still doing a little bit better with 20 overall points from this game. Then you have Phoenix with 16, Godsend Legion with 14, Thunder Gods 9, Jappy Esports with 9, Futurize Esports with 8, and Team Doxy. Not a lot of placement points, 7 eliminations from this match. I think Doxy should still be in that fight for the top 8.
Yeah, they definitely are as well. But in the bottom half as well, we also have Blink with 6. We've got T7 Orion with 6 as well. Gen X FN takes a little bit of tumble with 5. Santa X 5. So that's going to be 10 vacuum points stolen away by the top 2. At least Non-X having 4, 7 aces with 1 flying and 1 Oops also 1. And I think the chances for Oops to actually qualify right now, it's nothing shy of just 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, I would say.
Yeah.
This is going to be a rough spot here for Oops.
I mean, we'll have to see exactly how much they need. Yep, as you said, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners and then some more maybe. Because Thunder Gods, with how this Rondo went, I think they are going to be feeling a little bit more confident. Same goes for Juppy. But there has been a switch. 7 aces. Look at that massive drop. 6 positions lost in just a single match. And now they finally find themselves outside of the top 8 bracket. They have to start stepping up, putting their pedal to the metal and make that bounce inside the top 8. The difference is still not that big. I think even T7 Orion, one good game of Erangel, and it has to be the next one. If they are able to walk away with 25, 20 points, they should find themselves inside of that top 8 bracket, and they should find themselves a safe haven, at least heading into that last Erangel.
Hey, surprises, man. We saw so many teams actually unleashing the beast to actually make a bounce back as well. Gen X FM, I thought they were safe, but, well, guess what? They're also in jeopardy as well if they do not start racking up some points. And, of course, unleashing the beast means getting yourself a monster energy to try and energize yourself and, of course, keep yourself in towards the game of BGMI itself. And the players themselves looking very, very strong, and I'm excited to see even more from them.
Exactly, because the journey is not yet over. We still have 2 more maps remaining for Group D and then the journey of Group A. But all of that will happen after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with that isn't fed at top of the throne in the league? How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026, and you guys are currently watching the last day of Week 4 qualifiers itself here. And of course, we are going to be deciding whether or not which 8 teams will be eliminated and also which 8 teams will be the first 8 to actually qualify into the grand finals. My name is ICBaby12, and you can see on my right here, on your left screen, of course, we have a very, very heart-aching Salty.
Yeah.
Who I think has a lot of concerns about this game. What's up?
Yeah, the concerns about the game for sure, but concerns about the 8 teams who are going to, leave us alone in this journey, this long journey. They've been with us for a month now, but the first group of teams to get eliminated. Doesn't that make you sad? Are you heartless, man?
Do you need a tissue?
Potentially after this game.
Yeah, I do not have a tissue. Yeah, I'll get you one later. So
Yeah,
you gotta keep on crying then. But without further ado, we're gonna be jumping straight into game right from the get-go here for Group D itself to continue their journey of whether or not will they be able to survive, because now it is gonna be towards the map of Erangel.
You know what? I'm not going to be crying. My favorite teams have gone past Group D, but for the ones who are still competing, this is the ultimatum, man. The penultimate game. If you want to come out of the trenches, maybe you are reeling in the bottom 4, maybe in the bottom 6, wherever you are. This match is going to be your opportunity to try and jump out, try and make your way inside of the top 8 and survive for a few more weeks.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, survival stage is going to be happening in 2 days' time, so they don't really have a lot of time.
Yeah.
After surviving today, they still have 1 day to make preparations to figure out what the next few set of teams and how the grouping is going to be looking like as well. And for those of you who do not know how the groupings are going to be looking like, guess what? Tomorrow is going to be the live group draws as well. So that's when they actually finally figure out who they're going to be facing off as well. So they don't really have a lot of time, because tomorrow is about 5:30 p.m. is where it actually goes live. And by the time you figure out where you're going to be seated, you have 1 night to figure out the next strategy for next day.
I mean, if I am thinking from a team perspective, you just prepare yourself. Don't worry about the competition. Just try and work on your mistakes and try and keep improving, I guess. But coming back into this match, at least, we do have the circle dropping down on us. And I see this is a rather basic circle for all of us. Of course, there's still that little bit of ambiguity. You've got shooting range. You've got Siverny as well. Maybe even the northern part of Georgia Pool, which can be a little attractive for all these teams out there. But we know it more often than not. It usually comes down to that Gatka Ruins region. So I guess a couple of teams over there, they are going to be very happy. But it seems like we do have a fight brewing up. Flying Esports and Oops Official just landing right next to each other. And Oops Official get into threading ways right from the get-go. The pistol runs out of bullet and no knocks being found. Oops Official have an insane advantage in this fight. And Fly Esports, I see they are dropping like flies now.
Oh my goodness, oops, they actually dropped down first as well. Zentrix was able to find all the openers with the Bison itself, and just like that, he gets 3 finishes. And Flying Esports will be the first team to get eliminated from this game. And speaking of potential comebacks here, oops, now having a very, very good start now with 4 points right off the get-go. But can they survive this endgame and take this chicken dinner? Well, it solely depends on their skills right now, but as of yet, morale all-time high, 100%.
Wow, we've got Jujutsu Kaisen characters inside of the game as well. I hope these players can kind of bring in the strength from Yuji Itadori. Have you watched Jujutsu Kaisen?
Well, I thought that's a Sukuna skin, but yeah, Yuji. Well, it could be. You know, technically, they are the same person.
They are the same person, yeah. So it's basically when Sukuna takes over. So
yeah, with the tattoos, that's Sukuna. That's not Yuji anymore.
He needs that buff of power, by the way.
100%.
Sukuna coming in always gave Yuji a little bit of power. And I hope that Oops Official right now. See, I still feel it is doable for them. DDR at the 8th position, 26 points. Oops Official right now is sitting at 12. That is a 14-point difference between them and the boundary. I guess that is still doable if they do land a great game. Pretty sure they're going to move into the survival stages as quick as this car goes in. The Ford.
Yep, the Ford Mustang is available for the gold spin as of yet as well. There is a discount for their first pin every single day, so be sure to get it as well. And of course, if you like skins, this is the perfect time to get so as well, because sometimes I like the old El Clasico as well. Ford Mustang looks pretty good.
Who doesn't like skins? Everyone loves it. I mean, that is a different ball game altogether that I don't have any because, again, I'm kind of a little broke, but it's still fine. that is a me problem, guys. That is not an us problem.
You have to make better life decisions, my friend. That's all.
Yeah, dude. I mean, trust me, I need to do that. But it's fine. I'm happy wherever I am. You know, sitting here commentating BMPS 2026 qualifiers with you over there as well. So it's a great life, man. I love it.
You know what? I'm going to join you on the same bandwagon as you, where a specific team actually lost yesterday, and I was pretty sad.
Which team are you talking about?
The ones in red and white.
Oh! Oh! My friend with the cannons, huh?
Yeah, I was pretty sad.
Never mind. You know? It does happen, I think. Stuff like that always happens. I kind of appreciate their game as well. It's just the same way as we do appreciate teams from Group D as well, putting up a brilliant fight so far. You know, like teams like Doxy, teams like the Likita Esports, they've not managed to qualify or rather promote themselves out of Group D even once inside of this entire competition. But you know what? Even inside of their group, they're trying, they are giving it their best shot, and I think that is more than enough.
Well, fair enough, but for someone's dream, you know, this is a very nice comeback. With the chicken dinner in place, Ghostface, we've seen moments of brilliance coming from him last year. We've seen Dizzy as well from time to time, but this, yes, the game just now, Scream and Ghostface definitely stole the show. And this clutch from him gives them a very decent amount of shot to actually try and push into the top 8. It's a good start, but it's not exactly the end yet. They are currently sitting on top 4 here with 33 points, but it's not exactly safe yet. Until this game is over and you're still in top 3, you should be safe for the next game. 7 aces as well. First week was a very, very great start for them, but things hasn't been looking good for them. And meanwhile, here's a little bit of fun fact for you guys, for the players that use the most amount of nades so far, the top 5 nade users on the right. We have Mysterious 4, we have Hunters from Genesis, we have Cyrex for EX, we have Scary Job from Victor Summers, and also Dhruv from Rapid Chaos.
I mean, very interesting stat over there. I mean, look at the amount of efficiency on Dhruv, right? 66 nades used. He's found 13 finishes for himself, which is a great stat, to be honest. I'm not really sure if I can say the same for Hunters, man. It's 69 nades found that one finish. It doesn't really matter, I guess. For Hunters, it's more about keep on amping them up, and You know, usually I still feel like nades for finishes isn't really the ideal thing. You want to try and dampen up the opposition's HP bar as much as you can. And I think that is one of the reasons why Hunter is so successful.
But that's the thing, right? He is known for the Grenadier during the Grand Finals itself because
Yeah.
all his nades was so deadly during the Grand Finals of BGIS. So it's sad that he only got 1 out of 69 nades that he tossed. It's just, oh boy, it has been rough here for Genesis, I would say.
I mean,
I just can't wait for Group A to actually begin, man. Like,
I do have a very interesting sports fact, by the way, which can kind of showcase what exactly is. So, do you know Roger Federer, somebody who's actually known as the legend of the game? He's won 52% of the points that he has competed in. He has lost 48% of the points, but he's still considered one of the greatest of the sport itself. And when he was asked about it, he just basically said, you know what, I keep on trying, I don't mind losing, I'm just going to find out a way to win.
hey man, you miss every single shot you don't take, so
Yeah.
take as many as possible. Like, even if you shoot 1,000 times, if one hits, well, it happens. But speaking of hitting right now, it seems like Santa getting completely drove by, and Team Doxy just wipes the floor with them, and Santa nowhere to be found. That was one of the quickest cleanups here coming from Team Doxy.
What's going wrong with Santa Esports though?
Absolutely nothing. There's nothing at stake. We've qualified. 57 points in the bag.
I mean, I understand they certainly have qualified and survived that elimination act, but I still believe Santa Esports, the kind of state they were in, they needed a lot more momentum going ahead into the survival stage, because this was one of the teams I was really looking out for.
Well, we have been looking out for them for the past 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And for now, at least we know they are going to be hitting the survival stage here, so we are going to be looking forward towards them, but at least not for this game, I'd say. First circle, pretty much 2 teams already eliminated here, and stage 2 is about to begin, and it is going to shift all the way to Rozhok itself, so it's going to be heading to the northeast corner. And Nikita Esports had a very, very good game in the previous round here, being the most amount of the team with the most amount of points in the previous game, with a huge comeback. But can they maintain their consistency, because they're not exactly out of the clear for top 8 yet, considering how close the points from top 2 all the way to top 12.
Very true, I guess. Even Nikita Esports, as a matter of fact, in 35 points, if they get stopped right now and get stopped in the next game as well, I'm pretty sure Nikita Esports aren't really going to be as safe as they would have thought they were. Just because of how fragile the overall standings looks like right now. The same can be said for the circle as well. I love Rozhok circles, by the way, especially that kind of river that kind of cuts across it, makes teams choke to their own death. And that is something the IGLs will have to survive against, of course. Majority of the cluster on the Rozhok side. Meanwhile, we only have one team on the Northern Hemisphere. That is going to be Team Doxy. So it is going to be an interesting fight. But for now, on towards Boatyard. We've got Chappy Esports, who find themselves a little bit of a squad house. A couple of those warehouses as well. But they also have, I see, a team in the background.
Well, they're pretty much surrounded, I would say. Chappy Esports, look at them, just paranoia across the board. Explosives just looking around frantically on every single direction. Doesn't know what to do. But we've seen Boatyard endings like this before. It is going to be tricky. I don't think it's going to shift back into this Boatyard here. And I think yesterday is the first Boatyard game that we've seen. And surprisingly enough, it also came from Group D as well. So this is going to be very tricky as well. But I think Team Doxy, they have called... They always wanted to call dips on the north side, but unfortunately they were a little bit late as well. So I think T7 Orion is in the situation where if they can hold this properly, they should be able to get a decent amount of points to close towards endgame and then go for the last push in the final game to sneak into the top 8. But for Oops, right from get-go, they did have 4 points, but they're still outside the zone. Fortunately for them, they do still have a lot of time and a lot of time. I would say a lot of meds as well to actually tank the zone. So Circle 4 isn't too shabby here coming from Oops official. 2 teams already out, so technically there is still somewhat of space. So they just need to be a little bit careful here on those timings before they actually make the push. But it seems like Oops official, they're having a little bit of car troubles right now.
Yeah, I mean, very underrated problems, first world problems for Oops official right now, I guess. But I still believe they are going to be coming out of the blue pretty soon. They're still stage 2, so the fact that they are going to make their way inside of the circle is not up for doubt. The question here is, will they find a team to dethrone or take their space away from? I guess especially with the circle shifting right now, taking us back to the Northern Hemisphere. This is such a big shift in the storylines. Now, Blink all of a sudden is going to be in a massive advantage. Team Doxy themselves are going to have a massive advantage. I see, meanwhile, that cluster, I don't know what's going to happen. It is going to be an absolute massacre.
Yeah, everybody is going to be panicking as well here. Everyone expected to be down south. And you can hear the gunshots are firing here from Phoenix, from Rose. I'm trying to stop teams crossing across as well. Someone's Dream is able to make it across the north side. They are good. Blink as well is already in top. Team Doxy doesn't need to move, but for the rest of the world, they're in for a world of pain. Even for Phoenix as well. Seems like they are going to double down inside Rose out rather than pushing out. Getting picked off apart considering how crowded and many teams they are. But Liquid Esports is far spray here from Jumpy Esports. Is going to be able to find one. And Liquid Esports now pinned out in the open. This is not a great start here for Liquid Esports.
There's also a great catch coming in from Jumpy Esports as well. Catching a couple of these players off guard out in the open as well. They're exposed from their sidelines, and that is a big advantage that Jumpy Esports had in this fight. But of course, Daniel has been brought back up. Starboy lobbing these smokes out in order to provide that soft cover, but I don't really believe Icy. The climb up that ridge is going to be easy because I'm pretty sure Juppy, if they do have good ammunition, they're going to keep on spraying them down. But as soon as I see that Futurize Esports, Commando gets brought down. Fantastically, in my opinion. Man wanted to get out of that situation, had no idea that someone's Dream was camping around this terrain, and now someone's Dream have gotten off the mark.
This is nicely done here coming from someone's Dream. They spread out their forces here to try and cut down all the teams trying to cross the bridge itself, just because of the fact that they called dips rotating north here. So because they are the first, they should be able to scout out and prevent every single team from crossing out here. So they are going to try to choke out the lobby itself in the southern hemisphere in this circle. Very nice strategy being played. Hopefully they are going to be able to hold down the fort for now. But for the teams of the west, they are going to be rotating from the northwest here. There is going to be Gen X FM and also Oops, who made it to the zone. It seems like they are going to collide. Gen X FM just barely 10 seconds late here before conquering the compounds here. But Bunny now, on a spray, finds one. Oops, may have been caught slacking there. Loses one. Rex circles around, but not able to reply from this.
You know, I kind of understand what Oops wanted to do right there. They wanted to get information on what Gen X FM is doing, but Zentrix just took too much time over there. Oops official weren't ever getting away from that error, and Gen X FM were extremely quick to punish that mistake. Finally, of course, Oops official have resorted back to their compound, but the damage is done. Their main man, Zentrix, has been brought down with 3 finishes in that first fight. And we talked about how crucial this match is for Oops official. They needed at least 10 to 15 points to at least keep themselves alive in the race of Pro Series 2026. The circle shifting once again. Behold the BGMI gods, ladies and gentlemen. They are here for absolute cinema.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a double scam on our screen here. It's not going to be the north side. It's going to be back towards Boatyard and Rozok once more. T7 Orion going to be the happiest team in this gamble. And my, oh my, half the lobby went to the north after seeing that circle, and now they're all back towards Rozok and Boatyard. This is brutal to watch. Someone's Dream's advantage completely blown out the window. Gen X FM now forced to run into a TDG to try and rotate back in, but they are able to win this fight. Finds 2. Fragger, the last player left in this vicinity, also drops the fly here. Icy forced to re-rotate back to back up his teammates, but it is too late. Thunder God has been picked apart, and now Icy running for his dear life, trying to find a rabbit hole to kind of hunker down for position points now.
It kind of feels like Gen X FM is on a slaughterhouse. They're on a run, on a mission to try and find every single team out there. That was an epic save coming in from IC, in my opinion, because Thunder Gods, they are sitting right at the edge. 8th position, 26 points. Had they been eliminated, I'm pretty sure they would have just jumped down so many spots. There's still another fight that is brewing up at the outskirts of Rozok. As Phoenix Esports, they are dealing with the threat coming in from Non-X. Player has been knocked down as well. The smokes have been deployed, but Phoenix Esports still not giving up formation, and I love this fact as well. They're not going out in the open. They're not over-exaggerating this fight. They are trying to keep their positions and shooting down wherever possible.
My goodness, look at the amount of gunfires being spread across the map as well. Rozok, just absolute chaos, absolute pandemonium. But I'm surprised they're not looking out as well, because Phoenix Esports, they run it. They're trying to keep up the pressure onto his Non-X, but kind of fought to walk out knowing that there are teams potentially looking in. So it's going to be a little bit risky play for them. So they are going to be in a small little stalemate. But for someone's dream who had dips crossing the road, now forced to rotate back in. FEZ on the Harry Potter is not exactly in zone as well. And someone's dreams now has a few options left. Do they just ignore this, cross the eastern bridge, tank the zone for stage 4? Or do they just commit all the way north? They don't really have a lot of space left here, Salty.
Actually so funny. Someone's dream were actually the first team to rotate upwards, rotate northwards and cross the bridge up to the northern hemisphere as soon as the circle shift up north. But then, of course, the next shift, it kind of completely spoiled the game up for them.
Yeah, man, what a scam, right?
It's a massive scam, and I hope nobody does this in real life. What about BGMI gods? They're gods for a reason. But Future as Esports this time, I guess, surviving is going to be very difficult. The bridge that they want to actually desperately go back to the mainland, move back to Rozhok, is out of commission in my opinion. And someone's dream has been constantly pinning them down as well. I still believe Future as Esports might just be sneaking their way back into Rozhok, but for someone's dream, it's going to be a very uphill battle. 7 aces from up top. They're looking to take shots quite out in the open. Can't really get so exposed. Rolex, get back under cover.
Oh boy, someone's dream still scrapping for some sort of space. They are trying to try and make a little bit more mistakes, but with the zone coming in play, seven aces and someone's dream still caught in the stalemate. The needs are coming in. Someone's dream still trying to back away from this fight, knowing that they need to cross the bridge eventually. But now with the needs coming through, they can't really cross. 7 aces still hasn't overcommitted their peak yet. It seems like Someone's Dreams is going to go for the counter nades, and Ghostface nades is going to be the opener here for Someone's Dream to walk up.
That is a brilliant counter. Someone's Dream, they certainly are climbing the peak for sure, as 7 aces, just one man left alive. And by virtue of those smokes, I don't believe he's going to stay alive for long, but he can pull out a clutch. Someone's Dream, Dizzy gets knocked out, Ghostface still in there. 7 aces, they are pushing up just to one man. Someone's Dream has to cut down their losses. They cannot afford to lose too many bodies in this fight because Team Doxy is way back in for a third party as well. 7 aces have been finished off, but can Someone's Dream keep themselves alive? It's going to be a big question, I see.
It's tough, it's tough. Stage 5 just about to move in as well. They have to book it. Team Doxy already make their move as well, and Someone's Dream seems like they're barely on the edge. They're very low. They need to make a mad dash, and Yapapas is there to keep them at bay. Needs a random bullet to connect, and yet is no connection so far. Goten still holds on. He's going to be able to patch himself up. And fortunately for them, this is a slow circle, so they do have a little bit more time. But the circle is going to eventually close out on the bridge. It's going to be a do or die here for Someone's Dream. It's now or never. No first aids. Goten trying to bait reactions. Nobody's shooting yet. They're trying to wait for the last moment. Sees FEZ out in the open. Decides, you know what? Let's claim as many points as we can. And that is going to be the point stolen away by Yapaz.
This is so crucial for Someone's Dream right now. Gotta take the tip, but from the other side it's Gods Legion shooting them down like flies. 2-man bowing out of this fight. They drop down into the waters and just 1 man left alive. That is a nightmare coming in from Gods Legion, but on the other side Phoenix Esports, they find access to the bridge. They cross on over and Master welcomes them with the shotgun, strikes everyone down, and Gods Legion, they survive.
Oh my goodness, what a surprise there. Very, very quick takedown. But on screen itself, we also see T7 winning that fight against Jumpy Esports as the team slowly drops down here. The circle shifts in outside of Rozhok. Every single team from Rozhok needs to get out. Blink now, trying to cross over. Likita Esports still holding down the fort. They take down another player from Blink. Professor drop down low, gets surrounded, gets wiped out, and Likita Esports again, another dominating defend, but it's not over. Nonex tries to pick up as well. What is going on?
There's still 3 teams in the mix of things right now. Nonex, Likita, as well as Gods Legion, and this is going to be a triple threat as Inferno finds the opening. Gods Legion, they slowly, steadily are going to be losing this battle as well. Nonex from the downskirts, they have been downcast. They have not been allowed to move up north, as well as Likita Esports keep on gatekeeping them. Hexy with his nades has been constantly trying to find an opening, but the knocks have been denied. finally finds one on Inferno, but it still doesn't matter. 3 men are standing like stalwarts, denying Nonix any bit of position.
Oh boy, Nonex. Circle's coming in. Hexy. Oh no, the Molotov actually stopped him from actually denying the points as well. That's going to be the nade coming through, and Hexy goes down. Actually, at the last tick to the play zone, he actually walked out in range, and Likita Esports could not claim that point. That is just so unfortunate. Oh boy, but still, a great defense once more for Likita Esports. Meanwhile, look at this, panic at the disco. T7 getting snapped in from Gen X. Damu was able to find first stock, gets traded off, and T7 once again defends their compound.
Wow. What's going on the overall standings? This is interesting, my friends. T7 Orion, 20 points claimed already. They are 8 points shy of making it inside of the top 8, and they can certainly do so, but they need to get moved back up. Genesis Esports, though, pardon me for that, that is Gen X FM. It's funny how I keep on messing these up, but it seems like even Gen X FM kind of messed themselves up. From the back lines, it was somebody, maybe Likita Esports, just walked away with that finish.
Oh boy, seems like the circle is going to shift into the waters itself. And Likita Esports finally breaks their entry into T7. They just got the reset here, so they're not exactly prepared to take this fight head on. But with the smokes coming into play, Likita Esports should have a rough idea where the main players are from T7. Phantom getting shot now. Starboy was able to find a little bit of a chip damage through, but they haven't exactly broke through yet. Counter nades are coming in. A good, nice, decent amount of chip damage being chipped away. But Likita Esports setting up for smokes in case of potential long-range snipes that may catch them while they're going for this push here. As the tandem push is coming in, Likita Esports looking for the opener. They need the big nade to come through. Oh, but the nades from T7 connecting. It's going to stop them in this track. Firo does have a nice off angle, but with that being said, that's going to be the opener here for Likita Esports.
Yeah, the opener is there, and Likita Esports aren't having no second thoughts about pushing inside. T7 Orion, they're still holding on. They're not scared. No checking Firud, and he finds an opening as well as Likita Esports. All of a sudden, they kind of fall back. T7 Orion, they find a little bit of counter as well. Firo is looking for the opening. He's looking for that final strike as a 2v2 is in place as Starboy needs to find those revives, otherwise there's no saving grace for Likita Esports right now. Until then, can Zima hold the fort? Not really. Shots can come in. Firu from the outside gets 3 for himself now. He is on his way to destroy Likita Esports right now. A sliver of HP does not protect him. Likita Esports dug underneath. T7 Orion, they prevail.
Again, another beautiful defense coming from T7. But in the circle, guess what? Gods and Legions getting picked from the other side of the map. Oops, official finds a little bit off angle. But guess what? T7, they wrap things up. They finally have time to focus on what's happening outside now. And Oops is going to be the ones that take fire. As this one-way smoke coming from T7 Orion, Oops is just at the mercy as the shots keep piling on. And guess who's still alive here? It's going to be FBZ. We've got Shooter playing in towards the waters here, trying to get some sort of placement points. And throughout it all, guess who's still alive as well? Icy from Thunder Gods.
Yeah.
Who's in the water from start to end. Gets himself a decent amount of placement points.
He is at the top 5 for sure. But you know what, I still believe 2 teams that absolutely outshine the competition in this one. T7 Orion, we are spectating them right now. What an effort. 11 eliminations being found already. They certainly are going to be the only team inside the circle, and they are going to have an opportunity to try and rack up even more points. Even Team Doxy, as a matter of fact, I think had 9 eliminations to work with. They might just be able to sneak inside of the circle if they can get into the water lines. But T7 Orion, this team is almost like having shackles on the rest of the lobby. You cannot move, your mobility is being shut down as well. And as soon as you try to do something, you're going to get slapped back.
Yeah, T7. You can see every single team trying to cross their way in towards the other side of the map. FVZ Shooter sees out this rotation from Team Doxy, but Team Doxy doesn't realize there is a rat right behind them as well. As they're trying to duck bullets, Oops official fires at them. Their backs is exposed to Shooter. Yet FEZ can put in a wrench here for Team Doxy, who barely scraped by on the edges. Oops official is going to be the next one that needs to make a nosedive. Can they do so? Is going to be the question here. Ryax finds Unique through the waters. That's going to be the knock coming through potentially. Drops him down low, but needs the opener here. Oops official can't seem to spot anyone. Team Doxy, I think they do scout out players here. Doxy just pinning point on towards where its official location is, but T7 Orion actually snipes away those points. And this is going to be a game here for T7 Orion.
Yeah, this certainly is going to be a game. There's no doubt about it, but the fact is, I still want to find out, can its official make this work? Because I feel the judgment from their side has been brilliant to try and go a little passive when they lost out on their main man Zentrix. But now inside the waters, it's just a matter of time that they get absolutely squashed up. Team Doxy this time through the vehicle itself, just finding all of these finish points. Team Doxy, they find themselves 11 as well as they move up to 6. But just one man who is still trying to hold his position. The nade strikes. The Futurized Esports go down. Top 4 in front of our screens.
Oh my goodness, UNQ. He was able to completely shred Oops, but then one player from FEZ put in the wrench, finds one. And just like that, we're down towards the final 3 team. Oops with 1, Team Doxy with 2, T7 with 3. Surprise, surprise. Reaper, 3 needs in the back, but gets shot from the back here. Reaper, he's trying to help Team Doxy, but for some reason, UNQ looking for an off angle, tries to secure the point, and they won't get it. And that is going to be Oops official bowing out on 3rd place from this game. Team Doxy 2v3 now. Finally makes a cross. But T7 still in prime control of this circle.
This lobby always had just 2 Titans dominating the entire fight. It was T7 Orion and Team Doxy right from the very beginning. And it seems like we are coming in for a finale, lads. It's a 3v2 uphill for Team Doxy, but they have a lot of eliminations. The players are warmed up in his hot fingers right now. And also, in the final stages, Team Doxy, they kind of get a little bit of favorites from the circle as well, I see. The circle did shift, and all of a sudden, T7 Orion are completely out in the open. They will have to exit from their compounds and try and make their way in. That is where those 10 nades that Doxy have in their arsenal is gonna be the big weapon.
Yeah, and Yapas had 8 as well. He's preemptively lobbing nades as well, trying to catch T7 Orion. Mooded, gonna be baiting and switching here. Trying to find an off angle. Refire is coming in. Yepes, not gonna be able to connect here. But
Nice.
Mooded is on an off angle as well, and smoke in front of him. But the vehicle circling his way through, it is gonna be very tricky. Swaps up a level 3 helmet because of the airdrop. But T7 is still playing it safe as well. They think UNQ is still on the waters as well. They only spotted out 1. They need a second pick. And UNQ from the back lines with the nade. Might be the opener here for Phantom. And oh, the Yepes almost connecting as well. Almost getting the knock.
For Yepes, the job is simple to try and find these openings. This is where UNQ actually come in. But he's been knocked out and finished off as well. It's a 1v1 right now. And T7 Orion don't really have a lot of HP on them. Finally, Firo use up all of those HP bars. Yepes is back up as well.
Wow.
It is nades versus nades. Shotgun versus an M4. Who's going to strike first is going to take away the victor. As a nade just sails in, T7 Orion just constantly repositioning, and Team Doxy just looking to try and find all of those finish points that are lying in wait. I see. What are your thoughts? Who's going to win?
Yeah, Yepes should be able to clutch it as well. He saw Phantom's nade and knows exactly where he is. It is going to be perfect. Oh, chips him away. Finally goes for chip, but he misses his timing. Phantom actually stands up, repeaks, and takes him out, snatches it away. And T7 Orion will walk away with the winner chicken dinner. He could have been a close call, but mistakes were made. A very, very difficult winner chicken dinner, but still a deserved one coming from T7.
Absolutely deserved it. This is mighty T7 Orion we're talking about, lads. Yes, for sure, they are yet to kind of prove themselves at the highest leagues. But in my opinion, I think this fight showcases the capabilities of this lineup, and they certainly are ready for the next stages as well. Look at that Phantom on 6 eliminations. They've got Firo on 6 eliminations as well, and Mood coming in with 3. 15 eliminations shared between the 4 players. I see that is a tremendous leap when it comes to their positioning as well. And in fact, I think nothing can be taken away from Team Doxy as well. Even they had somewhere around 13 to 14 eliminations to play for, as well as the 2nd position.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Oops, you know, they were trying their best to actually survive the top 3 as well, which was a little bit of small victors here. But for TTG, there was a very close play here with IC actually surviving towards the longest time as they can to try and hold on for his dear life. But eventually that's still placement points in the hands of TTG, but I don't think it's still going to be enough for them to survive. So this final game, TTG needs a massive game in order to qualify for the top 8. But Team Doxy, with this play alongside Seven Aces, T7 Orion, they do have a decent shot now. So it will come down to the last game on deciding whether or not can they make it or not.
You know, I still believe this was a very timely performance coming in from T7 Orion and Team Doxy. I think we've seen their quality right from the start, but they've been rather inconsistent. But this is finally time when you fix all of those up. The survivor stages come through as well. Phantom with the MVP, 6 eliminations, and of course 920 points of damage. A blinder performance.
Yeah, this is great stuff here coming from Phantom. You know, T7 held down those compounds for the longest time. They defended their assault relentlessly multiple times here. It just shows you that this was the T7 we saw them in week 1 and they're finally back in action. So I'm hoping that this match will give them enough points into the top 8 here. But before we get into the official score, let's take a look at this top 5 as well. We also have Firo coming from T7 with the beautiful defense against Nikita Esports, and then we have Yepes as well, almost clutching out the winner chicken dinner. UNK from Team Doxy also did a phenomenal job at just shutting out Oops Official. We also have Bunny from GenXFM, who got himself 4 finishes in the bag. So that's pretty spread out here, but GenXFM has been very consistent so far for the past 2 games.
Very consistent for sure. And you just brought it up, right? The Firo clutch against Nikita Esports. I think that was the highlight of the game, in my opinion. We'll still find out in the highlights as well, but Oops Official in this initial fight, they had such an amazing start, in my opinion. Flying Esports, the game was completely spoiled. But I think from that point on, Oops Official could have done much better. Something which we did not really get to see. And then, of course, this was the fight. This was the chaos in Rozok. So many teams just duking it out. And Likita Esports, they were also one of the teams to actually start dominating, but Likita already had a lot of points for them, so they didn't really care about the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but Nikita Esports, again, very consistent stuff. 2 back-to-back, very, very strong performances here. TTG, you know, IC right here, surviving top 4. His teammates got completely wiped out by GenXFM, resulting in him just playing for placement points. I think he did what he could, as best as he could. But the last final game, it just comes down to whether or not can they actually clutching things out. But with that being said, T7 Orion securing the winner chicken dinner. They do get themselves 25 points. Team Doxy also gets 20 points. A very nice comeback coming in from these 2 teams here. Oops Official getting 10 points. I don't think it is going to be enough to get them out of the bottom half yet, but there is still one more game for them.
But I see that is still a very big vacuum, by the way. Orion and Team Doxy just taking away majority of the points. 45 points they just took away in tandem. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, it's just Oops Official who could touch double digits, and that too just 10 points for them. You look at Gods and Legion, 7 points. Look at the Esports. They're going to be safe with 7 points. Nothing really much to worry about. But as soon as you shift pages and you find this group, this is where a little bit of concerns come out flying. I mean, Flying Esports, for sure, they had an opportunity to try and make a comeback. They failed. 7 Aces, I see. This is the team that was actually vying in for those 4th and the 5th slots. But this game, I believe, is going to push them down even more.
Oh boy. With that being said, pushing down. Let's see.
Ooh.
Based on the score, Oops climbs up a little bit, but for Team Doxy and T7 Orion, that is a huge jump coming from both these 2 teams, sneaking their way into the top 5 with 38 and 39 points. But let's be real. Is it enough to survive the top 8 here? Ooh, it will come down to the final game.
Look at that. I mean, you still have got a tie, man. I hate tiebreakers. I've got to bring it to you as well. In my opinion, that position point, finish point concept just does not really make a lot of sense. But Phoenix Esports and Gods and Legion tied up at 31 points. You've got Thunder Gods at 30. You've got Juppy Esports at 28. Heck, for that matter, even 7 Aces, 22 points can potentially make it. Anything can happen in the final game.
This is so close. Like, it's very rare we have a tiebreaker where both teams are equally same in terms of winner chicken dinners, which is 0, finish points 19, placement points 12. Usually it comes down to position points first, then towards winner chicken dinner first, position points, finish points, and then I think now it comes down to average survival time. I think it came down towards that wire. That's why Phoenix is in the bottom.
It's either going to be average survival time or it's going to come down to a head-to-head. I'm not sure, but we're going to find out, of course, with the mathematicians being in place. But lads, this is amazing stuff inside of Pro Series 26, man. One final game which decides the fate of which are going to be the 8 teams who get eliminated and which are going to be the 8 who still move on. We'll find out what happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, an exciting turn of events as a lot of teams from the latter half of the leaderboard have somehow figured out how to bounce back in the last two matches. One more match remains now, Necro, and this one, it's going to be an intense one. We have about 6 teams fighting for that spot just to stay alive in BMPS 2026.
I know, right? A T7 Orion pulling off a massive chicken dinner like that just means the overall standings are once again going to be real unsettled. And we did see someone stream as well put off a massive game at the start of the entire day. So the overall standings is now just going through some big shuffles. There's still a few names on the latter half of the board. We're constantly trying, and Oops Official is going to be one of those names, but they're just way too far back in the overall board.
Yeah, but while there might not actually be any hope for Oops Official to bounce back, Juppy Esports, they are quite close. I mean, sitting around, I think, 30 points and need about just to get that safe haven in as well. I think let's just say cross that 40 and guarantee yourself a spot in the survival stages.
Hands down. For Juppy Esports, even if you look at the opening weeks inside the BMPS 2026, we did see some good moments from them. But the problem is the consistency, and that's been lacking from Juppy Esports. But let's just hope, cross our fingers, and maybe Juppy Esports can do a lot better now. But we cannot even overshadow the fact that there's still a few names like Phoenix Esports waiting to mount that comeback. And when those teams do start to go all guns blazing, that's where the real problems are going to start to come.
Well, let's see how this last map of what could be the last map of the journey as well in the BMPS 2025 is going to turn out, as we have the flight path on our screens. And the plane this time, it's going to begin dropping these players from the southeastern quadrant, in fact, the southeastern edge of Novorepnoy, and it's going to end just towards the west of Hospital. It's a flight path that leans heavily towards the southern and the western half of the map.
And I've been really impressed by Likitha Esports as well. In the first game with a lot of elimination points, Likitha Esports has been doing pretty good for themselves. And the fact is, only if they would have been playing this way the entirety of the week, Likitha Esports would have already been around Group B.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but the issue is they woke up late, fine, but now they just need to be consistent.
Yeah, but not just weak. I think they should have played well starting in week 1 itself. That could have helped them get an easy qualification for Group C, and then maybe upcoming weeks they could have tried to fight their way towards Group B as well. Today, it's been a decent outing for Likitha Esports with how they played on the map of Rondo. They pretty much did guarantee them themselves a spot inside of the survival stages, and now it's just about trying to be consistent. But there will be a lot of pressure on teams like T7 Orion, as you mentioned from that previous game, teams like Team Doxy, who have managed to gain a little bit of safe haven, but just off of that previous map, they need a few extra points, not a lot. I think 4 to 5 points in Team Doxy should be safe, but same can't be said for Godsent Legion, and of course, Juppy Esports, who are there, I believe, 9th or 10th in the overall leaderboard right now.
But looking at the brighter side of the spectrum, though, for Godsent Legion, this is a pretty good map. 61 points so far on the map of Erangel. That's a pretty decent stat. And looking at the circle, too, popping all the way down south. Now, it's going to be something new for this entire group to deal with, especially with a team like FEZ camping the bridge. It's going to be a tough one to enter. And even on the right side around Novorepnoy, you do see someone stream around that spectrum. It's definitely going to be a tough one to enter. Gen XFM around the bridge as well. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of those chaotic moments around that side. Oops Official, they're constantly trying, but still it feels like it's not enough. And now we're down to just one last game. Oops needs a 30 bomber, and that's the only possible way maybe they can squeeze in that slot.
Pretty much. 30 points needed, and just one game to actually pull it off. We have the live rankings on our screens finally. Oops Official, you see them on that 14th position with just 18 points to their name. And as for the other teams sitting around outside of that top 8 bracket, Godsent Legion, we saw them heading towards Rozhok in a cluster, kind of in a cluster, with T7 Orion sitting towards their west and Non-X closing in from the south. Likitha Esports, I was surprised to see Likitha Esports move out of Pochinki super early. They've just been heading south towards the gas station area, and a soft little collision against the players of Gen XFM, where Gen XFM was spotted out by Likitha, but shots haven't been taken, and I don't think Likitha are going to try and be aggressive right off the bat. Again, both Gen XFM, Likitha Esports, and Santa Esports, we're going to add them to this list as well. There's no incentive for these teams to go aggressive. Whatever they wanted, they already have, and now it's just time for the survival stage to begin for them.
Let's just say maybe to be around the safety block even more past that 50 points marker.
I would say 45. I don't think the cutoff is going over 45 at any cost.
All right, well, Gen XFM, though, they definitely do want to chip some damage away against that man, but he's on the run. It's going to be impossible to do anything against him now. Let him go just like that. And I personally do think that there's a big chance that the circle might just pan down south. If it does happen, everyone's going to be messed up. And Jumpy Esports is actually booking up on that fact as well. All the players making that rotation down south through the boat. The first priority is going to be getting their hands on better loot, and then the vehicles.
It's a very quick rotation coming out from Jumpy Esports, but following them from that Nova Repnoi bridge in particular was the side of 7 Aces. So Jumpy Esports, now I'm just curious, have they been spotted out? Because that piece of information changes everything. If 7 Aces choose to engage Jumpy Esports, they're going to be pinned inside of those buildings. But nope, 7 Aces moving in the opposite direction, moving towards the Nova Repnoi containers. Or are they just here for this buggy?
Not sure.
Shots being taken though.
Yeah, a lot of shots taken against him. And 7 Aces now need to be a little bit more cautious. Already the peak is in control of Someone's Stream. And Someone's Streams, once again, they know they've got the best possible spot over here. They've got the overview of what exactly is happening underneath them. Not a big fan of this weapon, though. And especially with an iron sight, it's even worse. Shooting down players from that range, it's going to be next to impossible. But looking at Someone's Stream track record so far, on this map, they just need around 10 points, and even they're going to be pushing through that safety block.
It's not going to be easy for them to secure those 10 points if they get stuck in that observatory area. That position is brilliant, but only if the circle allows you to stay there up until stage 5, stage 6. But the zone, we know it's going to move west eventually. Jumpy Esports finding a way to regroup. A vehicle has been found. They are going to need one roadster. It's just a 2-seater.
On the move. What are your thoughts about the new vehicle, Johnny?
I like it.
Yeah, I love
Roadster
it.
Looks nice. It reminds me of, well, I think it was called the Stingray Corvette from back in the days. It's a very old car from the 70s or the 60s.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks very similar to that.
I wasn't even alive back then.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, that's how old it is. A boomer car. But you know what? This one's definitely not a boomer car. It's pretty fast. The fastest car inside of the game. So yeah, that's why I like it. Blues on the move as well as of now. It's still so many teams around the edges. Backs against the wall. We're speaking of Team Doxy. Phoenix Esports as well. Still busy getting their loot up. Especially in a circle like this. You should prioritize on looting as quickly as possible and making that rotation inside of the circle. All these teams that are taking their merry time, they're going to be messed up later on.
I think a few of these names definitely do need to make that pounce already. Teams like Phoenix, teams like Godsend Legion, Team Doxy. And Team Doxy right now, they might be thinking that they are safe, but just need a few extra points. About 5-6 points. As soon as they're close to 45, they should be good. Right behind them, the chase from T7 Orion. T7 Orion might just have a run into that cluster forming up on the military bridge. They have moved in for the 6-pack area, but Jumpy Esports still finding for some space to work with, some form of cover. They do have access to the military base and the plane graveyard, or those broken planes down towards the southern edges of the military base. Oh well, maybe even these bunkers could turn out to be a decent safe haven to work from, but if the circle moves away up north towards the military bridge, then that rotation from Jumpy Esports, it can get very tricky.
It definitely can. And Jumpy Esports, they're not one of those teams that are going to be ready for a head-on-head battle. So let's see how they can really maneuver themselves. Right now, just stopping around these bunkers. It's going to be good temporary cover, but it's not a good permanent one. There's going to be a lot of those shots taken against you, even your vehicles. They're going to be put out of commission. So you always got to have some backup plan. While for a team like Blink Esports, still pretty far back in the overall standings. Once again, the same thing applies over here. A 30-pointer, then only Blink Esports can make it. Mathematically, it's still possible.
Yeah, but let's be realistic about it. It's not happening. Blink, even Oops, I'm extremely dicey about. FEZ as well, a little too far away from that qualification mark. I think up until Jumpy Esports, there's a very real possibility of making that bounce happen. But Oops, maybe they're going to prove me wrong, as there is a little bit of a run into the players of Santa Esports. And Santa Esports very quick to turn things around. They've taken a lot of damage, they have the players isolated, and there's the opening found as Zentrix is going to be the first man to hit the floor. Oops Official though with a very quick trade coming through, and the fight has been turned into a 3v3.
Santa Esports does not even care. They know they've already done it. Pretty much around the top 3 in the overall standings for a team like Oops Official, though. They need every single piece of point they can. And Santa Esports, they're constantly just rubbing salt on top of the wounds. Oops Official, they want to back away. They want to disengage from this fight, but Santa Esports, they're just constantly pushing up. And now they already know Oops Official is hurt real bad. Santa Esports is not going to give up that easily. Oops Official, another man in the front lines, and Alpha, he easily runs him down. Another man from the side of Oops Official, he just wants to back away. But even he's taking too many shots while he's trying to fade away from this fight.
Yeah, and Oops Official, not really how they thought this was going to go. Santa Esports very comfortable in their skin right now. Oops Official, Rex fighting for his life.
Oh my god.
Doesn't even get to do that for a very long time. That tandem drive-by from either ends. Just brutal.
And with that, we've got our first official elimination from the BMPS 2026. That's going to be Oops Official. That's going to sound heartbreaking.
Well, the name is Oops Official, so.
Yeah, I guess. Oops, you've been eliminated.
From an official tournament.
Yeah, and that still sounds heartbreaking. Did not make it any better.
Hey man, it's heartbreaking, but yeah, I'm used to heartbreaks now, especially with the recent sporting event from last night. But anyways, things happen. You got to show up the next time, do a little bit better, and I think that is going to be the case for Oops Official as well. Hope to see them in the next official that happens.
Yeah, they're probably going to be there.
Hopefully with the same roster, actually. that is what I should have said. I mean, there is a lot of time for the next transfer window, to be honest, so...
Yeah, they have to play. No other option.
Yeah.
They have to play with each other. But looking at what's happening around this area, someone's Stream making a big pounce inside of the circle. And even the circle taking a curveball shift up north, catching every single team off guard down south.
It's a brilliant zone, though.
That's why we're seeing these instant rotations as well. Someone's Stream was a part of that southern rotation. We saw them camp that big tower around the observatory, and now making that rotation from all the way towards Milton Bridge. They're finally inside of the circle, making that safe breach. There's also going to be Flying Esports around that block, but Flying Esports is not going to be a threat as of now.
Yeah, there's a big cluster though forming up around someone's Dream. Phoenix Esports closing in from the northern side. You have Juppy Esports sitting on the flank, and the circle just completely betrays them. Look at that shift, the complete control of the military bridge into the hands of Genex FM. Futurize Esports sitting on the southern half. It's going to be tricky to cross that bridge now. But Genex FM, they have control of the lighthouse. It's a brilliant position to work from. Gives you a lot of vision towards the northeast. Gives you vision for all the teams that are closing in from the ferry pier as well. And Genex FM, if there was an opportunity for them to start racking up elimination points, I think it's going to present itself in the next few moments. But oh no, awkward clash. Someone's Dreams and Nonix right next to each other.
Oh no, Someone's Dream, you mess up! There was no reason for you to stop just like that, and Nonix, they instantly pounce on top of the opportunity. This is what you call the Prowlers, and this time they're thirsty for some elimination points. Someone's Dream, they keep on dropping down of bodies. 2 men already devoured. The remaining 2, they just run away.
That was hilarious though. I mean, as you mentioned, just stopping in the middle of nowhere. Your teammates aren't in a position from where anyone can cover for you. And just to make their lives worse, Someone's Dream, scream. He must be screaming right now as he just runs into the blue, trying to evade the pressure from the players of Phoenix Esports. And Phoenix, they are not going to let them slip away. Oh no, actually maybe they are just going to let them be. Someone's Dream, an easy escape.
Someone's Dream is looking real dizzy.
They just got lucky over there.
And now for Flying Esports. Juppy Esports is going to be a big threat. And for Juppy Esports, the entire lobby is going to be a threat. Now around that one-man Starboy, you do not want to mess with that player. If he does find the right under form, he is going to make sure that he will hurt you. And right now, Juppy Esports just trying to find some nice spot to play with. Still on the quick move, though. They do find one isolated player and instantly eject outside of the vehicles. And that's going to be the first man already hitting the deck. Look at the Esports. They mess little things up there. One man just isolated like that, and Jumpy Esports instantly take the advantage. I like the way they made some quick calls.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. Watching the players of Flying Esports rotate around this hill, Jumpy Esports, they should be able to realize that they need to wrap things up against the players of Likita as quickly as possible. Every single second of delay towards that northeastern edge of the play zone, it's going to make their lives a whole lot worse, and especially in a position from where qualification for the survival stages should not be a big challenge. But look at them building up that pressure on towards Starboy, who has found an opening with that beautiful nade being lobbed, and Jumpy Esports having one of them and knocked out. But there's the recovery. It's not even going to matter. The drive-by from Xeno and Inferno works like a dream as Jumpy Esports drop 2 to the floor. And the other two players are just left to run away with their lives still intact and just play for the survival points.
That's like the third team we've seen so far just running away from a fight. Someone's stream as well did the same thing, and now Jumpy Esports following up those same tracks.
But Someone's Dream doing that made a little bit more sense. It was 2v4 against Phoenix, but Jumpy Esports 4 versus 3 against Likita. They still mess it up.
That's the problem, right? Decision making. And that's why these teams are currently stuck inside of this group. And now look at the Esports. They're here to reflect upon their mistakes. As the pounce was perfect, but he still messes up. Did not exactly know where the man was placed, and that's where the advantage came through. Look at the Esports. Starboy's the only person. Utilities utilized, but none of them find any sort of connection. And since he's the only person standing, look at the Esports. Their backs against the wall. Another util tossed out. This one's going to get the confirmation. Extra point. 45 points already on the board. With this, they might have just secured that slot in the top 8.
Yeah, I think Likita Esports are going to push through inside of the top 8, headed towards the survival stages, no matter what happens from here on out. Starboy, every single point he gets, it's just an added bonus. Solidifies that podium finish that they're hoping for within their group. This is where T7 Orion have they failed to realize that Starboy is still present in the nearby vicinity. They spray.
Wow.
It's good for one. And T7 Orion now just left scrambling to recover. Still stuck in the 6-pack compound. Starboy has been dropped extremely low. And T7 Orion, they should be able to rack up this point, secure this point for themselves. But Starboy has caused that delay in rotation, which could ruin the day for T7 Orion in the next few moments. But hey, this is important. Jumpy against 7 Aces and Explosive. He's fighting for his life right now.
Oh,
Ooh,
he
fails.
was in a real problematic spot, but he could not fight back that well. And 7 Aces, some easy clean. As of now for Phoenix Esports, it's not that good of a position. There's also going to be someone stream around the spectrum.
Necro, I just realized something. Teams at the bottom are just fighting each other, and they're just ruining the day completely for each other. First we had Oops, now Juppy going up against 7 Aces. 7 Aces just left with 2 players, and they're not even in that great of a position, just surrounded by opponents, can't really move out. Nonic sitting on the flank. I think even 7 Aces might just stay outside of the top 8 and be eliminated.
Yeah, the problem is the individual blows are just so well spread out.
Exactly.
Nonix is alive with 1 man, Someone Stream as well with 1 player, Phoenix Esports with 2, Thunder Gods Esports with 1 man down. So yeah, these individual frags that are really keeping a lot of these teams off at bay. That's what's going to make it an absolute nightmare. T7 Orion. Man just straight up books it towards the water. Directly takes a dive. Blues on the move once again, and FEZ. Even they need to follow the same tracks. This position from FEZ, it's decent, but it's not going to give them the game. They still need to fight back.
And it's the opponents that are raising the concern. Even if it's just by a smidge, Flying Esports still sitting in that gas station area. T7 Orion just along the cliffside towards the east. As we move towards the southwest edge of the play zone, we have Blink Esports, vision gained of the players of Gods and Legion. And in fact, Team Doxy as well in the backlines. A little bit of a shot making contact over there on the lad from Blink. Nexus, but not enough damage to cause any real concern for the players or the athlete over there. But Mayank, he has to be cautious. This angle of the ridge, it's risky. It's very risky. Puts you into the line of fire of Doxy and Godsend Legion. Do not do that again.
Once again, it can also be the other way around. If someone else starts shooting, then Godsend Legion is also going to be in a big pinch. And Blink Esports is right above them as well. So yeah, this can also be an absolute nightmare for Godsend Legion. And right now, that's what it seems like. Starting to use those smokes. Utilities are now going to be flushed out as well. Team Doxy trying to move out in the open. They get back inside of the vehicle because they want to pull off a quick rotation. T7 Orion trying to be hold off at bay. One man knocked out. Confirmation instantly squeezed in. Yeah, they're being gatekept now. It's really hard.
He might just run into a landmine with the amount of nades that are being lobbed by the players of FEZ. And T7 Orion, as you mentioned, we are going to see them gate kept, and in fact, we are going to witness them getting wiped out. What was that? Just the player in the back lines getting taken out of nowhere. A very big unpleasant surprise. And T7 Orion, the last man to follows up pretty quickly. 41 points is going to be the grand total for T7 Orion as they finish 4th as of now on the overall leaderboard. We'll have to see if they stick around to the 4th position or are we going to see them drop. But on the other front, we have Phoenix taking on the players of Santa Esports. Phoenix sitting 8 on the overall leaderboard right now, and Santa Esports are sitting number 1.
That nade, it was so perfectly tossed between those containers. And a man from Phoenix instantly hits the deck. Frenzy as of now out of commission. 7 aces around the block as well, and now a few more utilities tossed out from 7 aces, and that's going to find a lot of success. Coffin, the danger man's knocked out from Santa. And keep this thing in mind, Santa is already qualified. They're just playing this game to have a lot of fun. And as long as Santa's alive, they're also going to be like Grim Reapers in the lobby. Might just go all guns blazing soon. Another nade tossed in, that's going to catch Coffin off guard once again. Coffin is not even given a time off. Not even a single second to breathe. Alpha's on the left side, and even Alpha gets caught. That's going to be the first man hitting the deck from the side of Santa Esports, and you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Santa, they collapse, but now it's time for Phoenix Esports to follow up and third party this entire moment. 7 aces, even they've got 2 men standing, and this MG3, it's going to shut down every single last foe.
Amy Jord, he tried his level best over there, but it wasn't enough. First picking off the players of Santa, he made it look easy, especially that entry with that jump shot round the corner. But we'll come back to that in a bit. Jayesh from Blink Esports. This is another team that's fighting for qualification. It's just down to the last man, and they need about 25 points to make it happen. It's a difficult task. Well, not 25 exactly. Right now, the cutoff sits with Someone's Dream at 35, 14, 15 points, let's just say, needed by Blink. More than what they already have. And right now, Godsend Legion, they're just there, blocking the way. 1 versus 3 situation. Well, I think Blink, they're going to have to blink a lot and start dreaming of that spot of the survival stages. This fight and this journey of the BMPS, it might already be over.
I mean, yeah, just 1 man, it's pretty much done, I guess.
There is no hope.
Yeah. 1 man against the entirety of this lobby. There's still 7 more teams alive other than Blink Esports. And now you've also got the entirety of Godsend Legion just charging upon you. What are you supposed to do? Joyish, even if the God's with you, defending this one's going to be extremely tough. He does have the intel on what exactly Godsend Legion is trying to pull off. And there you go, the first man already exposes himself. Blind shots taken. Godsend Legion as well, they're trying to be as cautious as possible. Trying to push on the back of the utilities first, and that nade's going to soften the man up. Joyer's taken down low. But still, the fight's not done yet. He's able to find the first squeeze as he does strike that man, but eventually the trade. Even that's pretty quick. Godsend Legion, they just eliminate that player.
Not just him, they eliminate his entire team from BMPS 2026. And it should have been much easier than this, by the way. It was a 1 versus 3 situation. The man has nowhere left to go. Could have potentially just wrapped around both the ends of that bunker, secured that easy frag, but Toxic with that initial peak from the right was dropped extremely low, and Godsend Legion, they were just forced to put pressure on the fly. But FEZ, oh no, Gen XFM, they are after them, and FEZ is just down to the last player, and he has the entirety of Flying Esports to worry about just right next to him. So I think this final fight for qualification, it is down to two teams, Gods and Legion and Thunder Gods. Both the teams still alive, 3 players each, sitting 9th and 10th on the overall leaderboard respectively. And the point difference, well, it's barely there. And with two teams that have been eliminated from the tournament, Nonix and Someone's Dream, I think we know it's that 37, 38 point marker that both these teams are going to chase.
Their hearts are probably beating so fast. Someone's Dream is literally tied up with a team on the 9th spot with 35 points. And Gods and Legion is still alive inside of the game, by the way, cooking. Man, that's definitely got to be a major bummer. And having a look at the replay of this fight once again, just one man could not really do anything. Holding it off was almost impossible. He tried his best, though. Was able to find almost 2 strikes. But he got that one. And as I mentioned, Someone's Dream and Nonix, they're real close to getting kicked outside of that top 8. Kicked outside of the tournament as well. Ooh. And that's what happened. Someone's Dream, they're out on the 10th spot in the overall standings, eliminated from the BMPS 2026.
And I think with how in sync Thunder Gods and Godsend are moving, both these gods are just about to ascend into that safe haven of the survival stages. Nonix just a point away. And by the way, let's not forget, Phoenix Esports, they have to try and make sure that they get that extra 2 points. Just cross that 40, guarantee yourself the safe haven as well. And Phoenix, I think they are going to begin to struggle for it. But with how close the players of Phoenix and Thunder Gods are right now on the map, Phoenix can potentially just ruin this run of Thunder Gods completely, even if they find just a single pick in this fight.
I really do think Flying Esports should at least start taking fights.
Yeah, pretty much. They have no incentive to stay back.
At least do something. Go out with a bang, maybe. At least put some efforts in to try and qualify. Because right now, it definitely seems like you don't care.
Oh, no.
Which should not be the mindset. Phoenix Esports, once again on the move. They turn around, take the U-turn, back away.
They found the opening against the players of Gods and Legion, and there can be intent from the side of Phoenix to just go after them. They just need space to find a breaching point for the play zone itself. But as we were talking about Team Flying Esports, it seems like we did not get to see a lot of opportunity of Team Flying Esports, and we aren't really good to get to see them even in this final game, as the players just remain outside of the play zone and now are getting finished, wrapped, packed, and tagged by the players of Thunder Gods.
Unfortunate stuff. Flying Esports did not even try to the end. A man tried to move outside of his comfort zone, but he instantly gets cut off, and it's because you've been playing such a passive game forever. Everyone knows you're placed there. And they know you're pretty much just headless chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Gods and Legion. Oh, 2 players knocked out. Gods and Legion's on the verge of being extinguished. They just need a few more points. Gods and Legion. One man needs to at least survive for another placement. That's it. One more position up, and they might just make it.
Exactly. They just need 1 placement point, and that gets the job done. Just a single point needed by the players of Gods and Legion. But the blue zone is going to make their lives hell. He tries to go for the spray, and Master falls.
Oh my God.
And that is how close you can get and fall down from heaven all the way down to hell. Gods and Legion eliminated 9th in the overall leaderboard. Even though they tried the level best to survive in this last game, outlast the players of Nonix. 36 points is all they were able to muster as the journey for BMPS 2026 finally comes to an end.
That's really got to blow. Man, oh man, you can already feel the sadness. Gods and Legion, they were so close. They were doing so good as well in this game. They were trying to play for some placements. They were also getting a few elimination points coupled up with that. But in the end, the final moment, that's where things did not click that well. Flying Esports, sights locked on Thunder Gods' Tortuga, and Thunder Gods just watching him roll out. And for Thunder Gods Esports, they know they've already done it. Watching out the players of Flying Esports in that smoke. Since even the Blues on move, they're going to be forced to move out in the open no matter what in Flying Esports. They do manage to find the first knock against TTG. Thunder Gods Esports might just be in a bit of a problem. But Flying Esports as well, there's no possible way they can fight back from that position. And now Phoenix Esports, they just want to rub some salt on top of the wounds.
Yeah, the nade's going out, and I think it should help the players of Phoenix secure at least a few knocks against the players of Thunder Gods. But still, just tunnel vision on the players of Flying Esports from the rear. One more finish point secured. And as you said it, I think ThunderGod, they have already pretty much guaranteed themselves a spot inside of the survival stages. Now it was just time to end their journey of the qualifier rounds with a bang, with a chicken dinner. And they are struggling in doing exactly that, as all of a sudden ThunderGods, they're down to the last man. And Phoenix Esports, they find themselves in a 2 versus 2 versus 1 situation against ThunderGods and Team Doxy in this final match.
They barely squeezed themselves in, Johnny. Phoenix Esports, so lucky in the last game. Survival game as well clicks in, and even the elimination points coupled up with that. Phoenix Esports, they had a master stroke in the end. And now ThunderGods Esports looking to take a fight against Phoenix Esports. They're trying to find the first piece of the pie. But finding that as well is going to be extremely tough. Difficult.
All the smoke slobbed out. A nice amount of vision denied to the players of ThunderGod Esports, but it is going to be Team Doxy that both these squads need to worry about. You see the players of ThunderGods just falling in, creeping in from the flank. And Team Doxy, they're going to be the first ones to strike as Icy gets knocked out, and the finish is going to be stolen by the players of Phoenix. And now it's Doxy against Phoenix. Again, the players of Phoenix down to the last man. Team Doxy with the upper hand in this fight. It's a 2 versus 1 situation. They've kept their armors, their helmets intact. Phoenix Esports, that damage reduction, it's not going to be there. And the shot through the smokes, they make contact. And it's going to be a big struggle and a bigger climax as finally the final nail in the coffin is going to be struck. Team Doxy, within the last 3 matches, are able to secure a spot within the top 8 and qualify for the survival stages. And well, talking about the players of Phoenix, today they were incredible as well.
Yeah, hands down for Phoenix Esports, especially in that last game. Securing so many elimination points actually helped them quite a bit as well. And now for Team Doxy, getting a chicken dinner in the final few moments, just nailing that spot down inside of the top 8. But you gotta feel bad for so many teams that got way too close, and Nonyx is so lucky.
Yeah.
They are so lucky, just 1 point shy from Godsend Legion, and Godsend Legion was giving it all they had.
Yeah, exactly, man. Godsend Legion, they could have done better. I think now they're going to regret the matches that they played yesterday as well, like a single extra point here and there, and they would have been already on that 8th position. But again, mistakes made. You can't go back in time and fix them, but you can make sure that the next time you show up in a position like this, you are consistent from the start. Do not leave an opportunity like this for the last game.
Hands down. I mean, especially in these final few moments as well, Team Doxy realizing when exactly they needed to pounce, they pushed on, got those elimination points as well. And I'm also really surprised with Gen XFM's performance this week. I'm liking the way Gen XFM has been playing. Yeah, they qualified way back, it's understandable, but still, we're speaking of the performance overall from the entirety of the BMPS 2026. Gen XFM start was decent, but then later on we saw them dip in that performance so bad that they were over here now in this group, and then you can just see them doing really good in this group.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I think Gen XFM, let's see how the survival stages turn out, because I think once we see them fare up against the tougher opponents, that is when they are going to be put to a much better test. But we do have the top players from this previous, in fact, the last game of Group D, the map of Erangel. We have Frenzy from Phoenix becoming the MVP. Arnav is there with 4 eliminations as well. Santa Esports, very aggressive at the start of the game. Weren't really able to stay alive during the late stages, but they racked up a decent number of eliminations, although it still doesn't matter for Santa Esports. Yeah. They were sitting number 1 on the overall leaderboard. Also, by the way, yesterday they set up a record with 50+ points in 3 matches. Today, 3 matches, I think they got like 10 points.
Yeah, but the thing is, you cannot even blame them. They did not even care about anything. Santa Esports knew they've already qualified. Now, the way to counter this statement is also going to be at least caring about the future stages.
In the interview earlier today, Alpha just said that, yeah, we are going to play our natural game. So is the natural game 10 points in 3 games?
Johnny, you want me to be honest? I do not even believe these players anymore.
My question is, what is the natural game?
Their natural game was what you saw yesterday.
That should have done that again, man. It was a little bit of a letdown. But hey, another interesting thing about today, especially for Group D, was the amount of turnarounds we see. Because even though, as we talk about it, Santa Esports, big edge yesterday, the difference between the first and the second position, it's actually a decent amount.
Hey, you know what's decent, though? for Nonix to qualify. That's pretty decent. With just 1 point shy from Gods and Legion. And yes, we've also got our first set of teams getting eliminated from the BMPS 2026. Right now it's just 8, but just wait till the survival stages, because that's when you're going to see some major heartbreaks and a big chunk of teams getting eliminated from the tournament.
Oh, for sure. And for the 8 teams that do manage to make it to the survival stages and stay alive inside of BMPS 2026, the dream still lives on. As you mentioned, survival stage is very chaotic. You have to try and finish in the top 8 just to be able to push through to the semis.
And it's going to hurt even more.
Exactly. Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. Not just for you. You're going to be hoping that things go wrong for the teams that were there in Group C and teams that are going to be there in the survival stages from Group B as well.
Yeah, we're also speaking of the Group B teams, right, that are still yet to come.
Yeah.
And even they can definitely be a major game changer. And especially looking at these overall standings with how things are, I really do believe, especially with teams like Oops Officials, speaking of 7 Aces as well, I had some nice expectations from them. I thought at least they can make it inside of the top 8. And speaking of Oops Official, the past week itself, they did really good. And now for some reason, we're not able to see that replication.
That is exactly what I was thinking. Last few weeks, they were doing well, but it was when the pressure hit the ceiling. It was when max pressure was on their heads that Oops Official just went oops in the last few games. But anyways, that was the end of the journey for Group D. Up next, Group A is going to kick off their matches, but after this very short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And Salty, after watching the first set of teams getting eliminated from the BMPS 2026, now it's time to move on towards the first set of potential grand finalists, which is of course going to be Group A as well.
Such a varied day, to be honest.
I know,
what
right?
a day to be alive. I mean, we spent a month covering the entirety of BMPS, and we had so much fun as well. And now, on the same day, we get to see our first set of grand finalists. We also get to see the first set of teams to get eliminated as well. How tough is that to digest?
I know, right?
And especially the way Gods and Legion died over there. I think Master is going to think about that moment at least for the next 3 months.
It's definitely going to happen, right? For Gods and Legion to just get shy of 1 point. And Nonix was eliminated way before. And still somehow Nonix was not dethroned from that spot. It's just crazy. But you know what? Now it's time to move on towards a completely different group. And it's going to be Group A. And inside of Group A, we've got some spicy storylines going on. Revenant XSPARK currently sitting outside of the top 8. And then we've got Vasista Esports securing that slot towards the top 8. You know what exactly I mean.
Yeah, it's not just going to be Vasista Esports as well. It's going to be Godlike, man. And I think this is going to be the topic of the day for now, because imagine this, Revenant XSPARK, when Godlike was down under, when they were struggling, Revenant XSPARK dropped onto Pochinki. They found Some, they took him out. And I'm pretty sure Godlike might actually come back to seek revenge. Don't you think so?
Of course it's going to happen, man. Revenge at the end of the day is so important, especially in a competitive lobby like this. And if you've already qualified, it gives you every single right to actually go for those revenge plays as well. And right now I'm looking at Vasista Esports and Revenant XSPARK's rivalry that's been going on for a long time around Picado. So that's, of course, going to be real spicy. And the overall standings, if you see Soul as well on the 3rd spot, Soul is not safe as of now.
Yeah, absolutely. But since you talked about Picado, I just have to mention this, that there is still one more team that always loves to go Picado, and they are in kind of similar shoes like Revenant XSPARK. I'm talking about 7 Gods. They also love going to Picado, of course, when there is no RNTX in the lobby, but we'll have to find out. And if all of these teams decide to do the same thing, we might just be able to see 4 teams dropping in at one drop location. Of course, we'll talk about that when the match comes around, but yes, you did mention Seoul is still unsafe. In fact, majority of the 6 teams out there in the top 8, they aren't going to be safe, at least for now.
The point is, we haven't seen the cutoff reach 40 points so far yet. And even the previous group, we saw the cutoff go towards 37 points.
37, yeah.
So let's just say maybe to be around the safety block, just to consider the X factor as well, you need more than 45 points. So even technically, if you talk about it, Godlike's not going to be safe as of now.
Yeah.
Godlike needs 5 points in the upcoming games. It's not even a concern. Godlike can do it. But especially for a team like Team Seoul, maybe sometimes getting those points actually can be a little bit tougher.
You know, what we've seen so far inside of the tournament, I'd please request you, let's not say that Godlike will do it. 5 points, it's going to be easy. Because we've seen so many teams fumble, man. We've seen so many teams fumble from positions where they were destined to win. Like we saw Mad Kings, right? 30 points in day number 1. DAG as well. It is going on and on. Day 1 and day 2, it's stark difference. I just hope that Godlike can keep that momentum up. But on the map of Miramar, anything can happen, man. Third parties is going to happen. But at least one good thing as compared to Group D is that you're not going to get eliminated. You're still going to play the semi-finals. So it's fine. I'm still going to be looking at, I'm going to be hoping for a little bit of comeback, maybe from like Wyld Fangs, even Victorious Summers. I think they are still reeling at the very bottom of the leaderboard. And you never really usually see them there.
It's actually pretty unbelievable to see Victorious Sumus sitting with just only 2 points in the span of 3 games, right? VS is supposed to be one of the most consistent teams out there, and since they like to play it a little bit more defensive and passive, but this time it did not work out. Victorious Sumus were getting countered instantly. And the same storyline as well can actually hit Nebula Esports as well. Nebula Esports is one of those teams that likes to go for that head start the moment the game starts. But right now, Nebula Esports is sitting outside of the top 8. It's understandable that real close, they can easily make the pounce inside of the top 8 as well. But it's just going to be even tougher. We've got so many stacked names on the other side.
You know, the first game of Erangel, I believe, is going to be super crucial. Like, if you cannot put yourself, especially in such a competitive lobby, if you cannot put yourself in, like, let's say the top 10, then your chances in the last 2 games is going to diminish by miles. I don't really think on the map of Miramar, you can mount massive comebacks unless your teams like maybe Santa Esports or even someone like a 4TR, who are supposed to be Miramar specialists. I still feel like these teams, they love their games on Erangel, Revenant XSPARK included, and I feel like Erangel is going to be a very important key for them.
And let's not forget, we've also got a few names like Meta Ninza inside of the mix, right? Even Meta Ninza is one of those teams that can actually come through with an X factor, and we've witnessed Meta Ninza pull off a comeback in the past. There was a week where Meta Ninza in the first 3 games, they were not even able to touch 10 points, and then somehow in the latter 3 games, Meta Ninza just pulls off an insane comeback. You see them sitting inside of the top 8, moving on and getting promoted. So there's also going to be those X factors inside of this group, and considering the fact that there's also going to be 4TR sitting in the top 8, it just gives me hope that maybe if 4TR slips up, there's going to be a few more different names making it inside of the top 8.
You know, you pointed out Meta Ninza. No, I still believe that the run that they had in BGIS, it was really good, because imagine this. They had somewhere about like a decent performance so far, but they were still on doubt whether or not this team is going to make the grand finals. Not only did they qualify for the grand finals, they did fairly well in my opinion. So I believe this team has got a lot of quality. They can just change their sides any moment in time, and on similar shoes there is still going to be 8-bit as well. Right at the cusp of death, by the way. 8th position, not a lot of points. I think somewhere around 25, 26. That is definitely not enough.
When it matters the most, 8-bit has always messed up. And I really hope this time it's not going to be the same storyline repeating itself, but it's also been a fact that 8-bit almost always qualifies towards the LAN finals. So maybe they will qualify on the 8th spot.
I mean, imagine this. Since it's Juicy, you know it, Juicy always makes it to the grand finals. Sarang always makes it to the grand finals. Yeah, the narrative was kind of broken lately, but I still believe 8-bit, you know, form is temporary, class is permanent. We do have the elimination leaders, by the way, on our screen, and Dhruv is still untouchable. And by the way, I have a fun fact. Dhruv has been the eliminator since day 2 of BMPS and has never been dethroned even once.
Yeah, the entirety of BMPS, it feels like this entire just introduction of elimination leaders was for this man. He's just unshakable from that spot. For some reason, Taurus got real close. Taurus only needed 4 eliminations to dethrone that guy, but that day, K9 Esports, they were just on a terrible form, and you see Taurus not even getting a single frag, and you were just wondering, man, maybe it's just some invisible forces really supporting this guy to be on the first spot.
Yeah, man, I think that is the beauty of the game as well. You can't chase finished leaders. Finishers kind of come to you, but if you are Dhruv, then you are meant different. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's a small word in our ears, a little bit of disappointment, a little bit of weight. But you know what? On the other side, there's going to be some spicy action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be come back after a short break.
जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई।
ये देख बीजीएमआई पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Welcome back after that short break, and it seems like the game is almost booted up. Just a few more seconds so we can actually deep dive in towards the first game of the day for Group A. And you know what, Salty? Since we know there's so many things on the line for this entire group, I once again want to know your thoughts. Do you think Team Tamilas is going to make it?
Yeah, I mean, for Team Tamilas, I think this is going to be no doubt. 3 weeks being absolute dominating Group A as well. This team has momentum right now, and especially with the kind of addition we've had Justy as well in a mix of things. Team Tamilas know how to frag out, so I'm expecting them to come out of very crucial situation. I don't know, for 8-bit, I think a lot of responsibility is going to be on Shubh. He's been the man to find majority of the finishes. So the teams who are in that 8th and the 7th spot, I think for them it's going to be a little difficult. For Team Tamilas, it should be safe.
Yeah, definitely, right? Even when we saw them a day before yesterday, Team Tamilas actually were doing pretty decent for themselves. In the first game, Team Tamilas had okay amount of points. Second game was sort of a flop, but then the third game, they had 10 elimination points secured. So you can't say the elimination aspect right now is at least sorted out.
Yep.
But still, man, you never know. There's always going to be some unknown factor that comes inside of the picture, and anything can happen. Even Godlike can mess up. You never know. They can get 0 points in all the games, and you will see Godlike just on the latter half of the board, somehow on the verge of being qualified towards the semifinals. Anything can happen. But right now, the plane is in the sky, starting all the way from Severny towards the Snoka military base, and this plane flat path is going to be a pretty good one.
It certainly will be. I mean, it does cut the map across in 2 equal halves, and starting off from Severny towards military base, I'm pretty sure majority of the teams are going to find their drop location, but then are there going to be those initial collisions? Because, of course, for teams who are reeling still at the bottom, I'm talking about teams like Wyld Fangs, maybe for Victorious Summers, I don't believe the Necro that they will have a lot of opportunities. They will have to go a little aggressive, maybe get those 4 or 5 eliminations up front and then try and play for the chicken dinner if they want to stabilize their position. Otherwise, it just becomes way more difficult.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of stabilizing the position right now, if you look at the Erangel rankings as well, Team Tamilas is currently the best performing team on this map in the BMPS 2026, next to 8-Bit and Nebula Esports. Speaking of Nebula Esports, right now they're desperate, real desperate. No matter what sort of points they can try and get their hands on, they are going to. And that's what really makes me even more excited about this game. You've got a few names like Soul as well around the mix. And for Soul, you already know. The moment things don't start to work out, you will see them go guns blazing inside of the game, trying to go for those frags as well. And what a circle it is, all the way towards Stolber.
I love the circle. I love the fact that Victoria Summers are at the smack center of it as well. Always needs to do some magic right here. He needs to maneuver his team extremely careful. Scary Shot needs to be in a proper form if there has to be any comeback possible. But in my opinion, Necro, I am only looking at comebacks. I want teams to actually get back from the brink of death. We haven't discussed about WINDGOD, who has been so brilliant. We haven't discussed about WELT Esports as well. All of these teams, they deserve to be in the grand finals, but they only will get that slot if they do perform today itself.
Yeah, it's going to be an important day. And let's just say the first game itself is going to be a major Kickstarter. And speaking of kickstarting things, REVENANT XSPARK is the first name to pop up. All the players actually dropping around this garage trying to get their hands on a vehicle. They have to get a 4-seater, right? No, instead they go for a coupe. Interesting. They do get some more vehicles around, so it's all good. Speaking of this team in general, REVENANT XSPARK, they have impressed me. If you look at the performance graph as well, it's been consistently going up. And right now, Vasista Esports around a beast. And that beast is not able to connect shots another beast.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I think Vasista Esports have had the biggest upward graph in terms of the way their performance went up in the last week as well. We did not expect that. Nobody expected that. 3 matches, 2 chicken dinners, Vasista Esports. Do you remember, Necro, in the initial weeks, they were dead last on the overall standings. Vasista Esports even visited Group B, by the way, and came back from there.
I think since the BGS Grand Finals, Vasista Esports have been performing pretty well.
Yeah.
Even in the BGS Grand Finals, they were there around the top 4, constantly maintaining that spot as well. And I was the man who was surprised the most. I'd never expected that performance from Vasista. But they were doing pretty good. At the start of the BMPS, I wasn't even surprised that a lot of these teams were choking. It's because they knew that there's not a lot of things on the line. It's just about placing yourself in the top 8. If you're somewhere inside of the Group A, you just need to place yourself in the top 12. So a lot of them weren't even taking things that seriously. But right now, it's about the Grand Finals we're speaking of. You're directly going to be qualifying towards the major LAN. And one of you can be potential champions. Think about it.
It's such a big jump side, right? I mean, imagine this. Right from week 4, 8 teams making it to Jaipur. You will have to start preparing for Jaipur if you perform well today, and that just gives you such a big boost, such a big mental confidence as well. Imagine this. Don't really have to play the lobbies. You are just going to watch the other teams grind it out. You have a lot of time to try and study their patterns as well, study their rotation paths, and figure out what you are going to be doing, especially when the LAN finals come around. So there's a lot of time for planning and plotting. I just hope that the deserving ones make it through.
You know, there's a reason why I call this group privileged.
Oh.
They definitely are.
That is a sweet term, in my opinion. Privileged.
Because, understand this, even if you're not able to make it in the top 8, you're still going to move on towards the semifinals. And then from the semis, top 6 still moves on towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
It's still a better odd than considering only the top 8 from the survival stages make it towards the semifinals.
I think the only team I'd like to add to what you just said, I think, is the fact that these teams actually worked very hard to be privileged right now. They deserve the fact that they have a second shot. They deserve the fact that they don't really get eliminated. They are going to find the slot inside the semi-finals. And the ones who qualify for the grand finals, pretty sure they deserve that as well. Imagine this. I mean, teams like 4TR, they never really began from this group itself, right? They climbed their way up. Teams like 8-Bit, they struggled in the initial weeks. Nobody thought that this team is going to find their way back inside of Group A, but here they are once again, Juicy and Sarang, at the highest level of competition, playing for the grand finals.
Hands down. And even speaking of a team like WINDGOD Esports,
yeah,
they have been miraculous as well. Nothing taken away from them. Some rounds, WINDGOD Esports has been tearing through the opponents. Infinity as well. Recently, he's been performing pretty well. And now looking at the circle. On the move. With that, you will see Divine Gaming as well moving in with quite a big spread. Divine Gaming probably do want to place themselves around the centric part, get their hands on those compounds, which is not going to be a concern.
Is it just me or Group A has been playing the same circle for a while now? I have been seeing this Yesnaya outskirt circle, I think multiple times. Every single day that we come around, there's at least one map of Erangel that always has circles like these, or maybe the ones that land on Gutka as well. But the solution to this is simple. You have to try and find your way around those Yesnaya blocks, maybe a compound for yourself, and then prepare with an exit strategy. Surviving urban warfares is a whole different ball game altogether, but these teams are more than capable enough of actually handling that pressure.
Hands down. I mean, at the end of the day, we're speaking of the BGS 2026 grand finalists.
Yeah.
Majority of them are. And Team Tamilas, with the performance graph going up, they have been impressive. While speaking of a team like Team Seoul, I hate to say it, but recently the performance has been going down. I do not know if it's intentional. Just to put it out there, there's a chance that Seoul might just be performing this way intentionally, since they do not really want to reveal their strategies. And we have seen a lot of teams do that.
You know, addition to that, they've also had a tendency of trying to play scams with their fan base as well. Just, you know, giving them minor shockers, a little bit of heartbreaks as well. And then all of a sudden in just one game, you're like, voila, that was a prank. You are being recorded. I want to find out if Team Seoul, if they were actually doing that, or are there serious causes of concern. But for now, iQOO is going to be in a world of danger.
What?
2 players of Team Seoul, they don't take a shot.
What? And iQOO thinks the compounds are clear. Oh my god, for Team Seoul. This might just be an opportunity they should latch up on. This can be a potential lot of points. And Orangutan are also busy taking shots against the remaining players of Team Seoul, but they've got no idea that there's a man around the spectrum. 2 players of Team Seoul already inside of the compound. iQOO, the man's going to be approached by the entirety of Team Seoul, and iQOO's got nowhere to go. Utilities tossed as well, and Orangutan, they already started to drop down bodies. iQOO, he had no idea that he was in a compound against the entirety of Team Seoul. The cavalry as well, pretty quick to arrive, and iQOO somehow is still standing, by the way. Dancing around his own death, and Aru around the spectrum, even he gets taken care of. Team Seoul as of now are being held off as well.
Simply are. iQOO is still standing though. I think he can be the difference maker. I think he was knocked out. It's a 2v2 right now. Goblin does have the nade. He spots the man who is still in the outskirts, and Legend has been constantly trying to get rid of iQOO for a while now. The nade is not going to connect. iQOO quick on his feet, and WINDGOD finds Knuckle. That's going to be a big practical.
There's no way. How are they able to pull the fight back? And now the situation, it's taken down to 1-on-2. Legit, he's found himself in one of the worst spots possible. The elimination points, even they're getting stolen away by 8-Bit from the back lines. Now it's going to be 8-Bit on the strike. Orangutan, with the 2-man squad, they can still clutch it out. It's possible. And look at Legit, he's actually going to hand out a revival to Joker. A recovery is possible for Seoul. But still the game is spoiled. That's what matters the most.
You know, I don't really get it. I mean, Team Seoul, what's supposed to be a masterstroke coming in from Team Seoul to actually hide themselves in, attract more players of Orangutan into that fight, and then try and shoot them from their blind side. That plan derailed completely because of iQOO and Aru in some sense as well. WINDGOD, of course, coming in. This is going to be a big brawl for sure as Orangutan rack themselves up right out to the
my god, brilliant.
A little bit of a flick, and iQOO finds a knock for himself. That was a small gap, and he manages to connect and shred through that.
Man's just an absolute brilliant. Big brain plays coming through from OG, and that's really making a big difference now. Utilities tossed out as well. That's going to be flashbang too, but it does not do anything. Still, Joker is alive with 4 bullets in the magazine. He needs to go for the fresh one, and that's what he does. Seoul, how the tables turn. You were supposed to win this fight without any casualties on top of you, but now it seems like you are on the verge of being wiped out. And Joker is just constantly spamming through blindly. He's got 2 more shells in the shock and should go for a fresh one instantly. And that's what he's doing. But now AKOP, he makes that pounce. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Soul messed up big time. This was supposed to be their fight in a clean way.
And the first team to get eliminated is going to be Team Soul. What a day to be alive, lads. But this time, Orangutan, they aren't quite safe either because 8-bit, they're looking to charge down upon Orangutan right now. AKOP quickly moves across the terrain. Tries to clear a little bit of that split up, so even if those nades land, at least one man is still going to be alive.
Indeed.
This is going to be so tough for them to actually retain. If 8-bit decides to converge from all sides, it is a 4v2. For even a duo like AKOP and WINDGOD has been working together for years and years now, it's a very difficult task.
Oh, the circle though, a curveballing shift. Shifting down south. WELT Esports, 4TR, Godlike and Wyld Fangs. They find themselves in probably one of the best spots possible. But the fight's not done yet between 8-bit and OG. The 2 remaining players, the remnants of OG, can still be deadly. The Apes, sometimes they hit it hard. And that's what you need to watch out from. Are 8-bit really looking to pull off from this fight? That's my question. And they should not. They've got the man advantage in this one, and they should continue to press the matters.
I think 8-bit don't really have enough information on where exactly Orangutan are, and also the fact that how many players are still left alive. 8-bit understand this is a very crucial match for them. They are on that 8th spot. For Orangutan, for teams like Seoul, they're still going to be fine. They understand the comeback possibilities for teams like these. It's still quite high. But for 8-bit, can't really say the same. Skips constantly trying to throw those nades inside. No connections being found as of yet. But finally, he comes in. Sarang with the catch-up with the nade. Finishes off WINDGOD. 1 man left alive, AKOP. Clutch machine, people usually call him. Once again, derail the plans of 8-bit. AKOP slowly moving upwards. 8-bit knows exactly what's happening. The nade is going to come through as well. Is he going to keep on holding his life? Barely survives Necro.
Yeah, Molotov is ball tossed out. Now the man's forced outside of his comfort zone, and he gets eliminated from the game. 8-bit wiping out the existence of OG, but still, what a scrappy fight that was between OG and Seoul. Seoul was supposed to win that fight miles back, without even taking any casualty on themselves. They should have taken shots when AKOP was all by himself.
I mean, ifs and buts, man. I still feel like what Team Soul thought about the plan, it was brilliant. It's just the execution where I felt Team Soul kind of lacked a bit. And now all of a sudden the pressure is going to be on their shoulders. They've got the last 2 games remaining and they are sitting at 28 points. And a direct slot to the grand finals is at stake, of course, as ninza and Divine Gaming from the distance keep on giving shots. Luck has been knocked down at the distance.
Yeah, that's a big man taken care of. And ninza right now, looking at their positioning too, it's not exactly the best one. They're around the edges, Divine Gaming behind them, and in the front's going to be Godlike. They've got too many foes to deal with. And Divine Gaming as well, really trying to press the matters even more. Maybe rub the salt on top of the wounds, but right now the wounds are quite deeper on Divine Gaming. So what is going to be the game plan? How do you rotate inside of the circle? It's also quite the exposed grounds, and right now I believe Wyld Fangs, they've got the best possible spot.
This circle is so crowded, by the way. There's so many teams inside Stage 3 right now. 14 teams still left alive, but if we have a look at the map, if we have a glance at the map, you would... Oh, by the way, wow, that's the quickest transition we've had. The map is right on our screens. And there's barely any space left for any other teams out there. I mean, imagine this. Victorious Summers, they were already in a great position. WINDGOD coming in from their backlines is going to struggle for sure. 8-bit is going to start struggling. Team Tamilas is going to start struggling. I don't know what's going to even happen to ninza and Divine Gaming. They are so way back in towards the blue. It's going to be a death trap, man.
Indeed it will be. Circle shifting on top of 7 Gods. And right now in the open field, 7 Gods is the only team with a compound. REVENANT XSPARK. A bit of those return shots taken against him. They need to be cautious. Still Vasista Esports in the front. But do they really want to do something about it? That's my question. Right now you're just going to be burning through your ammunition and meds. It's better to focus on something where you will find guaranteed success.
Open lands, man, open lands. They just make these players so desperate. Desperate to try and protect themselves. Desperate to try and take shots at everyone you try and spot. It's not going to be easy. Imagine this, you've got Meta Ninza who is trying to gatekeep Divine Gaming. Divine, meanwhile, they've been devising plans for their exit strategy. But while they do so, the blue zone has creeped up. They are already starting to take damage from the blue. And now finally we see those small steps of movement coming in from Divine Gaming. They're trying to go up north, maybe go around the circle and find a different entry point. But even that is going to be so much more difficult.
Yeah, still not sure what the game plan's going to be. For Divine Gaming, though, the safest possible approach is going to be through Yasnaya City. But instead, they're taking a rotation all the way down south. An interesting breaching point. Trying to move around Mansion, maybe head on around 4TR as well. Now, that's going to be a pretty weird fight between 4TR and Divine Gaming, if it does come through. As of now, though, at least they've found a bit of that pit stop inside of the circle. They can pass themselves up, and there's also going to be Meta Ninza right on the tails.
I like the adaptation coming in from Divine Gaming as well. They knew that they had to find a pit stop, and Meta Ninza fell into the trap. One man getting knocked off and finished off as well, as the Weaker comes across and runs across as well. Knight with the shots coming through Divine Gaming. They're still trying to hold on to the fort, and Fierce has been a very big problem for them as he sprays down Divine Gaming. And that is a brilliant stuff coming in from Meta Ninza. They did not survive that fight unscathed. They lost 2 players, but that is still going to be fine. But have a look at this right now. Revenant XSPARK. They're knocking on the doors of Wyld Fangs. And one man, Sam
Oh my
Triple9,
God.
he was isolated. He finds both of them, and he gets 2 finishes for himself.
Revenant XSPARK, they mess up big time. A fight that was supposed to be theirs, but they were not able to convert it that well. But now it's also going to be Godlike knocking on the doors. And it's the third party from Godlike. Can they capitalize well enough? That's my question. Wyld Fangs' compound, right now it's going to be overpopulated. Too many teams want to get their hands onto it. Godlike as well pretty much want to follow up on that same terrain. But what a nade that was from Sensei. And IGL fragging out an IGL. The nade connecting perfectly. And Godlike now taken down to a 3-man squad.
I know Goten's tendencies. He wants to go on that white flank. He wants to take that head-on-head battle against S-Power. But finally, Sam Triple9 arrives. You've got Spray God as well. You've got the hovercraft, which can tank so much damage. And look at the amount of pressure that Wyld Fangs is building against Godlike. But these nades, the revive on Mana, everything seems to tie up the fact that Godlike slowly and steadily are figuring out stability in this fight. And they're also backing away.
Yeah, the players are retreating. But the issue now is going to be the blue itself. But luckily enough for Godlike, still barely squeezed inside of the circle. That compound from Wyld Fangs, man, it's being graced by the gods itself. And Meta Ninza right now is going to be the biggest threat.
By the way, Revenant XSPARK just got eliminated. They've been finished off at 11 points. Now they've got just 2 more matches to try and make amends, to try and reach the grand finals. This is going to be such a monumental ask for a team like that.
Oh my god. That's got to be heartbreaking. Revenant XSPARK in the next game, they need a chicken dinner no matter what. One of the Miramars needs to be converted. Needs to go huge. Once again, the Blues on the move. 7 gods as well. They found themselves in a bit of a scuffle. And 8-bit, they eventually wipe out the existence of WINDGOD Esports. With the help of 7 gods as well, WINDGOD just could not do anything. They were in a big pinch, and now look at 4TR. They spot out the players in the front. That's going to be Team Tamilas. 3 players within an instant taken out. 4th man trying to run away, but even he gets traced. That will be Wiper single-handedly devouring the entirety of Team Tamilas.
Man has got 4 eliminations on his name right now. He just claimed all of Team Tamilas with his Venom itself. Viper living up to his name. 40 arched a big climb on the overall standings. 5th position for them. 29 points. They're just going to try and touch 35 in this game, because otherwise they're still going to be facing the heat coming in from the lower half of the table. So many teams from the bottom half still stay alive, Necro, and that is going to be the game changer. Nebula will have an opportunity to try and come back. WELT, Meta Ninza, 7 gods is going to have an opportunity to come back. And even Wyld Fangs, they kind of looked strong in that fight against Godlike.
They indeed did. And look at Wyld Fangs already. Sensei getting knocked out. That's big. Victor Sumus taking a fight against Vasista Esports as well. That's another fight that's currently happening. And Victor Sumus, they almost win that fight too. Godlike now, finally, they start to break a lot of sweat. And they also run thin on patience. Want to make that pounce against Wyld Fangs Sensei. The man is still on the run, by the way. The only thing that's currently keeping him alive is going to be that push, but eventually he gets confirmed. Salme getting that elimination point secured. But the remaining players of Wyld Fangs still on the opposite side.
I think that was a safety move coming in from Wyld Fangs. They wanted that other compound. They wanted to start regrouping as well, get huddled up to avoid getting taken down by Godlike's firepower. And indeed, I think Godlike has done a decent job to take away that squad house away from Wyld Fangs' control. But what do you do next? You're still further away from the circle. You're still going to be the first one that the blue zone collapses upon. And now even 4TR kind of arrives at the party. Rapno has been knocked out. Brilliant counter by Arthur as he finds a trade for himself. But Some is a lovely position. The nade can be lobbed in. This can hurt 4TR quite a bit.
Yeah, and it seems like it's also cooked pretty well. But no, unfortunately, it bounces off the ridge, and that's why it wasn't placed that well. And now 4TR, they're not able to get that revival on Rapido. It's just one man up close. His power whiffed all those shots, and Godlike losing out on Manya. Eventually, the entirety of 4TR, they do collapse, but they still get away with 7 points in this game. That's going to be consistent average achieved.
I'm not sure if Godlike is going to be happy with this fight. They wanted Manya to distract 4TR, and Espa was supposed to take those shots. Manya was not supposed to die in that fight, but now Godlike has been resorted down to a two-man squad. Wyld Fangs, they put pressure on Meta Ninza right now. Fierce has been knocked out. Goten just straight up goes head-to-head against Apollo and wins that fight once again. Wyld Fangs, what are they doing? How much guts do they have inside of them?
Yeah, they're just done playing that passive game. They don't want to wait anymore. But Sam99 once again busy taking a fight against Godlike. Nade was tossed, but not even close. For Godlike, once again, it's going to be about forcing the players of Wyld Fangs outside of the comfort zone. And Sam999, not sure what exactly can he do now. One thing is for sure, he needs to call back the forces. Power checking around. Godlike winning this fight so crucial. But you could say they've almost done it. They've pretty much done it. 45 points in the overall standings. Godlike has qualified.
Yeah, pretty much. Still give up on this game, right? Godlike has got a lot to prove themselves. They want to prove themselves to the doubters, to the critics, to the haters as well. And now they are answering, not with their words, but with their bullets. One man left alive, Sam999. He has got the support of Spray God, but he's nowhere to be seen in this fight. Spray God way to a side. What was this man doing?
Oh my God.
Godlike get eliminated as well. Spray God with that nade finds both of them, and Wyld Fangs survive. Oh my God.
Such a chaotic moment. So many things happening at the same time. It's Spray God getting the revenge for his own teammates. That one nade finding a quick two-piece. So many players, so many teams getting eliminated within a burst. It's really hard to keep track of the action. 7GOTS. Oh, this fight between 8-Bit and 7GOTS. They've been between a standoff for a long time. 7GOTS constantly from the back just trying to itch the players. But now Wyld Fangs, they're also getting pounced on by 8-Bit. And 8-Bit's gonna mop the floor.
Decent attempt coming in from Wyld Fangs, 6 points being secured, but 17 points on the overall's 11th position. Wyld Fangs still have got some time to try and climb up the stairs of the overall standings. Elsewhere, Victor Summers, the team that has been struggling the most, they still are alive, by the way. 4 men standing, 8 points on the block. They are bombing Nebula Esports, and they strike too. Nomi is the final player who can still hold fort for Nebula Esports, who is still struggling, by the way. They aren't inside quite safe. Victor Summer seems to be on a different mission tonight.
They indeed are. Nebula Esports still on the 9th spot in the overall standing, and Nebula Esports has been playing such a passive game. It's so uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah.
Nebula Esports is supposed to be a team that's going out there taking fights, but right now they're struggling too much. Not even a single elimination point, just booking it on the placements. A man gets finished off completely from the game for Nebula. Now Nomi's going to be the only person left standing. And Shub, he catches a lot of hurt from that nade. Gets knocked out instantly. 7GOTS as well now trying to make an opposite pounce. But another nade tossed out from the man from Nebula. It gets another knock against 8-Bit.
It's surprising. For sure, for Nomi, what he's doing right now, it needs a lot of patience, but a lot of courage as well. To be at the center of a circle in such an open zone and try and keep on the offensive side of things. I think Nebula is doing a phenomenal job, but it is not enough, by the way. They're still trailing Team Tamilas by 5 points. But from the opposite end, Seven Gods Esports has stopped their aggression. 3 men alive. They just claim their second finish of the day, but they can go for more, Necro.
All of that is fine, but look at 8-Bit. 15 eliminations already secured. All the 4 players retrieved as well. 8-Bit is on an absolute explosive spree. This game might just be a nuclear one. If 8-Bit keeps on staying alive with all the 4 players, if they keep on retaining that man number, 8-Bit can actually have a massive game at their hands. And this game will also secure that slot towards the grand finals. You could almost say that they're done.
You're talking about being done? I'm looking at Nomi, who is still not giving up. He's still constantly moving. The footwork is brilliant, but the nade was meant to do exactly that, to flush you out of cover. But hold on.
Oh my god, what?
What is going on?
One with the nature. And he's trying to pull off a trigger discipline play. There's 7 Gods right in the front. No! All those patience down the drain. Victorious Sumus from the back. They stab him. And now Victorious Sumus, somehow they've got all the 4 players standing. And it seems like they're probably going to be the closest one to get the chicken dinner. All the way from the latter half of the board, they might just actually pull off a comeback.
I'm telling you, man, this is such a funny day. Victorious Sumus right now up against 7 Gods, 2 teams who have been struggling. 8-Bit, meanwhile, the third one in this trinity is the one who is right at the cusp of death. These 3 teams, this chicken dinner, this is the highest stakes that we've seen inside of the Pro Series 2026. Whoever wins this gets a massive boost to their chance of grand finals. Right now, Ninja survives a couple of those nades coming through at him. Victorious Sumus constantly push up, and this time, finally, he is gonna fall.
Too many nades on the man. It was just raining grenades. And now Victorious Sumus, they finally want to press upon the matters. Rups and Salt on top of the boots. One man's taken care of. 7 Gods, there's just too many bullets on their way. And Victorious Sumus, they know. All the 4 players making a move together. And 7 Gods, they did not even stand a chance. But you still got a team like 8-Bit around the spectrum, and 8-Bit can't stand in the way for Victorious Sumus and their chicken dinner.
You know, I'm just going to say one line. You can get prodigies after prodigies. You can make an absolute factory of young lads coming in and dominating the battlegrounds, but not for once try and doubt the experienced lads, because they have seen the world before you, and now they're coming to snatch it away from you as well. Victorious Sumus, always somebody who's been struggling, dominating as well at the top tier, now is making one final scream at the grand finals. The same can be said for 8-Bit, the same can be said for Juicy, the same can be said for Sarang as well. And this is the standoff of a greatest quality. Victorious Sumus versus 8-Bit in a 4v4, Necro.
8-Bit's already done it. The slot towards the grand finals, it's already secured. Right now, booting up with a massive game, 8-Bit, they know. They've already achieved the greatness that's needed in this game. One single stroke, and they play it so well that 8-Bit is already through the boundary. But now it's going to be about Victorious Sumus. If they do get this game in their hands, Victorious Sumus might just mount an iconic comeback that no one has ever seen. Is Victorious Sumus great enough to mount a history? Are they great enough to construct a legacy that no one has ever seen?
It'll be tough for them though. 8-Bit is such a formidable opponent, by the way. We just saw they had 16 eliminations before this point as well. We have never seen 8-Bit dominate the way they are doing right now inside of the Pro Series, inside of the IS as well. This is 8-Bit's single best performance this year so far, and it comes right in the nick of time. Is yet another nade kind of sails through as well. Juicy still has that temperament to keep on lobbing that up, but now look at the utility bar, Necro. Most of it has been squished. Now it comes down to your gunplay.
It does. And 8-Bit, for them, the blue's already on the move. They need to try and reposition. The man's out in the open. The first man falls. Mafia as well, taken down real low. Are there any sort of trades? That's my question for 8-Bit. A man is already down, and Sarang gets confirmed too. Victorious Sumus, the players are still the snakes. Crawling in the grass, and now Oace driving around just to get the intel. Skips almost found the knock on Oace. He gets softened up too low, and that's going to be the first thread they were searching for. Shub gets taken down real low as well. Backs away to patch himself up. But Shub has also got his hands on the P90, and that weapon can be an absolute shredder as another man falls down.
It's down to Oace right now. A 1v3 on the cards. Can he find the knock? Not really. 8-bit snatches it away from Victorious Summers. But you cannot deny it's been a fabulous effort from both these two teams. Two absolute giants colliding in the final circle. And it is a Finnish galore coming in from 8-bit. What are these numbers, man?
An explosive performance from 8-bit. That's what you would like to say. A performance that was needed from 8-bit to qualify, from 8-bit to move on. And just before this game as well, we were doubting 8-bit. We were saying, can they make it? 8-bit is supposed to choke in the final few moments. But then we remembered 8-bit is also supposed to qualify to the final few moments.
Always.
And they have qualified once again. What a way to really just play with the hearts of your fans and play with the hearts of your viewers. Every single person that was watching was just biting their own nails. And Victorious Sumus in the end, even they're pretty much closer towards that comeback now.
You know, I think there's a reason why you call Sarang Mr. Dependable. Yes, for sure, Skips had 7 eliminations in that game. But every time 8-bit has been in a lot of danger, I think it has been Sarang who is stepping up. And I'm so happy for this lad. Not just because of the fact that he's a very good friend of mine, but also because of the fact that I think he's been struggling for a very long time. I've never seen Sarang go through such a long, rough patch. But finally, when it matters the most, finally, when the grand finals, when Jaipur is about to arrive, right in the nick of time, Sarang finds back form. Even last day as well, I think there was one game where Sarang had 6 eliminations. This game as well, Sarang with 6 eliminations. But the MVP undoubtedly has to be Skips.
I
with
do
7.
remember inside of the Showdown 2025, 8-bit was struggling throughout the entirety of the time.
Yeah.
And it was Skips who comes through with a big performance, I think with 10 finish points all by himself.
Yeah.
And then that's when you see 8-bit just going up. That's when you see 8-bit actually qualifying for the future stages. And once again, that's happening right now. Skips getting 7 finishes, Sarang getting 6 finishes. All it takes is that one massive play, and 8-bit is going to be once again back in that champion mindset. Scary shot as well from Victorious Sumus getting 4 frags. Even Spray got from the side of Wyld Fangs getting 4 frags, and then Shub coming through from 8-bit once again. Pretty much the entirety of 8-bit is over here.
Pretty much. I think 3 players. Even Juicy, I'm pretty sure he's going to be in a close 6th maybe because he even had those 3 frags for himself. Scary shot. Spray God tried their level best. Victorious Summons had a great performance in my opinion. I think that is going to be a big bounce back. And I think we need to have a look at the highlights as well because majority of those, I don't know how many finishes did 8-bit have, but majority of those finishes, I don't really think we've caught them.
I mean, the elimination feed was just going wild, especially with Wyld Fangs taking that fight against Godlike. There were so many teams getting eliminated within that instance, but these are some of the moments that really stood out. OG taking that fight against Soul, and Soul getting wiped out that early. Now, one thing is for sure, all the fans are once again going to be worried about Team Soul. How did they even mess up that fight? But 4TR Viper, one single person dismantling the entirety of True Rippers, or Team Tamilas, my bad. This has definitely got to be heartbreaking, especially as a player to recover from such a bad mindset. It's going to be a tough one.
Certainly it's going to be tough. And you know what? The same could have been said for Godlike Esports as well because I know, man, their journey throughout this competition has been topsy-turvy. It has been like a pendulum going south and north without really giving any signs of warning. But Godlike finally find a little bit of form. They could also shut down Wyld Fangs as well, but the nade from Spray God was brilliant, and these are the final moments, of course. Look at Juicy, man. This man does not feel pressure. He's got ice-cold nerves, by the way. And I don't know what's running in his nerves, what's running in his veins. Man goes out in a finale, in the final fight, still finds those knockouts.
A 30 bomber. Literally 8-bit needed this. And with this one single game, 8-bit has already done it. Insane stuff from them. 20 finishes, 10 placement points. Victorious Sumus with 14 points as well, already mounting that comeback. But Victorious Sumus is still pretty far back in the overall standings. Since yesterday, they only had 2 points in 3 games.
Absolutely. I mean, for Wyld Fangs as well, I think 8 points weren't really that bad. They had a lot of elimination points to secure for themselves. They're going to rise up. And you remember that brief period on the DOA status as well, right? The top half had so many teams eliminated and majority of the teams in the bottom half were still contesting. So I'm pretty sure when the overall rankings come around, there's going to be a little bit of stability now. Now the gap will be covered up. It's going to come down to the last 2 maps of Miramar.
Hands down, everything. Even for Nebula Esports and their survival, right? Just getting 3 points off of this game. If Nebula Esports had a few more finish points to contribute, it would have been a lot better. Nebula Esports would have been inside of the top 8 in the overall standings. But since Nebula Esports played this game so passive, getting only 3 total placement points, That's really bad. Divine Gaming as well. We had a conversation about this team, and now look at Divine Gaming struggling so much.
Absolutely.
As we move on towards the overall standings, this is where the major ice is now going to be broken. Look at Team Soul sitting on the 7th spot. 8-Bit is currently the kings of this entire group. Sitting on the 1st, Vasista on the 2nd, Godlike on the 3rd.
Wow, man. 8-Bit. I am speechless at this point. 54 points from a position where they were. Might just be one more team to actually book their slot to the grand finals after reaching 54 points. I don't think there's going to be any shadow of doubt. 8-Bit did the job. But what other teams were still yet to cross that finish line? Maybe somewhere from 40, maybe 32 points. Divine Gaming on 29, OG 28, Soul on 28, Team Tamilas on 26. You've got so many teams on the latter half as well who can actually come back. REVENANT XSPARK could not do it. 7 Gods kinda did a little bit as well. You know what? Every single day, this game gives me one more reason to love this sport, man. I'm in awe at this point.
The competition always is just so unpredictable, right?
Yep.
Who expected 8-Bit's going to get a 30-bomber in the first game itself and will be at the top of the board? None of us. And who expected Victor Sumus, a team that got 2 points in 3 games, in the first game itself they will get 14 points?
Yep.
None of us expected that. Nebula Esports, a team that's supposed to go frag heavy, they're not going frag heavy. Now they're playing a complete passive game. It does not even feel like the same lobby we're witnessing anymore. It feels like different set of teams.
It certainly does, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams are going through different phases for them as well, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of the one that needs a little bit of energy, we do have the perfect solution for it. And of course, it is going to be a Monster energy drinks. The white one or the black one, it is going to be your choice. But the one choice you don't have is to come back after a short break. You will have to. It's tough. Miramar after this short break.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't competitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat, I just been bringing the fire.
Nothing short of absolute cinema inside of Group A right now in Week 4 qualifiers. The stakes? 8 teams make it to the grand finals, 8 teams make it to the semi-finals. Of course, my name is Salt, and joining alongside is going to be Varun John. Super Johnny. Wow, that's a long name, by the way.
No, it's just like, it's two different things.
It's two different things, and that is the same that I was trying to tell Team Soul as well. Them playing aggressive is something, and them trying to hold back is something different, but it seems like they tried to complicate their process a little bit.
That is true, and I think one thing that all of these teams, especially the big names that are still outside of the top 4, need to realize is their spots for that grand finals are still up for contention. And why not just take the easy way if it's still up for grabs? 2 more maps of Miramars to go. Team Soul, Divine Gaming, all of these lineups that are still stuck in that middle pack need about 10-15 points to reach the safe haven. Cross that 40-point marker and you're through.
I think there's going to be a shadow of doubt on that because the cutoff so far in the last group as well, I think it was around 37. In my opinion, I think it is going to go a little higher because the last game kind of flipped the entire overall standings. Maybe I'm assuming 42 is going to be the cutoff. It's still very high, by the way, and I've been massively mistaken. Every time my number just goes wrong. But I'm still optimistic. You never give up hope. And the same can be said for Revenant XSPARK. They should not give up hope. Doesn't matter if they are being drop clashed by 4 teams in the next 2 games.
I mean, to be fair, that push on Wyld Fangs in that previous game, it was extremely questionable. Especially that hovercraft. You know you're getting shot at. You can hear the shots on that hovercraft as well. And yet, to take that exit after like a 3-second pause in the direction of the gunfire, small little mistakes, but a big impact on the overall leaderboards. As Revenant XSPARK, they are on the second last, sitting 15th with just 11 points. But I think 40R, with a kind of incredible performance in that previous game, they have been able to kind of nail down that spot inside of the top 8. For now, they just need a little bit of consistency in the next 2 matches. I think about 5 to 6 points per game should help them stay afloat. But it seems like we are going to have Lord Juicy making directly all the way towards LAN again.
No, we are not even surprised at this point. I think Juicy has done it time and time again. His career once again just marching on to the grand finals. And this is the stats from the last game. By the way, just to give context to all our viewers who just joined right now, 8-Bit was at the cusp. They were the 8th position team, by the way. And in a normal environment, that is the team who is supposed to have the most amount of pressure on you.
Exactly. But hey, the easiest way to relieve that pressure is in game 1 itself. And they've done it quite phenomenally. But now, since they've arrived on the first position of the overall leaderboard, the question is, can they hold on to it and go into the grand finals as the team to beat?
That is going to be a tough ask, to be honest, as well. Because for 8-Bit, I think this also was a welcome back to form. I think all the casters is going to cohesively agree to this, that 8-Bit was struggling through and through inside of Pro Series. They were inside of Group B. They were unable to make a mark to get promoted to Group A. But they were also not getting relegated, by the way. They've been in the mid-pack for a while, I think. And then, of course, in the last week, we saw them getting promoted. And when they entered Group A, they started smacking everyone left, right, and center.
Exactly. It's just like Rocky Balboa said, right? It's not how hard you can hit, but how many times can you keep getting back up after getting it? And 8-Bit, their resilience, I think, has been phenomenal and something to talk about. As you mentioned, the start of the journey of BMPS was not that great. But now, in the later stages, they have kind of found their rhythm. They've kind of found their flow and are doing quite well. But it's not just them that we need to talk about. A few big names. Struggles still continue. Nebula Esports. That previous match of Erangel did not change anything. They're still outside of the top 8. And now there's a decent bit of difference that they have to cover against a team like 40R.
For Nebula Esports, I'm honestly not sure what's going wrong as well. Even Necro pointed out, this team is supposed to go aggressive. This team loves to go out and take those fights. But somehow, some way, it seems like Adi wants those central compounds right now, central positions. And in the last game, it was out in the open. What happens when you're out in the open at the center? Everyone starts taking shots at you. For Nebula, the last 2 maps of Miramar, it is going to be the saving grace. And again, coming back to that topic, as we have just 15 seconds before we move on to the game, Revenant XSPARK, do you think 4 teams are going to land on Picardo? It is the topic of the day, by the way.
It can happen. And Revenant XSPARK, with the kind of roster they have, should be able to dominate that early fight. So that is what I'm hoping for. But apart from that, if you're Revenant XSPARK right now, you're looking to emulate what 8-Bit just did. 30 points from a single game just to save yourself that spot in the semifinals and go directly into the grand finals. But let's see how this map of Miramar is going to turn out for Revenant XSPARK and for everyone else inside of Group A, as we have the plane in the skies, and this time the flight path leaning towards the northern half of the map starts from the east of El Azhar and ends towards Trailer Park.
Absolutely. It's a very northern flat path, by the way. So majority of the southern half is like taken out of equation. You call it Los Leones, Impala, even Chumacera, Minas del Val. All of these regions are going to be out of commission at least for a wee while. And we'll find out, of course, where do these teams go, as I am sticking my eyes on these dots right now currently. Where does Revenant XSPARK drop down on? Where does Vasista Esports go in? Because that has been the usual drop collision in Picado. I still remember the storyline where Revenant XSPARK picked up their crates and put them in the toilet as well. They went on to drop clash against Godlike in Pochinki when they were down underneath as well. Revenant XSPARK, honestly, Johnny, has done dirty against a lot of teams right there. But now, karma strikes back. The tables have flipped.
Well, let's see. The tables might have flipped, but is that table going to hit anyone in the head? And I think it has. Revenant XSPARK, look at them towards El Azhar.
Ooh.
And it's a big surprise that they aren't directly just charging towards the players of Victoris Sumus. So Victoris Sumus isn't charging towards them, but this is going to be a push that Kanha might just not survive. Spray God and Kanha 4 versus 2, caught off guard by the players of 8-bit. And he has a DBS to make things worse. In fact, 2 of them, one in the hands of Juicy, one in the hands of Sarang. And Spray God becomes the first casualty of this match.
Hey man, that was supposed to be a honeymoon. That was supposed to be a reunion between Sarang and Spray God. Juicy had no right to actually step in that fight. I mean, why would you do that? But unfortunately now, Wyld Fangs, they kind of suffered the first loss. And now, Kana, like you said, all by himself, he sprays down 3 men from 8-bit. Johnny, I'm speechless right now.
Let's see if he gets the 4th, and he does! Kana, named after a god, plays like 1-2. What a move coming through! And 8-bit, man oh man! You can see those pixels just burning up on the screen.
I honestly am surprised. I am starstruck. I did not expect this, to be honest. 1 spray down 3 men, and the final player could not do a single thing. Kana is still standing in aura farming, drinking those energy drinks right now as if nothing had happened. This man is nonchalant.
And I guess that buff to the assault rifle close range damage really does get the job done now. But again, I mean, what a play. What a save for Wyld Fangs. This could have been a big loss in this particular match. 2 players out early. Wyld Fangs, also another name that's inching closer to that qualification marker. And had this Miramar game gone wrong for them, it would have been a nightmare to deal with the pressure in the last one. But this, I mean, the blunders of 8-bit and Kanha, with the quick prone, the aim adjustment, everything just done to perfection. Did not even take a lot of damage in that fight. What a play. And of course, what a whiff from 8-bit. That is legendary.
I mean, sometimes these players just take on these superhuman roles, superhuman modes, and they really execute it to perfection. I mean, what on earth was that, Kana? I've never really seen something like this, honestly, Johnny. I mean, we've seen so many 1v4s. We see players taking time. We always complain that, you know what, why don't you charge in together when you know you have the numbers advantage? There's going to be 3 crosshairs versus 1. Of course, you're going to win that fight. Well, Kana is like, throw that out the window.
Yeah, I mean, moments like this do occur, and these are the ones that we will always remember. And was he waving to the big reds?
I think he's waving Revenant XSPARK bye-bye.
They weren't even there. They're all the way in truck stop.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why, maybe. I'm just assuming.
All right, fair enough, Hector. He gets his revenge, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that...
I think he's doing it deliberately in front of the toilets because Revenant XSPARK dished this drop location.
But this is where the crates of Vasista Esports were last we saw them.
Yeah, and now, of course, he knows. This is where the tables have flipped. Now it is his chance to celebrate.
Exactly.
I think scaring away a team from a drop clash is also a win, in my opinion.
It really is, but You know, that dance again is going to make sure that people are going to go online and look at what exactly happened in front of those doors. And it doesn't matter, Vasista Esports overall are doing really well. So, yeah, hopefully they do end up lifting the trophy of the BMPS.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, there's so many micro lores inside of this community at this point. I just love every piece of rivalry. And I guess 8-bit versus Wyld Fangs needs to be a rivalry. Kana is such a sweet lad, but after that performance, after that wipeout, 8-bit needs to do something about it. This man needs to be neutralized.
You know what, I mean, we know the players from Wyld Fangs, so I can't even imagine what the reactions from Sense and Spray God would be like after that clutch. Man, oh man. But hey, this is the class of Group A. Every single individual over here has the same potential that we witnessed from Kana, and that is why you have to give respect to the opponents as well. You can't take anything lightly.
But you know what, Johnny, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that 8-bit did not technically do any mistakes in that fight. They found the first knock. They moved inside the room in tandem as well. It's just that Kana just hit every single shot, and all of those bullets, doesn't matter if it's RNG, doesn't matter if it's recoil, horizontal, vertical, it doesn't matter. It just went on and struck their heads.
Hey man, after centuries, after Mahabharat, Kana again shutting down a war.
Oh wow. This is one of the reasons why I love you, man. You come back with...
I love you too. Not really though.
Guys, I'm kind of blushing right now, but you know what?
More than Divine Gaming, who seem to be doing really well for themselves, sitting 5th on the leaderboard.
But look at the points, honestly, in 29 points. Not out of danger as of yet, but yeah, like you said, 5th position, a couple of more points, and they will still keep their heads above the water. Same can't be said for Victorious Summers. The last game was fantastic. They were the star of the show along with 8-bit, by the way. 8-bit has been eliminated, but it still doesn't matter. They have booked their slot in the grand finals. They are one of the first set of 3 grand finalists, at least in my opinion, who has been confirmed. I'm looking at Godlike, Vasista, and 8-bit. We are going to see them in Jaipur for sure. But what about Victorious Summers? Are they going to make this climb possible? They're still shy by 10 points as of now. On the 8th spot, you've got Team Tamilas, 26, Victorious Summers at 16.
Yeah, the opportunity is still there, but 2 big chicken dinners are going to be needed, like 15 points each, just to be safe. It doesn't have to be a chicken dinner. I mean, with what has happened with 8-bit in that previous game, you might as well just walk away with those 15 points, one way or the other. But that's the average that you need to maintain if you want to keep the hope for the grand final still alive. Soul on our screens finally. And kind of in an isolated spot, we do hear the gunfire going off in the distance, but that is the exact problem that they're facing right now. Every single point that they want to secure, every single fight that they want for themselves is happening at a distance. There's a lot of distance between the two sides, between at least the teams that surround them. Nebula Esports could have been an opportunity to catch the players of Godlike off guard, but Some, it seems like, has made a successful escape away from the threat around him.
Finally. I mean, Some is kind of a little infamous, honestly, for his late rotation, for getting picked off early as well, for being the one who kind of gets in those loose strangler positions. But finally, Godlike, they regroup and find their way inside of the play zone, which is taking us to Cruise Day Valley, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit on the outskirts of Al-Azhar. You still have a little bit of the city inside, so Victorious Summers can stay safe for now. But on the flip side, it seems like 40, they're trying to make their way in from the south side of the circle. They come close to Vasista Esports, and one man has been brought down very spectacularly. Beast is still alive, though.
Well, he's still alive. Does see the players of 40R up front. Smoke utilized, hides the line of sight for Viper. But the big threat is going to be from the man up that hill in the distance, but in the line of fire. Vasista Esports, they do send one player, aimbot, up there to try and deal with Arthur. In the meanwhile, the Beast in the back lines has been knocked out, and 40R, they have the upper hand in this fight, as Vasista Esports are going to be left bleeding. Technically 2 players down. It's just Hector and aimbot still surviving. Well, the situation is going to get worse with every single second that goes by.
I call 40R the masters of Miramar for a reason. They've done it twice, by the way. Once inside of BGI's The Grind, once inside of BMPS themselves as well. The way they did that inside of BGI's 3 matches, they had somewhere about 60 to 70 points inside of Miramar. And once again, I'm kind of expecting a similar performance, at least for TR, to stay alive and keep their heads above the water. Have a look at these 2 finishes already in these early moments. They're still outside the zone, by the way. But they still look so comfortable, Johnny. They don't really seem to be panicked.
Yeah. I think it's just small little steps that they take every single time for TR, as you were talking about, the Masters of Miramar, because they're not looking to make a big leap, either be it inside of fights, charging into multiple fights at the same time, or be it rotation-wise, wherein you would see normally teams just instantly make that push from the edge to the center. For TR, they make their moves in small little segments. Right now, the first threat was to try and deal with Vasista Esports and hold their ground towards the edge. They've been successful in this mission so far, but in the next few moments, as we saw on the map, there is going to be a threat building up towards the southwest in the form of Wyld Fangs. Can 4TR deal with that? But all the way towards Picado, we have Orangutan, extremely far away from the play zone. 1,300 meters is the distance that they have to cover. And of course, as we're talking about the teams, how they place themselves towards the southern and the southwestern edge, it's not looking like it's going to be easy for OG to find a breaching point for the play zone.
I mean, honestly, Johnny, what happened to OG in the last game, I'm pretty sure they can be scared of early rotations at the circle. Imagine somebody pranking you like that. That is insane by Team Super.
Yeah.
Of course, the recovery from WINDGOD and iQOO was also quite nice. So I'm hoping that something or the other is going to happen. But yeah, still looking at Wyld Fangs, still looking at 4TR on the south side of the circle. These 2 teams are going to be crucial, because if they do make themselves inside of the play zone, then for Orangutan, problems might just escalate.
I think problems are going to be there no matter what happens for OG. This late of a rotation in a map like Miramar, especially, we don't even see an instinct kicking in of them moving either hard north or maybe just rotating wide from the eastern side. Down south first, then heading towards east. But even there, towards the eastern and the southeastern edge, there's a massive cluster of teams. So options are non-existent, basically. You see that slow rotation. Finally, they do manage to find some space in the safe zone between the blue and the play zone itself. But as OG continues to climb up the hill, they are going to find themselves in the line of fire of the players of Wyld Fangs. Few shots being taken, HP bars being chipped away. And OG, I just hope, Salty, that they did not panic as the trouble has finally started to brew up.
There's a madman up top in the name of Koten, and he's constantly slamming OG down. But there's a little bit of a backup available as well, as iQOO finds a connection. Koten has been knocked down fantastically, and Orangutan, from their vehicles, they seem like they break open Wyld Fangs and their defensive fortress. Brilliantly done, though. I think he's still looking for potential threats, but Wyld Fangs fly away, Johnny.
Yeah, this is a brilliant evade coming through from Wyld Fangs. Both the teams 7 points away from each other in the overall leaderboard. And if Wyld Fangs take any unnecessary casualty, especially considering they weren't set up for this fight from OG, it would have just made their lives hell in this match and in the last one as well. And at this point, yes, semi-finals, it's a better spot than heading towards the survival stages. But with the qualification directly into the grand finals on the line, that is what every single one of these squads is aiming for. And Wyld Fangs, not a lot of heavy lifting needs to be done from here. As long as they get like about 9 to 8 points from this game and the last one, I think they should be good for the top 8.
Yeah, potentially can be as well. That also kind of depends on where the cutoff does lie. We'll find out, of course. But one more team that kind of needs our attention, REVENANT XSPARK, so far has been struggling inside of A. 11 points on the overall standings. They do have 7 gods right next to them as well. And I'm pretty sure they want to try and get some piece of information. Vehicles are being moved about. 7 gods not giving a lot of footsteps, not really giving a lot of information of what the plan seems to be. But for REVENANT XSPARK, the job seems to be simple. Try and put inside these compounds and try and gatekeep 7 gods.
Pretty much. And well, they have a setup going for just that as well, the players of REVENANT XSPARK. But as we switch focus, heading again back towards the southwestern edge of the play zone, Divine Gaming looking to climb up the hill with 40R, having set up a roadblock on the other side, but Divine Gaming do manage to squeeze themselves towards the southwestern edge, right on the edge in fact. And 40R now scrambling for position. If they head towards the southern edge, they're going to have a run-in with OG. If they head towards the western side of things, then Divine Gaming is waiting for them.
There's still too many teams, man. This is stage 4. This is Miramar, by the way. But lads, we've got 15 teams still left inside of the lobby. And I'll tell you which are the teams who are still going to be quite safe about it, right? Wyld Esports, by the way. They've got a lovely compound for themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Soul, for the first time in their lives, they are playing a central circle. They're holding compounds, all four hunkered down in just one building. And right at the center of the circles, we'll have to see if Team Soul can convert this into a big chicken. But for now, of course, we will have to focus on Nebula as one man has been knocked out from the distance. Godlike taking shots, Johnny. And it also kind of seems like they are going to be closing in the distance against these boys.
Oh no, he's not going anywhere. Kratos just bleeding out to the blue eventually. Again, another heartbreak for the players of Nebula Esports. What is going on? No points from this game. The position that they are playing from, even that looks like a big challenging spot to make things work.
Kratos just got knocked out from 326 meters away.
Oh, wow.
By S-Power.
Of course. If it's anyone, it has to be S-Power. But I think Nebula Esports, they might just end up losing their lives to a few more different names. As now there's the push against the players of Meta Ninza. Shots being taken. And almost finding a knock on to Fierce as well. Adi. This could have been an opportunity for those extra points that Nebula are hoping for, but it falls apart. But hey, here they are again, Wyld Fangs. And Kahana again left to clutch out yet another fight. This time around though, it's a lot of pressure. The Ape Army proving too much to deal with. And a simple run and gun strat from the players of OG. It works out pretty well for them. Wyld Fangs forced out of this game on the 15th position.
It's going to be a big blow for the dreams of the grand finals. Wyld Fangs this time, I'm not sure if they will be able to hold on, but look at this Viper. This man is absolutely flying. 40R now slam onto the compounds of Orangutan and try and break open this fight, but WINDGOD fights back. It's a little bit of a trade-off coming in from Rapido as well, but Aru, brilliant counter. 40R slowly and steadily fall like dominoes, and there they get shut down. Orangutan win 2 back-to-back fights and send themselves inside the top 4.
What a quick shutdown coming through for the players of OG. Brilliantly executed as well. Every single positional mistake by the players of 40R was punished to the best of their abilities. But talk about punishes, and we spoke about this. Nebula Esports, that delay in rotation was going to hurt, and it hurts in the form of an early exit in this map of Miramar. Still sitting on the 9th spot, 5 points away from Team Tamilas. Nebula Esports eliminated 13th in this game.
But what is this, Johnny? What a saving grace for REVENANT XSPARK. The circle sticking to them, at least for a wee while. This is a hardship, by the way, coming down south. 7 Gods is going to be very happy about it. REVENANT XSPARK is going to be very happy about it. And even Orangutan, by the way, if they do start looking out for potential scats, I'm pretty sure 7 Gods, and with the kind of split that they are playing in, that can be a problem for them.
It definitely can be. Sandwich those off angles with OG and REVENANT XSPARK. 7 Gods could be in trouble, but they are trying their level best to stay passive. They do not want to be the aggressors of this fight. But as you were talking about advantages, I think the biggest advantage is with the players of Soul sitting smack center of that play zone. Man, oh man, they better make this game work. But Godlike Esports, I think now getting eager, especially since they are at the top of the leaderboard. Nothing left to hold back. Moving face first into the side of Meta Ninza, with shots being taken constantly by Fierce and Javin on the flank, but Javin becomes the first man to fall, first casualty in this fight, and Meta Ninza are finally a player down. They're looking for a trade, but Godlike with the pressure still on, want to make sure that Meta Ninza do not move any further from the escape. Another knock has been found. This time Fierce hits the floor. It's down to Shadow 7 and Apollos, and Godlike, they have the high ground advantage in this fight.
Yeah, but they're still kind of close to the circle, honestly. I'm talking about the blue zone. And if Godlike keep on in that position, I guess within like a minute or so, they will be in a very tough situation. But have a look at this, Johnny. REVENANT XSPARK, 7 Gods finally breaks through. One man has been knocked down in the back lines, but 7 Gods, they're still looking to fight this out, Johnny.
Yeah, and 7 Gods, they have to make sure that even though they are there with the numbers disadvantage, they somehow find an opening. REVENANT XSPARK, a player in the back, knocked out. 7 Gods, Moksha, extremely low. A nade, even close to him, will help the players of REVENANT XSPARK find the knock. But from the backlines, OG chime in, and the opening has been found. The Gods are being hunted, and it will be a difficult recovery in this fight for them.
Should be a difficult fight, especially with Orangutan being in the backlines. These nades can be devastating for 7 Gods. Sent it right inside of the smoke, but no connection was found. But there's a little bit of a flank of coming in from Rexboy as well.
And I don't think REVENANT XSPARK are aware of this man's position. If OG saves them, they are going to be okay. Rexboy, has he been spotted out? REVENANT XSPARK still in the line of fire and in the line of utility for Rexboy to change everything. And there is the opening. A brilliant nade right on his feet. Proton hits the floor yet again. And REVENANT XSPARK, this time, it seems like a big mistake has been made. The comms not really working. And all of a sudden, REVENANT XSPARK are left with just 2 players in this fight. It is a disaster for RNT.
I'm honestly surprised, but I'm honestly kind of expected this as well. They had no choice. They had no options to try and come out of that position. And 7 Gods and Orangutan, it kind of flipped sides.
Yeah.
REVENANT XSPARK was the one who was sandwiched, but now Orangutan, they're still looking to buy more finishes for them.
I think the biggest surprise was Rexboy not being spotted, especially when the players from REVENANT XSPARK were falling back. And yeah, there were 2 players there looking, and they were supposed to watch the backlines, but no one saw Rexboy show up. And he got 2 points off of that for his team, just made their lives a whole lot easier.
I don't know, man. I think REVENANT XSPARK, they've kind of been lost, not just in terms of the rotation, but in terms of their fight as well. Today, when the stakes were high, this team decided to not show up at all.
Hey man, one more game, hopefully. A big match from REVENANT XSPARK.
Man.
I mean, I know it's just like a big task, a big ask, but if there's anyone in this lobby that can make it happen, I think it has to be a team like REVENANT XSPARK.
We'll find out, of course, if that does happen, but Orangutan has been on a blinder. 7 finishes found so far, 35 points. They're still climbing steadily. They still have 3 of their players left alive. 7 Gods used to be a threat, not anymore. I think Atanki is the only man who's still kind of holding the back lines, and for good reason as well. Him being in that position constantly keeps 7 Gods on check. I'm pretty sure as long as he's holding in 7 Gods, they are going to be thinking twice before rotating, but this time, WINDGOD did not think twice before shooting his power down. A little bit of a treat coming in as well. Nothing much to be found. It's a godlike push that comes around. WINDGOD has just 1 man left alive. It's not going to be easy for them to survive.
Yeah, and I think with just 8 points on the board, heading into the last match, there is no incentive as well to just try hard to that level. They needed a big leap.
Johnny, when you paint a picture,
yeah,
you paint a brutal one. Has somebody told you that?
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I was very sweet with my words.
Wow. Nonetheless, Victor Sumus, they're not going to be sweet with their nades, I guess. REVENANT XSPARK, they constantly bite the dust. Yet another nade sails through, and they have been sent back home. 1 point is all that they could find. 12 points on the overall standings. REVENANT XSPARK left for asking for a miracle now.
I guess now, once we see REVENANT XSPARK back again in the semis, they are going to have to live up to that Revenant tag that they have. Find their way towards the grand finals, back from the dead. But 7 Gods, the fight is still there in them, and same goes for Victor Sumus. A team sitting at the top of the leaderboard in the 3rd week, now dropping the ball almost. The recovery is there from Scary Jot. Somehow does manage to find a trade in that fight. And 7 Gods, they're going to be forced to hold back. But from that high ground, from the top of the hill, it's again OG that's just standing there with a menacing smile on their face, watching all of this chaos, because whoever is left behind between 7 Gods and Victor Sumus, I think OG should be the ones claiming those points.
But Johnny holding the thought, how did Scary shot through the smoke, find the connection on Ninju? That is criminal right there. Even the nades do strike. Victor Sumus, they're striking hard as 7 Gods have been pushed back. behind this ridge. They are being denied any area of the play zone, and Victorious Summers are doing a very good job, by the way.
Yeah.
This is their second back-to-back game where they are trying to be inside the top 5 with eliminations, Johnny.
And let's not forget, the ask was about 14 to 15 points in the last 2 matches. Victorious Sumus still holding strong. There is a potential that Victorious Sumus may just create history with the biggest comeback that we've seen across all groups. And within this match itself, they have moved up to the 9th position, right behind the players of Team Tamilas, 2 points shy from the top 8. And from here, I think, with a way starting to steal away those finishes, Victorious Sumus, they should be able to squeeze their way in as the fight finally commences, this time against the players of WELT Esports.
It's not going to be an easy fight for sure. I mean, WELT, they kind of fall back, but there's still 2 more entities. You've got to be very careful about. There's 7 gods and there's Orangutan on the high ground. Meanwhile, a menace from the south. It seems like Godlike arrives. A couple of those nades, a little bit of those aggressive footsteps as well. Try and head past. It seems like Victorious Summers, they are fixated, they are adamant, they are stubborn to eliminate the likes of 7 gods, and they do so with class.
10 finishes on the board for the boys of WES, and they do somehow still manage to hold on to their numbers. The players in the back knocked out, but the climb up front is all they have in their minds right now. And OG, as well, distracted by the players of Godlike, makes the job of WES a little bit easy. But let's not forget, Soul still sitting smack center. Haven't really done a lot in this game, just 2 finishes on the board. But hey, you don't need to move, so why would you put in that extra bit of effort, right?
100%, but with the kind of finished game that OG displayed, I guess they are starting to get a little bit overshadowed here. But Team Soul finally arrives in style. Goblin with the 2-piece for himself breaks open the mark for Team Soul. Not the best of position. They are very exposed as soon as they come up the ridge, and Godlike can actually shut them down any moment in time. With Team Soul, they're still trying to fight it out, Johnny.
Can I say something, though?
Yep.
And it's going to be like a thought that's way outside the box, like it's outside of in space, right?
Shoot it.
If WELT win this game, that chicken dinner could help them propel themselves inside of the top 8.
That is definitely a thought that is going in space, because they only have 1 man left alive at the smack center.
And 7 points to cover up.
7 points to cover up. I mean, 7 points still, I guess. A couple of those finished points, you get 4 extra points for being first as well. But still, man, there's no doubt about the fact you've got OG, you've got VS, you've got Godlike surrounding you, and also you've got Team Soul as well. It's not going to be easy, and now look at this. I mean, Godlike for them, it's about eliminating the likes of Team Soul. They've found the knock on Legit. He has been stranded out in the open, and Mania just wants to put the pressure on the pedal.
Also, WELT is out. So there goes the space dream that we were talking about, and we're finally down to the top 3 of this game. The biggest names of the circuit colliding in a map that has already been set on fire. Victorious Sumus fighting for their qualification. Soul just trying to prove a point that they still are the best team. Doesn't matter what the results of the last few weeks were. And Godlike still on that story of redemption. As of now, Godlike is sitting at the top of the leaderboard ahead of 8-Bit. They've reclaimed that first spot, and they're still fighting for the chicken dinner. For these teams, for a chosen few, it's all about being the ones to beat once you make it to the grand finals. And, well, for Victorious Sumus, it is all about just nailing down a spot inside of the top 8. With Oasis and Mafia leading the charge, they found 2 frags against the players of Godlike. And, in fact, Godlike sent back to the gods as they get wiped out, even Soul moving in for the finishes.
What is Victorious Sumus on? This team just hunted down Godlike, who had 10 eliminations. In a matter of seconds, they are moving like absolute animals out there. And up against Team Soul, this is going to be their biggest challenge yet. It's a proper 4v4, but Victorious Summers, they've got a lovely formation. Mafia in the front lines. Team Soul, as soon as they come up the ridge, I guess they're going to be challenged, Johnny.
But look at the radar. That is where you are going to spot the playmaker from the side of Soul. As Joker sits on the flank, just waiting for a line of fire on the players of Victorious Sumus. And as soon as it's there, the man chooses to strike. Oasis finds the 2-piece for himself. But all of a sudden, Victorious Sumus are down to the last man. And Soul, yet again, with the help of Joker, have pulled off an absolute prank on the opponents. Venom, he gets a revive going, But Victoria Sumus have been forced towards the edge of the blue in this last stage of the game. Salty, I know it's going to be tough to say this, but what was written in destiny, it is going to happen. Soul claims yet another chicken dinner in this endgame.
We'll find out, of course. Joker this time finding yet another finish point for himself as Venom has been brought down. And the last man left alive, Scary Jaw, dug 6 feet under as Team Soul steal the thunder away from Victoria Summers.
What a game coming through from Team Soul. And it was nice that the gods of BGMI also lent a helping hand, by the way.
Yeah.
The circle always on top of their heads, did not have to move around a bunch, and well, yeah, if you leave players like this healthy, then this is what you're gonna get, of course. But massive props to Victoria Sumus. That was a team that was under immense pressure. They were outside of that top 8 bracket before this game, and I think they were still there in the early 20s. But this massive performance, man oh man, Owace and Scary George, this is where all that experience and the firepower comes in play.
By the way, second chicken dinner missed out, second position for Victoria Summers.
Does not matter, 15 plus finishes on the board and the 6-4 placement, so yeah, it's all still good.
And also, by the way, this team seemed to be in a different form altogether. That fight against Mania, that's Ray against Edmino. What was that? Always is shooting like this man is aged 16. So, can somebody tell him that, you know what, you're growing old, bro?
He's aging like a fine piece of cheese, you know.
Wine.
Like you're getting more flavor with every single tournament that he plays. Also, by the way, one of the greatest athletic performances, like personally during my living era, was in a race. It was a last to first finish by a man called Sergio Perez.
Wow.
But I think we are going to see something of a similar feat happen tonight. Victoria Sumus, they were lost when we started the day. They had, I think they had 2 points on the board when we started the day. I think they're chasing that first position down.
Absolutely, man. I think I'm starstruck at this point because absolutely anything is going on. Team Soul kind of fumble on one game. They come back with the chicken dinner right in the next one. Victoria Summers from the brink of death, 2 back-to-back performances, and this man needs to be given a lot of credit because
of course
the way he's been finding those frags. Somebody just play smooth operator in the background.
I'm going to do this one for Necro just because he's not here on the panel right now. It's always the big guys that get the job done. Scary Jot, 6 eliminations, has been a cornerstone for Victoria Sumus for a very long time.
I wish I could say the same for Necro, man, but it's still fine.
Yeah, you guys are still going at it about who gets to be the 5th player, right?
Yeah, we are going at it. It's not going to stop. But
one thing is for sure, it's one of you two.
It's definitely not one of us two. I mean, looking at stats, it might just be Johnny as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the top players, of course, it is going to be players from Victoria Summers. Scary Jot, Venom, Mafia, 6, 5, 4, 15 eliminations shared between 3 lads.
Hey, if they had more players, the countdown would have just kept going like 3, 2, 1. But yeah, only 4 players allowed in a game. And I believe Owace also had a decent number of eliminations from this matchup. But we do have the highlights of this game. And I think first and foremost, this match, this map of Miramar, turned out to be a banger from the start till the very end.
You know, I have been starting to talk about storylines on my socials as well. I post clips of every single good thing that has happened. But if I start making reels out of this match, I guess it is going to be a Netflix documentary.
Yeah, pretty much it was worthy of one. With the fights we saw and the teams that were fighting amongst each other. You talk about this clash. 7 Gods was also another team that was fighting for qualification. And they kind of had an advantage against VS as well. But first, VS wiped out 7 Gods, took that spot on the slope. And from there, that climb up the hill towards the very end. As soon as it came time for climax when they were supposed to collide against Team Soul, I think they were just dominating every single fight. Towards the end, this is why Team Soul is considered like the absolute best and one of the most dominating rosters across the board in BGMI throughout the history. Small little decisions they made, like leaving Joker inside of the compound. Yeah, we're going to handle that 3v4 if we can. Otherwise, you just stay back. You know what you have to do.
And I think it's always Joker who is put up in such responsible positions. And this man delivers it every single time. That is one of the reasons why you have 17 points on Team Soul and they are cruising. I guess cruising. onto the grand finals. We'll find out, of course. Victoria Summers, 22 points, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that was a great climb, in my opinion. Johnny, where do they stand right now? We'll find out when the overall standings come around. Godlike Orangutan, good performances. A little bit of stability coming in for OG as well. But boy, oh boy, Revenant XSPARK, Team Tamilas, ninza, Divine Gaming, Nebula, this question mark starting to pop off in my head right now.
I have a lot of questions as well. And we only have one person that we can reach out to from the side of Nebula Esports. It's our colleague over on the Hindi desk, Rawan. I think we definitely need to make a few phone calls and ask, what is going on? Why is Nebula Esports struggling so much, especially in the final week when they dominated all the other 3 weeks?
I guess it's because Ravan is in the boot camp, maybe. But we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. The overall rankings on our screen. And Godlike cruising, 8-bit cruising. Vasista beyond 50-point mark. Even Soul as well, 45, quite safe. But now I'm going to skip a couple of names and go down. Divine Gaming all of a sudden is going to be at the edge. 29 points. You've got Team Tamilas, 7 gods, WELT, Nebula, Wyld Fangs chasing them down.
Hey man, 20-pointer from ninza, and even they are going to be there inside of that top 8. So Divine Gaming right now are hoping for a little bit of divine intervention.
Yeah, they need that.
If they have the grace of God shined upon their heads, then they should be able to qualify, and that grace should be felt inside of the match with the finishes. I mean, this team needs to start building up the pressure on the teams behind them. Because if, imagine the match begins and Divine scores a squad wipe, right? Doesn't matter. It could be on anyone. Could be them wiping out Godlike. Doesn't change a lot for Godlike. But for Divine Gaming, it gets them to 33, my apologies. And of course, every single point that the team above you gains is going to be pressure on you if you are the ones that are trying to chase them down.
Absolutely. And I feel for Divine Gaming as well, all these players, they need to find form some way or the other.
For
the
sure,
same
man.
can be said for Team Tamilas. I mean, I kind of disagree with the fact that the first couple of weeks, people were playing for fun and Team Tamilas was the only team serious. They topped the charts of Group A back to back.
Pretty much. A lot of questions. Team Tamilas, Nebula Esports, the struggles of the big names, Revenant XSPARK. And I think, again, all of these names were the ones that were dominating in the earlier weeks. It seems like as soon as the last few days are left, everyone's showing their true colors.
Everyone is showing their true colors, and Revenant XSPARK isn't quite bright, essentially. But we'll find out. A magical performance, a miraculous performance might actually come in the last game itself. One final game, lads. And of course, 8 slots to the grand finals at stake. If not, you're straight moving on to the semi-finals. We'll find out after a break.
One last game separates the first set of players, or the first set of teams to get selected for the grand finals of the BMPS 2026. We've already got a few confirmed names, but a few teams are still giving it all they've got to make it there. I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be IC Baby 1-2. And I see now the competition is way too close. Victor Sumus in the race as well. It just gets even more exciting.
You know what's really impressive is that they started their day today itself with only 2 points, and now they are sitting in the top 7 position. And of course, one more decent game in this final game coming from Victor Summers, they should be able to secure themselves in the top 8. However, let's bring it down a little bit notch here. Arguably, now coming down towards one final game, I would say maximum there's 4 more slots available for the grand final ticket.
And anyone can be that, right? Even Nebula Esports, a team that we thought can easily glide through inside of the top 8, right now is struggling so much. Nebula Esports is not able to convert those fights. They do not know what exactly they need to do inside of the games. It feels like Nebula Esports is now sitting clueless, which is not a great look. And if you move on that same conversation towards a team like Team Tamilas, even they're struggling. All that domination that we saw for the first 3 weeks, it's gone now.
Exactly, right? That's the reality of how week 4 qualification is going to be looking like, right? The first 3 weeks here, the goal is very simple. Stay out of the bottom 4, be in the top 12. But now, when the competition is even higher here, you have to push their boundaries here. You can see the stakes have gotten a little bit higher. All the players, all the teams have pulled out pocket strategies. You see them adapt to a lot of very, very wacky situations here. In my honest opinion, Victoria Summers adapted the quickest because their first 3 games was a complete flop. Now, their remaining 3 games, I don't know, man. It comes down to this one final wire because top 2 consistent placings in the past 2 games. I don't know, man. I have a feeling that Victoria Summers just might be able to do it again.
And REVENANT XSPARK as well, struggling on the latter half of the board, right now sitting on the second last spot, which is of course something that I never personally saw coming. I thought REVENANT XSPARK's firepower should be more than enough to reply well to the lobby, and the same thing can also be said for WELT Esports. Even WELT Esports is struggling. I personally thought maybe WELT Esports, if they just keep on holding down the center, they can do a lot better, but even that's not working out for WELT Esports. They're just getting countered instantly.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to games like this here, it's just expect the unexpected here. But without further ado, let's stop the talking, let's start some action, let's get the cameras rolling because the game is about to begin, and this is going to be the last match of the qualifications here for Group A, and we will find out right after this game which 8 teams will be our first 8 to directly qualify for the grand finals in Jaipur, and which 8 is going to be heading off to the semifinals.
This game is the only game that stands in the way for those 8 teams to actually qualify towards the grand finals. We've been saying this over and over again, but this game holds a lot of value, holds a ton of value to these players. And if the first set of teams is already going to move on, which means the other teams who are going to go for the longer route, it's just going to be even more tougher. The plane flat pad starting all the way from La Cabrera towards Impala, and we've already got a few names like Nebula Esports, Godlike taking an exit.
Well, speaking of a potential drop clash here, which again, right from the start of the day, we did have a little bit of a nice interview here between REVENANT XSPARK and also Vasista Esports, in particular Hector and also ninja. We were expecting a little bit of drop clash in Picado, but it seems like REVENANT XSPARK has completely bailed out on the idea. And even in the previous game as well, Hector was just dancing his way through, taunting REVENANT XSPARK. But could you really blame them as well, considering the fact that REVENANT XSPARK right now, would they take the unnecessary risk to risk in a drop clash, then getting messed up in the late game?
Indeed. I mean, for REVENANT XSPARK right now, this one last game, all they can do is just hope for a 30 bomber and be back inside of that top 8. And even a team like Divine Gaming struggling to find anything, sitting on the 8th spot of the overall standings, and Team Tamilas right on the opposite side. Still can't be anyone's game for TR as well. They've not been able to do that great. As you mentioned, 4 slots still up for grabs, including even OG slot can still be taken away. Circle is now going to be a pretty standard one, centering on around Picado and even Power Grid.
Yeah, but as of yet here, 4TR does have a very comfortable lead compared to DG, who's currently sitting on the 8th position here, barely shying about 2 to 3 points of a difference here between them and Team Tamilas, who's currently sitting on 9th place. And Team Tamilas, this is their moment to shine, right? Like, we've seen them finally qualifying towards a grand final stage during last BGIS. Didn't really do too well. Same can be said for WELT. But Team Tamilas made a very shocking entry in the qualifiers from week 1 until now. And they have been the table toppers for the past 3 weeks. So now when it matters the most, will they finally step up to the challenge, or will they actually choke their way through? Because as of yet, this is where it is going to be a do-or-die situation for them. Are they going to attend a back-to-back grand finals? Is going to be on the line right here, right now for them.
Just too many things on the line. it's so hard to believe that top 8 teams directly head on towards the grand finals. I mean, we're speaking of the grand finals, man. That's what matters the most, and one of these teams can potentially be the champion as well. That's what the crazy part is.
At least they're one step away from representing the country. You know, the only thing they got to figure out is grand finals. That's pretty much it.
Indeed.
But speaking of a new factor here, seems like there is a little bit of adjustments here coming from Wyld Fangs. They are going for a very early exit. This is very unorthodox of their usual playstyle, but I guess they're not going to be looting up the entire Los Leones before actually rotating through. So they are going to leave relatively early to try and potentially make a play. We saw a moment of brilliance coming from Kanha in the previous game, but again, relying on clutch moments isn't the way to go here, at least for Wyld Fangs. And we've seen Wyld Fangs also an interesting team to watch out for. They, especially for Sensei, who could not qualify to a grand finals for the longest of time until the most recent BGIS. And this time, seems like the ticket is slowly slipping away once more.
I mean, once again, chance is still there, by the way. If Wyld Fangs gets around 20 points or 25 points in this game, there's still a chance they can easily move on. And it's not that tough for a team with Wyld Fangs' caliber. Looking at the players, you've got assaulters with great fragging potential. First couple of games did not exactly work out that well, but at least you've got a decent foundation set up. In one last game, if you get a 20-pointer, you can still move on. There's a big chance. And the same thing can also be said for a team like Nebula Esports. We never thought Nebula is going to be struggling to qualify, but that's what's happening right now.
Oh, that's the thing, you know, that's the irony of the final week itself. Competition does step up the competition, but speaking of a potential competition here, Vasista Esports goes in for a Grand Slam. Seems like they might be spoiling for WINDGOD right here, right now. Initial knocks in favor of WINDGOD Esports. They do find the first opener. But the rest of WINDGOD, they're not in position to fight this, and all these nades here may have just drawn the attention of Divine Gaming that may look for a potential third party.
Oh no, what is this? What are you doing, my friend? Kaiser, that's not how you're supposed to approach a fight. Especially when you know the foes are right around that corner. You still directly try to make the pounce. Such a weird move from WINDGOD Esports. Why are the players so clueless? Just giving away frags. And now Vasista Esports, they know they've got a major man advantage inside of the fight. 2 players already down. The situation's down to a 2-on-4. They're going to be unstoppable. And WINDGOD Esports, no matter what you do, no matter what sort of utilities you throw, shutting down this team is going to be a tough one. The shotguns are just way too better.
And just like that, WINDGOD, they lose 3. Vasista Esports goes in for a very easy stomp out here. It's down towards infinity to try and save the day here for WINDGOD. Or it's back to the semifinals for them. But WINDGOD Esports pretty much on their last thread here. On continues and Vasista Esports goes in for the flush. Hector goes down. Infinity tries to run away but gets taken out. And that is it for WINDGOD Esports.
Unfortunate stuff. But you cannot even call that unfortunate. That was just rookie mistakes after rookie mistakes. I'm not even sure what Kaiser was doing. He knew exactly where the opponents were. But right now for Divine Gaming, oh my god, Omega! How do you whip all those shots? And now ninza, they spring back to life. Divine Gaming, they might just be kicked outside of the top 8.
Oh no, not what you were expecting here by ninza. They do get a little bit of a recovery here with that slam. Damage has been done here for Divine Gaming, who's trying to gatekeep their way in the top 8. But just like that, everything just gone to smithereens just because of center control. Even Vasista Esports now, they want to try and dominate this game. They're really in the middle of the zone. ninza try to dip it as well. Very early rotations here for all this team. But seems like Apollos is able to find aimbot on top of the roof. Divine Gaming not too happy they've lost Omega. Ninja Boy is trying to scout out the vicinity, hoping to get a free lucky shot, but unfortunately, there's only so much he can do from that distance.
All he can do is just watch players fall apart. Nade's tossed as well. Vasista Esports, they know they've already qualified, so they don't even care. Just here to disrupt the flow for a few more nades. And there we go, Vasista Esports still continuing to hurt the opponents. Last man beast going to be the back lines, and ninza, they don't want to let those elimination points crawl away. You want to be the opportunistic ones and get those elimination points secured.
Well, there's only so much Beast can do at this point here. 3-man down, they're crawling their way through. ninza needs to reset as well. But I don't think ninza wants to overcommit to this. But guess what? On the finish feed, Adi with the steals here snatches away a few points away from ninza. And that's not going to be a good sign here for Meta Ninza. They need those points. They are able to hold the compound, or in this case, the mountain here. But Divine Gaming seems like they have snuck up to try and distract this. Meta Ninza cannot pursue the matter with Vasista Esports, as Divine Gaming is coming to take revenge. Vasista Esports seems like they are going to be helping out Meta Ninza a little bit here. Sees the one player who's pretty much stranded here from Divine Gaming. It seems like Vasista Esports only beast remain. He's going to be able to... Well, he doesn't really do too much here. Vasista Esports is pretty much qualified. But at the same time, for WINDGOD, chances are pretty much done.
Divine Gaming. Oh no. Those shots way too close. Whizzing past the opponents. And yeah, for WINDGOD Esports, it's done. It's not even a question. Moving towards the semis, though, still pretty decent. Now Divine Gaming taking these shots against WELT Esports as well. WELT Esports with no intention to fight, just want to run away and place themselves in a good spot. Play a safe game, that's what they want to do.
Seems like they do have to make a book it into the center of the zone here. The circle does shift down south, so WELT has decided not to commit to the fight. Same can be said for Divine Gaming, who's struggling to actually rotate in on this bus as well. It's not exactly the best in terms of mobility, but look at this splash of colors of the circle as well. Picado is still in play. Revenant XSPARK going to be playing on the outskirts as well, on the south side. They do have a wide spread, but 8-bit is also going to be having a little bit of nice terrain on the east side as well. So this is going to be a lot of problems that a lot of teams are going to be facing here, especially being gate-kept by the teams that are sitting in the top 4. But for OG, still trying to make some points as well. Seoul is already comfortably in the top 4. It's nothing out of the ordinary, but Meta Ninza seems like they're descended from the mountains here to try and push in towards Picado. They might be expecting a little bit of a company here. Not the kind of company you want to face off right from the get-go, especially coming from Seoul.
Indeed. And Seoul, since they've also qualified, there's a chance they might just want to be a little bit more thirsty for those elimination points. Sharpen up your gun skills before you move on towards the grand finals. Sounds like the best deal. Nebula Esports with 2 elimination points secured so far. This early burst of eliminations can definitely give you the confidence.
Oh, it's a nice little steal here coming from Adi with the Mini 14 as well. Snatching away some of the bodies from Vasista Esports away from Meta Ninza. That was very crucial as well. He was slapping an 8x as well. Look at this. Just so much distance he had to cover as well. That was easy points snatched away. But they still need more than just 2 though for Nebula Esports. Seems like Seoul, they tried to disengage. Meta Ninza is going to force them to actually commit to this fight. Not exactly what Meta Ninza is looking for. But based on the circumstances here, desperation is starting to kick in. However, OG now makes a move down towards the south side. They are going to try and take space away. Proton immediately backs off. Doesn't want to risk getting picked off with just 2 players in this vicinity. So they are going to try and bail out of this fight. OG takes the spot. Seems like they are going to try and go for exit drags. Proton almost gets sprayed down. Misses their timing, but Revenant XSPARK, they should be able to get out safely as of yet.
Yeah, they're searching for a big game. And that's the only thing that's actually going to save the day for Revenant XSPARK. A 30-pointer. Other than that, nothing else can actually save him. Unless the cutoff is going to be even lower, then that's a different story. But still, to be safe, they need a 30-pointer. It is doable. We've seen it happen once today. From this lobby itself by 8-bit. And Circle now actually panic right on top of Picado. WELT Esports, 8-bit as well, finding themselves around the lucky block. For Meta Ninza and Seoul, they're going to be right inside of Picado. And for TR, now they're making the pounds inside of Picado.
Oh boy, this is going to be a close fight here. But for TR, even they themselves are not exactly in a comfortable position. They do need a serious amount of points, but it seems like the slam comes true. They trade 1-for-1 here between 4TR and Seoul. Anonymous has been dropped, but Seoul, they still have position to go in for those resets here. Knuckle looking to be safe here. Goblin's going to be walking up, but 4TR Rapido looking to try and confirm that finish. He misses it as well. He did not see the knock player, and he's going to try and swing out and gets picked off instead. That's going to be so somehow miraculously keeping them alive. And just like that, 4TR, they get completely annihilated.
Easy confirmations. But the fight's not done yet. 8-bit on the opposite side. They're also taking a fight against Team Tamilas. And there we go. The players are already getting ripped. And what? You blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Team Tamilas down and out from the game. What about all that consistency they showed in the 3 weeks, and now this is what happens to them? They're just getting toyed with.
Oh my goodness, right off the bat, Team Tamilas is heading into the semifinals to reclimb their way into the grand finals. But look at this, even 4TR as well. For them to defend the top 8, it's solely dependent on the fates of the rest of the lobby as of yet. 35 points is the point to beat here for top 8. And 4TR may have just missed their shot to the grand finals just off this game.
You know, a lot of people were saying, why are you doubting Team Tamilas? They're already doing really good in the first 3 weeks. Well, this is the reason. When things are at stake, when situations even more intense, Team Tamilas once again cracks under pressure. But I really hope they make it back from semifinals, or else making it from the LCQ is going to be a lot tougher. But Victor Sumus, their situation's a lot better.
Well, as of yet here, at least they've not encountered any kind of problems yet. It's still 38 points, which is 3 points ahead of 4TR. But they still have a lot of gap to close the distance here. They need at least 3 to 4 points here to try and secure it in the 40 mark. But as of yet, they are under fire from DG, who's trying to defend the bottom 8. They only got 1 point here. They've lost a player. You can see the desperation from DG to try and rack up some serious points against VS. And VS has decided, you know what? The terrain is not exactly great to try and drive off here, so they are going to swing away from Graveyard to try and find a new entry point. But Ninja Boy, he's stuck. Oh no, Mafia is going to... Good idea where he is. The nades comes in, clips him off, and Ninja Boy forced to completely book out of that position to try and find cover. He still has that buzz, but again, it's not a great exit vehicle to have.
Next circle. That's going to be important. Who is it going to favor? Just centers on up once again in no man's land. No one's around that block. You've also got a team like OG around the southern side and REVENANT XSPARK as well. They're just playing it put. REVENANT XSPARK, they need to go all guns blazing. That's the only thing that's going to save them now. They need elimination points on the board.
Well, speaking of elimination here, tension is definitely growing here for all this entire lobby itself. Everybody is not making unnecessary moves here. They don't want to give too much information. They're trying to capitalize on information, and so far, they haven't found a lot yet. But for Nebula, who's trying to creep into the zone here, they've been controlling this mountain terrain, sharing it with Godlike for the longest of time. And now, they've got new problems. How do they make it into the zone? Adi is trying to find a very cheeky angle towards Anino. Godlike has no idea the Nebula is right beside them. That is great,
wow,
but
what a spray.
It's not going to be enough. But 7 Gods here finds a very cheeky spray, though.
Really precise spray. Victor Sumus getting caught off guard with that rotation. Now down to just a 3-man squad. What is VS supposed to do? Performing with a big man taken out from the game. It just gets even worse, and I am not a big fan of this position.
Oh boy, Victorious Summers. They saw the circle. They thought there's just not enough space to work with. They immediately sent it for the center, and hopefully they are going to get some sort of position points. The biggest threat right now is going to be the mountain terrains, and fortunately for them, that is not in play. And that is going to be a little bit of a good sign here for Victorious Summers. This is going to be at least them surviving all the way to stage 6, unless somebody goes in for a Grand Slam. So this is going to be a little bit of a temporary sanctuary, but Victorious Summers is going to be brewing up a potential ambush for the rest of the lobby when the circle shifts on towards their favor. But right now, a lot of shots fired on towards Picado. Meta, Ninza, and Soul still on the stalemate for the longest of time. But down to the south side, they've got 8-bit. But speaking of which here, finally Nebula decides to make a move here. Then Godlike might have just spotted them out as well, so they are going to go in for the slam.
Yeah, Godlike and Nebula between a fight, and it seems like Nebula Esports, their forces a lot better. Godlike right now in shambles, but the moment I say so, Godlike as well, they retaliate pretty well. Manya was able to find some crucial strikes, but Godlike does not have enough men. The fight's down to a 2-on-2 scenario. Manya needs to patch himself up. A well-placed nade from Manya actually gets the confirmation as well, and S-Power backing him up from the back. Nade's toss from Nebula Esports, and that's going to find the perfect strike. And Nebula once again looking to re-engage in this one, but S-Power's in the back, and S-Power's got the perfect angle. He's on the high ground.
Oh boy, they know where he is as well. Nebula, they've got to clutch it big time as well. Adi is about to bleed out, but secretly behind Vasista Esports, Beast might put a wrench into this fight here for Nebula. Power looking for the reset as well. Manya's back, but Beast finally shows his fight. And Nebula, they're getting completely sandwiched as Beast finds a big spray down.
Surviving this is going to be impossible as Nebula Esports has been eliminated and they've been sent back into the semifinals. No gates open for Nebula towards the grand finals this time. They have to take the longer route. Godlike and Vasista Esports, both the teams have already made it. They're just suffering from success, nothing to do here. Beast is the only person standing for Vasista Esports, and that's going to be a punch in the gut as the man gets sent back to the lobby.
Well, I would say that punch was directed and towards Nebula here because Beast completely ruined the chance of Nebula to try and make a comeback. Godlike was weak, but the savior of Godlike has to be Beast from Vasista Esports. Meanwhile, as the circle going to be shifting down south here, Victorious Sumus smack middle of the zone. And guess what? The circle might potentially shift out of Picado as well. So Soul and Meta Ninza will eventually go out of their rabbit hole. OG is going to be lying in wait on the south side. But 8-Bit sitting comfortably on the southeast corner here is just waiting for every single team to walk in on them. So that is going to be a big problem that especially from Revenant XSPARK, from Wyld Fangs, from Seven Gods will have to encounter. Divine Gaming still doing a fantastic job defending the top 8 position. They're still in position. They're still in zone. Slug is in it. But, well, seems like they're not going to go in for the slam against DG. Seems like they are going to swing down south here. They will run into the Seven Gods now.
Indeed. And Seven Gods Esports from the top now, looking at the players of WELT Esports, approaching them. Dragon OB and the comrades trying to make the pounce at the same time. This push, it might just not be that well coordinated as one of the players from the side of WELT Esports. He's taken down low, but he still finds the trade. Gokul, that was such a crucial knock. He's able to thread the needle, but man, oh man, Seven Gods, they reply back even better. There's a reason why they're called the Gods, and right now they're showcasing the wrath of a true one.
Oh my goodness, Ninja just literally sat down Dragon as if it was nothing. One pump completely drops in, and Welt, their chances just might be over right here, right now. Schwam, pretty much the last player left coming in from Welt, and Seven Gods Esports finds themselves a decent amount of points, but the race is still on here for Seven Gods Esports. Their chance of qualifying directly into the grand finals is so close, yet so far. DG is the team that they need to kick out as of yet. They're 4 points away. They find Rico, they confirm those points, and now it's just getting closer and closer to that qualification to the grand finals. Shoyam now stuck outside the zone, needs to get out. They are in trouble, but Victorious Summers, guess what? Godlike came knocking in.
Yeah, but as Power gets knocked from the back, sideline's not too cleared, and VS, they claim that elimination point. Every single elimination point you get. Right now for VS, it's going to be an absolute lifesaver.
Oh my goodness. Victorious Summers, they just might be able to qualify just like that. Off 2 games, off 3 games off the bat. But at the same time, down towards the last 2 players here, Venom is able to rack up some serious points. Placement points are still not in play yet. There's still 10 teams yet. And as of yet, Wyld Fangs still in the run for it. Revenant XSPARK now trying to push out. Wyld Fangs forced to defend.
Revenant XSPARK and Wyld Fangs, second time on this map. They run into each other. And Spray God, he's taken down low. While all of this was happening, even WELT Esports gets eliminated. And Proton, what an opener! Wyld Fangs is one man. The wing is cliffed off. And now the remaining players go and can hear every single piece of the footstep. As now the entirety of Revenant XSPARK, they march against the players of Wyld Fangs. Godin, he's taken down low. But the repositioning instantly comes inside of the picture. The remaining 2 men of Revenant XSPARK up close and personal. They've got a lot of burden on their shoulder, but Godin instantly squeezes off that first aid.
Oh boy, Guten. He's navigating this field like a landmine right now. He wants to capitalize on this. It is going to be a 1v2. Spray God is about to bleed to death. And Revenant XSPARK, seems like Pain is looking for the off angle, tries to go for the pump, gets a nice chip for damage, but do not get the knock. But all this gunfire has attracted OG. It seems like the journey for Wyld Fangs is going to be through the semifinals as they get eliminated. And guess what? 8B comes in swinging, trying to close out the game here for Revenant XSPARK as well.
Revenant XSPARK, they're pushed at the back. That's the problem. Backs against the blue. It's not a good position. They need to try and reposition themselves in a better spot. And you can see them rotating out as well. At least they've got a warehouse to play with. That's going to give them a little bit of temporary cover. So they're going to be safe as of now.
Well, pretty much as of yet, only A few moments to begin. Soul tries to go in for the slam. Victorious Summers, they somehow hold on. Joker, Goblin still alive. Venom, last player left. Goblin flushes him out, and eventually Soul, they will wipe out Victorious Summers on 8th place. That's going to be placement points in play. But Victorious Summers, they just might have done it. 42 points is just enough to qualify for top 8.
Yeah, they've got 42 points on the board. Anything can happen. Victorious Sumus might just sit around the edge. But as of now, you've also got 8-Bit getting dismantled. And this time it seems like Revenant XSPARK, they're looking like a complete different beast. But Revenant XSPARK is walled down. It's just a 2-man squad. Ninja's going to be back up on his feet. It's not even a question. But 8-Bit, the damage is done. They've already dealt a lot of damage to Revenant XSPARK. Bouncing back from this one's going to be impossible for them. Nate's tossed his wall. That's going to be Ninja getting re-knocked once again. And now for 8-Bit, this one last man, Sarang, he needs to be Mr. Dependable once again. Falling back, gets chipped down real low, but he's also getting third party from the back lines, and Revenant XSPARK getting a help.
Yep, and Soul now getting slammed here by Meta Ninja. Fierce through the smoke, plays a little bit of a merry-go-round, but Joker got him pinned, gets the knock, and Joker, the one-man army, absolute beast here coming in from Soul, as Joker is somehow able to survive this, and Soul, once again, what a dominating performance.
Yeah, Soul somehow actually alive in this fight. I cannot even believe this. Meta Ninja was supposed to win this fight one-handed, but they still messed up, and somehow Soul is still standing at Joker. He's the real Mr. Reliable, Mr. Dependable.
But as of yet, the race continues, especially for the final 2 slots here. Arguably, Divine Gaming and 7 Gods, pretty much the only 2 teams left, has a chance to qualify for the top 8. Divine Gaming needs 3 points to overtake 4TR, and 7 Gods as well to overtake 4TR to join the ranks of top 8. But any other than that, it is going to be nigh impossible. And for Revenant XSPARK, their chances of qualifying solely depends on whether or not can they get the remaining players in this lobby. There's 13 players still left alive, so they need all 13 players if they want to stand a chance to qualify to top 8.
True. Next circle once again centers on up. Revenant XSPARK watching everyone around them. OG as well, it's going to be right around the block. Meta Ninja for them is just Javin standing. Divine Gaming as well, for them the qualification is still on the line. Need to squeeze in every single piece of point. 7 Gods now looking to make that pounce on top of Revenant XSPARK. It's going to be a difficult one. Execution though, it might just be possible. 7 Gods though, they still break. First man already hitting the deck. Now the fight's down to a 2-on-2. It can't be anyone's cup of tea.
Oh my goodness, 7 Gods, they're struggling. They've almost lost March. They're so close yet so far. They need the reset. And Circle is about to move in 4 seconds. They have to wrap things up. Ninja, again with those nades, but guess what? They find the knock here from Proton. Now Ninja is on the hunt here against Ninja. Ninja John forced to push up and eventually gets taken down. That is it for Revenant XSPARK, and 7 Gods Esports sneaks in towards the top 8 as of now.
7 Gods sneaking inside of the top 8. 4TR moved around the top 8. They're on the 8th spot now, holding the edge lines, but the moment I say so, 4TR has been kicked outside of the top 8. They're going to be moving on towards the semifinals as the gates of Grand Finals have been closed on their face. And now we've got the final 4 teams in this game itself. Divine Gaming being one of them. Divine Gaming is already in the top 8. They've secured it.
Oh my goodness, Divine Gaming, it will come down towards placement points here. It is going to be a tiebreaker. Only 1 more point needed here for both 7 Gods Esports and Divine Gaming to pretty much ensure their safety net. But as of yet, we're pretty much set in stone for the Grand Finals. This might be just it. All 4 teams are heading in towards the Grand Finals in Jaipur. What a last chance attempt here. But Joker getting naded off by Divine Gaming. That is it. Divine Gaming has done it.
Solid stuff. Divine Gaming. 3 elimination points already on the block. DG looking pretty solid. And they've not given up yet. All the teams currently over here on the map, they've already made it inside of the top 8. Everyone's going to the Grand Finals. Circle once again centers on up. Divine Gaming, they found themselves on the lucky side. As OG, they will need to fight their way through against 7 Gods, and 7 Gods will have the high ground advantage.
What a performance by all this team. a glimpse on how the grand finals is going to be looking like. And now OG looking to try and secure those chicken dinners. Divine Gaming was forced to defend for the longest of time, but they do not know that they are already safe. Down towards the final 3 teams here. 7Gods Esports now with the high ground. They all need to push out in the open. Divine Gaming is in zone, but they do not have cover advantage, so they have to be a little bit more careful here if they aren't looking to try and trade each other off. OG, however, going to be playing on the opposite spectrum of the zone itself. The roads is going to be dividing them. They are going to be playing the eastern side, but 7Gods, look at them. They're just so afraid to keep tags. Rexboy is inching closer and closer to try and scout things out. Afraid that there may be potential off angles that can punish them.
Circle. That's what my eyes are on. And Divine Gaming is in the same spot where Victor Sumus were anchored on. Victor Sumus made it. 42 points were more than enough to squeeze themselves in those overall standings towards the greater success. But right now, 7Gods, they want to try and make a pounce on top of Divine Gaming. And OG, they just want to be the spectators as of now. Let 7Gods do whatever the hell they want, and OG will try and partake later with the third party.
Well, AKOP almost snapped the neck here onto his 7Gods. Couple of nice hit shots, but no knocks yet. 7Gods is able to creep up into the zone, but now we're down towards the one final zone here. It is going to be the final endgame zone. 4 seconds left on the clock. It might shift in between all 3 teams apparently here out in the open. 7Gods still has the high ground, so they are still the biggest threat to try and secure the winner chicken dinner. But OG takes a nade to the face, and that's going to be Ninja Boy that gets the knock. And the circle is moving in. I don't think WINDGOD should be able to be rest here. As the nades keeps piling on, Divine Gaming walks up closer to try and wrap things up, and that's going to be the confirmation stolen away by Mox from 7Gods.
Oh, too many nades flying in on top of them. Now OG's in world of trouble. And Divine Gaming, it seems like they're not going to be giving up anytime soon. 7Gods on top of this hill, and OG slowly and steadily, even they're trying to move around the core of the circle. And Divine Gaming, they're going to try to be in a penetrable wall. Those shots through the smoke way too precise. OG's just getting beat to death. These laser beams from Divine Gaming way too easy. And now it seems like 7Gods from the top, they're just here to claim all these elimination points under them.
Up an KOP, last man standing here, coming from OG. He's stuck with the circle, forcing him. He's got out of room. He just might deny those points here. Nades comes in at last moment, clips onto his knife, but Divine Gaming, they need to push up. But 7Gods seems like they're slowly running out of space as well. The high ground is slowly moving away with the circle, forcing them down. It will come down towards the wire. OG finally goes down. It is going to be a 3v3. Divine Gaming setting up a wall of smoke. Ninja Boy in the off angle, but 7Gods, they go in for the send. They lose Ninja.
Oh no, that's the big man taken out. 7Gods, they might just fumble up the entire ball. And yes, 2 players already taken down. Divine Gaming, they strike with a chicken dinner, especially in the last game itself when all the fingers were raised against him. Divine Gaming, they come through with a magnificent chicken dinner, and they secure a slot towards the grand finals. What a way to close things off.
Divine Gaming once again in the grand finals once more. Omega, Ninja Boy, Slug, and Knight has once again proven themselves to be one of the top contenders in BGMI itself. And guess what? We will see them in the grand finals in Jaipur for sure. Alongside them here is going to be 7Gods as well as OG in the final 3 moments. This was a little bit of a teaser on how the grand finals is going to be looking like. The intensity, the tactical nature of the tournament itself, it is just so difficult to play in Group A.
Indeed a crazy battle. That's all we can say. But then you look at the opposite side of the spectrum and you look at teams like Nebula Esports that we thought will easily move on towards the grand finals. They struggled. Team Tamilas 3 weeks back-to-back of supremacy, and then they dropped down when it matters the most.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, isn't it, here? Especially how consistent they were for the past 3 weeks. Week 4 just completely fumbling. And I wouldn't be surprised if we compare the results of the BGIS grand finals. I would say the current standing in the top 4 is almost top 8 and also top 16 is almost near identical to the ones in the grand finals itself, except for 8-Bit, who's currently sitting on top.
Wow, look at the MVP though, Proton from REVENANT XSPARK, something completely unexpected. He really gave it all he had. 7 finishes on the block from the man, and then you've got Ninja Boy coming through with 6 finishes, Goblin getting 4, Rex Boy getting 4, and even Beast from Vasista Esports getting 3 elimination for himself. Nebula Esports got pinched between Vasista Esports' one man, which was Beast, and there was also 2 players of Godlike fighting Nebula at the same time.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate as well. Nebula, they thought they had the upper hand as well, but Beast decided, you know what, let's ruin some games, and guess they ruined the games here for Nebula. Beast definitely not giving them a little bit of a second chance here. But with that being said here, let's take a look at the points that has been gathered from this game itself here. Divine Gaming with the chicken dinner with 70 points. 7 Gods with 17 points as well, sneaking in towards the top 8 with this game itself. And for Seoul, 13 points. They pretty much secured a spot. Revenant XSPARK, they only got 10 points of this game. They needed more than 30 points, and unfortunately to say, it wasn't enough. It took them way too long to come up online.
Yeah, and the second page as well of the match rankings. Victor Sumus only getting 4 points, but those 4 points were more than enough to nail that spot down in the overall standings. For Godlike, it did not even matter. For Nebula Esports, everything was on the line. Their hopes, their dreams, and there's also a chance that maybe from the semifinals, Nebula Esports might not make it to the grand finals. Having that thought of getting eliminated from the tournament, having that threat on top of your head looming, that's definitely something that can be morale breaking. But right now, it's time to move on towards the overall standings. And we've already got the first set of grand finalists for this BMPS 2026 in the name of Godlike, 8-Bit, Soul, Vasista, Divine Gaming, OG, Victor Sumus, and 7 Gods.
Yeah, and one of the biggest comeback that has been made in Group A has to be from Victor Sumus. They started the journey on the last place with only 2 points. In 3 games, they were able to rack themselves 40 points to be exact to sneak in towards the top 7 in this group. And ladies and gentlemen here, Victor Sumus, they have done it once again. They did the exact same thing during the semifinals of BGIS to make it to the grand finals. And this time, we will be seeing them once more in the grand finals of BMPS.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they messed up the first 3 games, and now you will see Victor Sumus just completely opposite performance. Directly inside of the top 7 and 7 Gods. A complete new entry over here towards the grand finals with 40 points. If you look at the individual players, they're quite the band of misfits, but now together they've been working pretty well.
Well, they were pretty much the old roster of Sinway Esports here, and back then they were doing pretty okay. They somehow, bounce off between grand finals and also semifinals, but nevertheless here, great stuff here coming from Godlike, 8-Bit, Soul, Vasista Esports, Divine Gaming, OG, Victor Sumus, and also 7 Gods here, because this is going to be the first 8 teams in the grand finals, waiting in Jaipur, waiting for the rest of the competition to complete their matches before qualifying their way through. However, speaking of team progressions here, 4TR, Team Tamilas, Nebula Esports, WELT, Revenant XSPARK, Wyld Fangs, Meta Ninza, and WINDGOD, they're heading down towards the semifinals.
Yeah, heading towards the semifinals. With the pretty much eliminations looming on top of your heads, man, that's got to be heartbreaking. But for a team like WELT Esports, I generally thought WELT can easily make it towards the grand finals. Even they ended up struggling. If you move on towards Group B as well, from Group B, we've got God's Reign, Genesis Esports, Reckoning Esports, Autobots Esports, White Walker, Zero Arc, Hig Boson, and Mysterious 4 heading towards the semifinals. And once again, for the people that are joining in new to the broadcast, 6 teams from the semifinals will head on towards the grand finals, and then 2 teams from the last chance will move on towards the grand finals. That's how we'll get the remaining 8 teams to the grand finals.
Yeah, but joining the survival stage from Group B here is going to be H4K, Rapid Chaos, Mad Kings, Godsend, Legions. We've got Jaguar Esports, Myth, 4TR, and well, that's pretty much the rest of the pack here. But for Group C, they still retain the spot here. They directly qualify from the survival stage here. Every single team from Group C pretty much had no stake here in Week 4 itself.
And the crazy part is, from the survival stage, only the top 8 teams head on towards the semifinals. Now, that's going to be a major cutoff, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. Even from Group D, you've got the top 8 teams. Santa performed really well. Team Doxy making a comeback. Gen X FM as well, doing pretty good for themselves. Even Phoenix Esports, Liquid Esports, Team 7 Orion making a comeback last moment. And even Thunder Gods Esports and Nonix will be moving on towards the survival stage. But as I mentioned, from all these teams, only the top 8 can survive.
This is so brutal as well, and unfortunately to say, we have to say goodbye to our first 8 teams eliminated from BMPS 2026, and that's going to be Godsend, Someone's Dream, Jappy Esports, 7 Ace, FEZ, Team Flying, Blink Esports, and also Oops Official. This will be your first 8 teams eliminated, and we will not be seeing them anymore from this tournament.
It's been such a crazy day. Today we got our first set of teams that were eliminated and first 8 teams that will be the grand finalist. Completely opposite, right? Different emotions. For the teams that were eliminated, of course, it's sad, but we really hope to see them back in the future with better strategies, with better firepower, and they might just be the next ones to move on towards the next grand finals of any other tournament.
Well, practice makes perfect, I would say. You got to train hard, work hard, play hard, I would say. And in this case, I hope the community was very happy with the results here because today was a very nerve-wracking moment for all these teams here. To some, including myself, it's just praying that the team that I'm supporting is going to be qualifying their way through. And hopefully your prayers has been answered. And for those who did not get their prayers answered, well, they're not exactly eliminated, unless they're the teams from the bottom 8, but they still have a second chance.
Hey, but you know what? It doesn't even matter. No matter what happens in the overall standings, no matter who qualifies where, Dhruv is still going to be on top, unshakable. It's like this feature was just announced for this guy specially. 53 finishes once again. He's on the top, unshakable from that spot. Spoker is right there next to him with 49 points, and Scary Jawed from Victorious Sumus now making the entrance. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, you know, I would say for Victorious Summers, their chances of scaling up those points, especially for Scary Jawed, is pretty much over until he starts his journey in the grand finals itself. Whereas Dhruv, well, he can still continue his journey of just farming up points. He is still in the survival stage. So if they climb their way all the way towards the semifinals and then climb their way into the grand finals, that has to be the longest journey to actually qualify the grand finals.
But he's also going to be the eliminator, so that's what matters, right?
Right.
Most amount of frags, that's what is going to give you the power. The iQOO rankings as well on the screen. Rex is still going to be on top. Areeb is chasing him pretty closely. Punk, even though his performance this week wasn't that great, is still there inside of the top 3. And Adi on the 4th spot. Now, that's a little bit surprising. Nebula Esports, they completely bombed these 3 games, and Adi's still there in the top 5.
Yeah, the first 3 weeks was just phenomenal coming from Adi, but week 4 itself, this week in particular, this 6 crucial games for Nebula was a complete flop. And unfortunately to say, we have to see them in the semifinals. We will be seeing them again in this next few days, but aside from that, we won't be seeing them in the grand finals for now. Not confirmed yet.
Yeah, not confirmed yet. And the insane part is that there's only going to be 2 teams moving on from the last chance. If you miss your chance from the semifinals, only 2 teams move on from there. And you know what? Since we're also going to be moving on towards the survival stage, it's also going to be round-robin format. There's also going to be group draws happening.
Oh.
Tomorrow itself.
How does that work in terms of the group draw?
I mean, well, we're going to have a lot of groups made, and, well, they're going to be duking it out against each other for the rest of the days in the future.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of luck here because tomorrow we are going to be having the group draws where we are going to be randomly picking numbers and randomly picking teams to see them in specific groups. And their fates are going to be sealed completely on what happens tomorrow as well, because some of these teams, they are going to be playing with 7 other teams almost every single game in the same respective group. So that is going to be a little bit tricky spot to be in. But for now, they are going to be taking a little bit breather. Tomorrow, the teams, they are going to be fighting for it, well, into its the fates, I'd say.
Exactly. But hey, with that being said, even the day comes to an end. This week was filled with a lot of twists and turns, but we'll see you guys next week with a lot of survival action.
Time we mile high to get close. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the real. river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way. Been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high. high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I'm taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I'm paused, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I'm paused, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. his voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. one time. I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Let's go. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. 'Cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah. the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the